Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are going to be showcasing some of the Samurai Yakuza games. Before we get into that, just a few quick reminders. Summer Games Done Quick will be live from Minneapolis, Minnesota, June 30th through July 6th. Visit gamesdonequick.com for more information on the event. Also, we are looking for a mainline event coordinator and a host co-coordinator. If you enjoy our mainline speedrunning events and you want to work for us, you can check out the duties and apply over at gamesdonequick.com/jobs. With all of that said, I will hand it over to our runner commentary for the first run. Let them introduce themselves in the game.
All right, cool. What's up, everyone? I'm Tapioca, and today I'm running Yakuza Kenzan, or Like a Dragon Kenzan, or Ryuga Gotoku Kenzan, or whatever you want to call it. I'm joined on commentary, of course, by Froob. Froob, say hi.
Hello.
Yeah, wherever there's a Yakuza run, there will be a Froob. That's just how these things work. This game is super long, and there's a lot to talk about, so let's just get the run going, and then we'll get into it. So, run will begin in 3, 2, 1, start. So yeah, like I said, this is Yakuza Kenzan, and that's just what I'm going to call it because I'm an annoying foreigner like that, I guess. This is a samurai spin-off of the Yakuza series that was released in 2008 on PS3. So a lot of people aren't super familiar with this game. It was never released in English or anything like that. It came out between Yakuza 2 and 3, which is interesting. This is like the first, if you're familiar with Yakuza 1 and 2, the original PS2 versions, those sort of have like these fixed camera angles and things like that going on. This is the first one that does away with that and gives you like a proper over-the-shoulder third-person camera. So this is sort of like, this is a pretty big step forward. Most people think that 3 is the first game that did that, but no, this came first. So for all of the complaints people have about Yakuza 3 playing like garbage, this game is sort of the beta of that, and thus plays even worse. So things will get interesting. Things will get interesting very quickly once we get into the combat. The combat is an acquired taste, maybe. I should say, though, this was released, the release of this is interesting. I say did not come out in English. That's a very deliberate choice of words because this game was released outside Japan. They had a wider Asian release in, I think it was South Korea and Hong Kong. But when they released the game there, they didn't translate it out of Japanese. They sold the game in Japanese in stores alongside a book that just had the story cutscenes translated. And you were just expected to play alongside this book, which I feel like is the most insane thing. And like they were doing this in 2008. I don't know, maybe it's sort of normal over there, I'm not sure. But I can't imagine them trying to do this like in America. Just like, oh yeah, the game won't be in English at all. Just read this book. But that's what they did. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, no English versions. That's why the entire run will be in Japanese. Right now we're in the prologue, which is basically a lot of just walking around. There's sort of like a time skip that'll happen. So after the prologue, you go back in time a couple years. And then after chapter 4, it comes back to present day. Right now we're just going around collecting money that a bunch of people owe us or owe our friend or something. To be honest, I don't really know what the plot of this game is. So I'm just going to make it up on the way, and surely I'll be right. Oh yeah, I'll do that.
Sorry, we forgot.
That's all that. There's a dude at this temple who's going to introduce us to the existence of locker keys. This is the only locker key we pick up in the whole run. Very locker key light speedrun compared to certain other Yakuzas. Really, like, I can't think of any other run that doesn't get locker keys aside from, like, I don't know, 5? Do you get lockers in 5 nowadays, Froob?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. But there's our one locker. Some kind of plot required thingy. And yeah, people are going to be people are going to be commenting on this on the whole run, but yeah, this is actually Kiryu's run animation for the entire game. He's holding up his pants. That's just how it is. This game takes place in, I think I looked it up last night, and it's like 1605 or something.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, you'll see Froob is going to run Ishin after me. Ishin is like the 1850s or something like that.
Yeah.
So both samurai games, but very different era of samurai.
One of them is going to use a sword way more than the other one, despite both being samurai games.
So hey, here we are in the first tutorial. Here's where things get weird. This is actually going insanely well. He barely blocked any of that. But light attacks in this game are complete garbage, and they get blocked constantly. Hand-to-hand combat in this game is something we're almost never going to do, just because it's so bad. It's pretty much completely worthless. We have to hit enemies with items now. The best item is this basin, followed by this stick. And we're just hoping that these attacks don't get blocked. 2 remaining is actually really good. It can be as bad as like 5 remaining after that because they've just blocked every other hit. That's that. To build heat now, I'm trying to bring everyone to that stage in the back because that stage in the back is where the heat actions are going to happen. This guy is not taking damage or letting me grab him. Just sort of trying to shuffle everyone towards the back. Yeah. Good enough. That guy with the stripes is already definitely a 1 HP, but I'm a little bit less sure about this guy. You can do these quick heat actions against the stage in the back. I guess this little, like, raised wooden platform. Everyone ought to be at 1 HP now. Yeah, there we go. I spread out the damage efficiently. If you don't damage certain enemies, they will still have health at the end of that when you're able to finally kill them.
It should also be said, during fights, it's not gonna look like it, but there is slight tank-like movement on changing your direction, especially with, like, the hand-to-hand stuff. It's really weird.
Yeah, it's, when you want to turn around as Kiryu, there's like a full second where he turns in place before he starts moving. It makes the game incredibly clunky feeling, in a way that I don't think will come across quite right on stream. But the whole game has pretty strong clunk factor, where everything is just stiff and unresponsive. And when people complain about Yakuza 3 being like that, I'm just like, guys, you have no idea. Here's the fastest way to deal with this, though. We have to beat up these guys and take their gourds, because the gourds are items. And the fastest way to do hand-to-hand combat is actually not to do the light attacks, but to just spam kicking at people like that. Now we're waiting for enemies to attack. Oh, okay. That guy wanted to just do it behind me. Sure. Jeez, I'm trying to sort out a tech thing while doing this, and everyone's just kicking me in the back because of it. You? Please? God damn it. That guy, as soon as I turn my back on him. Okay, there we go. That's usually bad, but not meant to be quite that bad. Bring them towards the wall, because we now have to quick step 10 times. This is the era of Yakuza where they think that you're not going to understand how to do something unless they force you to do it 10 times in a row. So it makes all of these tutorials a little bit silly. Now we're done with that, so we can just finish everyone with kicks. Guys backing up. Hopefully this works. This is a long string of cutscenes. This game, This game has a lot of unskippable cutscenes. Unfortunately, that's kind of why it's 3 hours long. There's ones you can skip like that, but then there's like stuff like this where you just have to skip a bunch of text. And for some reason, there's just like a lot of that in this game compared to the contemporary other games in the series. So there's going to be a whole lot of holding R1X and watching the characters raise their eyebrows at each other. Because when you do this, it skips all the voices. So you just sort of see them communicating entirely through eyebrows. Which is interesting. There's a weird bit of jank they introduced in Yakuza 3 where when characters have dialogue, you actually want to mash X instead of auto-advancing. But whatever that is, it wasn't a thing in this game. You can just auto-advance the voice dialogue and it's just as fast. So somehow they broke something between 2008 and 2009. So if you thought we were done with tutorials, you're wrong. This is a tutorial on taking your sword out, which is literally just pressing D-pad right. But just to make sure we know, you got to do it 5 times. And these people are just going to be amazed by that.
Sugoi.
Yeah, we always... the Sugoi guy whenever you do one of these tutorials.
Every single time.
I never noticed him until like one day, I think it was like someone in my chat was like, I love that guy. And I was like, oh yeah, there's some very easily impressed dude in the audience. We're learning how to use a sword now. If you look at the little thingy in the top left corner, there are 4 styles in this game. They were doing styles long before Zero and Ishin here. There's 1 sword style, 2 sword style, great sword, and barehanded. Almost the entire run is going to be done. Come on, please stop eating my inputs. Almost the entire run is going to be done using the 1 sword style because it's really fast. 2 sword style kind of does like 0 DPS, so it's not very good. And great sword just makes it so you can't even move, and also it does 0 DPS, so no thank you to either of those. And then you saw just how terrible hand-to-hand was during those last couple fights when we had to slowly kick people to death. So no thank you to any of that. We'll be using the single sword, and we'll be collecting a number of good single swords over the course of the run. That'll make Kiryu really strong, hopefully. There are some caveats to that. Next is gonna be the weird dummy. Oh no, next is not the weird dummy. Next is kicking, of course. How could I forget? I'm intentionally waiting between my kicks because what they're counting is that I break his guard 10 times. And if I just mash the circle button, you can actually kick him before he puts his guard back up and then it won't count. So we're trying to avoid that by just delaying a teeny bit. Now it'll be the weird dummy where you have to do the mechanic. This had me stuck for a while. The origin of speedrunning this game is that Froob and I did a race of this. Hoxie was there too. And during that blind race, I did not know what to do against this thing for the longest time. What you have to do is a light strong attack, but then hold triangle at the end, which makes Kiryu strike a cool samurai pose. And when you strike a cool samurai pose, you build up heat. And I don't know what they were thinking with that mechanic, but you build up heat at an insanely slow rate. It's like literally 1 pixel per second or something completely useless. So I don't even know why they bothered programming that, but it's in the game. We're finally done with tutorials for a little bit. Now we get into proper fighting. If I remember correctly, Froob beat me in that race by like half an hour or something.
Think so, and then Hoxie,
Yeah.
I think you beat by like 20 minutes.
Something like that, yeah.
We also all found out at the time that, like, difficulty-wise, like, this game's difficulty on easy is surprisingly easy, like, very ridiculously easy.
Well, when you're not trying to go fast.
Not for the speedrun. Let's not get confused with the speedrun, because we're gonna have to, later on when we get certain swords, we're gonna have to play, well, Tap's gonna have to play very, very well.
Nope. This is a scripted loss fight. However, man, that attack was a bad idea. This is a scripted loss fight, but he's very unaggressive until you get him into his last HP bar. So I do hit him a little bit at the start there, just to get things going. And now that he's down into the orange, he's going to be spamming attacks until I'm dead. Actually, until like half health, and then it ends. That was good RNG. Those were all really fast Marume attacks. That is the first of 3 Marume fights, and all 3 fights against him are completely garbage. So, yeah, really, really cool dude. Now I have to go to his house if he can tell us about something. I'm not even really sure. We're about to meet Samurai Majima. This game. So the plot of this game, or at least the premise of this game, is that Kazuma Kiryu is Miyamoto Musashi, the sort of legendary samurai or whatever. And this is mostly fanfic. They sort of work in a couple events of his life, but then the rest of it is just fanfic. But we play as Miyamoto Musashi, also known as Kazumanosuke Kiryu. And there's a number of other Yakuza series characters who show up playing different roles of historical people. So we're about to meet Samurai Majima, whose name I don't even know. Do you know it?
Did at one point, don't remember at the moment.
Yeah, there he is. He doesn't have the eye patch yet, but he'll get that. Don't worry about it. This is mainly how we do all the combat. Marume was a little bit weird, but Majima's a much more normal fight. This combo is just the best combo in the game. So you're going to see a whole lot of Kiryu sliding around on the ground like that. The 3 hits into the strong pretty much works on like everybody. Majima's my friend now, by the way. That was just like in the true Yakuza fashion. You have to beat someone up and then they befriend you. Happens in every game. I think we get sent on like an assassination mission or something. I'm pretty sure the Battle of Sekigahara is before the start of this game. It's like in the intro FMV or something.
Yeah, this was also like, I think this was the first game that actually did the face scan tech, so you actually have like face actors in this game. Most of which neither of us know about.
Yeah, I was actually I was reading like a Korean blog post about this game the other day. Don't ask. And they had all kinds of commentary on like, this character is played by this actor. You will know him as the Japanese dub actor from this Korean drama. And I'm like, yes, of course I would know this. But they had like a lot of commentary on who the actors are. They did change Kiryu's face a little bit, I think, to make him look more like Takayo Kuroda, apparently.
Yeah.
They really messed up Majima's face, though. Like, I'm just gonna say it. That does not look like Majima to me at all until he gets the eye patch. It's just like, who is this man? And then he shows up with the eye patch, and it's like, oh, okay.
I didn't realize one of the characters in this game was actually Karawa from Yakuza 2.
Wait, who?
Ito, apparently.
Really?
Yeah. I also didn't realize they actually reused him for K2. I thought they replaced him for K2, but they didn't. Oh.
But hey, here we are in the first set piece. This guy's got to go first because of that. This guy loves to grab you because he's not holding a sword. Also, ideally, Majima mostly just stays out of my way. The partner AI in this era of Yakuza games is a little bit terrible. They sort of just love to drag enemies away from you. And even when they're not dragging enemies away from you, I don't think they can kill. They can get people down to 1 HP, but they can't kill. It's like you can see how Majima brought that guy all the way back out of the room. Thanks, dude. I'll keep the sword on for this run. This is the second room full of dudes. I don't think any of these guys are barehanded, right?
I think so.
Yeah, no, we're good. Unless that guy is. No, we're fine. After this, we can skip a couple people. We're going to be skipping tons of enemies and set pieces throughout this run. Back in the early days of the Yakuza series, Sega was just sort of like, I don't know, they just sort of were working on the honor system where it was like, we're sure that if we put enemies in front of the player will naturally want to defeat them before moving on. So they didn't think to lock any of the doors or anything like that. But probably around the time of Yakuza 4's release, they realized that you could just skip like every enemy in their games. So that's what we're doing, is run past a bunch of dudes there. I did go out of my way a little bit to pick up the Nameless Katana, which is a good katana. Well, it's not good, but it's better than the default one. So I'm going to go ahead and equip that right now. I screwed up the menu. Excuse me. Don't have my usual mute button set up, so you all just have to have me sneeze into your ear. Whoops. Should have probably taken that sword out before he did that. This is a truly evil type of enemy. This is the Stunlock guy. So when he does that sheath and unsheath attack, that sort of knocks you to the ground immediately. And that can just be chained into itself. If there's two of those guys in a fight together, then you're in some real trouble. That'll happen later. We do not like those guys. They're also capable of just blocking everything. Alright, great, that's it. That was the last dude. We can now move on to go assassinate whoever's in this room. I'm sure whatever happened in that cutscene, it was completely fine. The plan went off without a hitch. No betrayal whatsoever. Anyway, now we're hiding out in here. The way you get the plot to progress is by walking down those stairs. It's kind of strange. But that's what you have to do. You go down those stairs, then you come back up, and then Majima's ready to move on. They're now, like, hiding out in a temple for some reason. There are a couple of missable collectibles in this room, funnily enough. There's a turtle you have to flip upside down outside. And I think there's like a locker key behind the statue or something like that. There's some kind of collectible in there.
Yeah.
And I think if you miss those things, you've just kind of missed those things.
Yeah, I don't think they bring them forward like other GG titles would these days.
Yeah, the old school ones tend to have a lot of weird missables and things where it's just like, if you aren't following a GameFAQs guide, you're in deep trouble.
Yeah.
But hey, here's Marume too. Another terrible fight against Marume. The problem here is that there are so many dudes to distract Kiryu's targeting. So we're basically just trying to focus Marume because he's the biggest problem. Uh-oh. Okay, we're fine. That, even if he blocks the rest of the combo, that combo finisher will always connect. This is actually going pretty good. Oh, never mind, I stand corrected. He blocked the combo finisher. Now Majima is causing me problems. Wow, he's not supposed to block those. He's not done yet. Now he's done. Okay. And then we have to clean up the rest of the minions as well. A lot of older Yakuza games don't make you do this. This fight's kind of weird.
Yeah.
We have to actually defeat all the minions before moving on. Come on, out of my way, Majima. He's literally standing between me and the enemies to just cover for them. It's almost like Majima is a villain or something. Kenzan does love missable stuff. Shoutouts to Cloud Savage, by the way, who did an 18-hour-long speedrun of Kenzan all sub-stories a while back. A run I definitely didn't think I would ever see anyone do.
Yeah, same. It requires an absolute immense amount of things, because being the early RGG games, all sub-stories requires some really stupid requirements.
Yeah, there's like 99 sub-stories, some of which are the hostesses you have to sit through. And you can imagine doing the hostesses in a language you don't even speak, where you have to pick the correct options. Just, oof. A huge shout outs to him. We just got the second style though. I think this is like what Miyamoto Musashi is famous for, IRL. He would fight with 2 swords instead of 1. We're never going to use this style again because it's garbage, but I guess the advantage of it is you can block in any direction. I think that's the advantage of it, at least in the game. I'm not finishing my combos on purpose because it's bad. It knocks people down. There we go. So, the game does swap carry you back to that style a couple of times throughout the game. Like in a cutscene or something, it'll swap you back, or like before a boss fight, it'll be like, hey, don't you want to use the iconic Miyamoto Musashi style? And it's just, no, I don't. Go away. 1 sword only. That's that. I think Majima gets like gravely injured or something, and then he falls off of this bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, he falls off this bridge. This bridge sucks, by the way. We'll be back here later in the run. This bridge, me and this bridge have some history. You could say. For now, the main goal is to stay on the bridge. We want to hit as many enemies at the same time as possible. Though, we want to keep everyone on the bridge since it's sort of a more confined space. That does mean that enemies are more likely to just like block each other, but I'm willing to take that risk because whatever. That's sort of the reason why I'm not finishing my combos as well. That sort of combo finishing sliding attack can only hit 1 person at a time, even if you like visually see it hit more. It's only ever going to connect with 1 person. So if you're aiming for double hits, then it doesn't really help with that. You can sort of see what I mean when I was talking about the tank controls everywhere with, like when I was turning around there to fight that last guy, I just have to stop and turn in place as Kiryu, and it's the only way. It's so stiff. But hey, now I'm on this farm. I was actually reading... I get all of my information off of Wikipedia. Wikipedia is the best. But I was reading the Wikipedia article for this, and I somehow ended up on the article of like a samurai movie from the 50s about Miyamoto Musashi. And this whole farm sequence is like straight out of the movie, but I couldn't tell if the movie was like straight out of like a historical context or if they just invented it. And I kind of get the sense they just invented this whole thing, and then Kenzan is ripping this off from there. But we're at the farm now. We're talking to this lady, and then we're going to defend this lady's farm, and then we're never going to see her again because she's not an important character. Just kind of move on. These are both the same type of guy. You can tell how the enemy AI is based on like their stance with the sword. So like these are the guys who hold the sword over their heads, which can actually be a little bit annoying. These two are usually fine, but they're definitely like, they're not the least annoying type of enemy. You do have to consider the sword above head guys. They have a knockdown attack or two. Oh no, is that why we never see her again? Yeah, I've never watched the cutscenes, I'll admit it. I picked this game up solely to speedrun it, and I've thus never watched the cutscenes. I guess she's dead. R.I.P. Farm Lady. Who kills her? She's right there. Are these guys gonna kill her? These guys you have to fight without a sword, by the way. This is the second to last swordless fight. So we're going to be kicking these people just like we kicked the people back in Chapter 1. And then there's one more guy in Chapter 4 who's got to get kicked. Ew, that was awkward. Deal with the archers first because they can run really far away and be super annoying. Nice double kick. Normally you're not even aiming for doubles with these kicks because it just won't work. That was cool. Knockdown. That's sort of what makes fights slow. It's how much you get knocked down, because Kiryu takes absolutely forever to get back up. Ooh, no, don't save, don't save, don't save. Shoot. Well, now we're in this menu. There we go. Thanks, PlayStation 3. I love your menus.
Yeah, the PS3 UI for saving is just horrible.
It's kind of horrible when you can't read it. It's actually extra bad. And you ever do, well, you have played OG 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But if you ever hit the wrong menu on those, there's like a, are you sure you want to save? And you have to hit no. And then it's like, are you sure you want to cancel saving? And then you have to hit yes. And if you say the wrong thing to either of those, it brings the save prompt back up. So if you don't know what you're doing, it's really easy to get caught in like a loop with the menu.
I was gonna say, I don't know if we said about that either. Most of the time, with Japanese era games of this period, you'll have confirm be circle and then cancel BX because that's what the norm is. But for some reason, Kenzan is based on your console. So despite the fact that obviously for most Japanese games it'd be circle confirm X cancel, it is actually X confirm circle cancel, which throws you for a loop if you do again OG1 and OG2.
Yeah, OG1 and 2 don't do it based on console language, but Kenzan does. So since the PS3 is in English, it's normie controls. Where you just get to cancel things with circle or whatever. So that was a disgusting fight where I got knocked over 3 times, but we're out of there. There's a couple of sword overhead guys in that fight who can kind of get you. Things are finally going to open up a little bit more now as well. After these cutscenes, the first 3 chapters of this game are just completely linear like that, but now we're sort of about to head more into a proper Yakuza mode of getting to run around the game world and stuff. They've actually designed the map of this game in a really interesting way. It's not you do have your big cities in a, Kamurocho, typical Yakuza game or whatever, but there's just a lot of different areas that you run through. It's kind of interesting. You'll see what I mean in a second. Sort of gives this game its own vibe to play through. Also, there's this cool Japanese map thing that tells you about all the different areas. Make sure you get the clothes before leaving. We're going to check for an encounter here, and if there's no encounter, then we can go the quick way out the door. This area looks sick, by the way. I have to say it every time, but encounter. We can't go the quick way. We'd love to just jump off of that corner, but the ending lag from jumping off the corner would get us caught there, so I couldn't do it. Literally look at this game. This is early PS3, and it looks so good. At least in my opinion. Of the autumn leaves colors.
Yeah, this game is really colorful. It's the whole Sega games have a whole bunch of color to them. It's really, really nice.
We do have to contend with random encounters now, though. Oh yeah, there's the real life temple Kizumiyu. Shoot, what's it called? Kizomiyu?
Something like that.
Kizomiyu.
Kiyomizu Temple.
Kiyomizu, okay. I don't know why I'm getting that wrong, but that's a famous temple that's there IRL. We'll be back later. And there's an encounter that I couldn't really have dodged because of the camera. Cool. Well,
that happens a lot, sadly.
That is a really, really early place to get an encounter. That sucks. That's kind of my bad. I could have dodged that, but I was too distracted thinking about Kiyomizu Temple and how I got the name wrong and how embarrassing that was. So I screwed up. Let me just deal with these guys. If by some random chance these guys drop 10,000 yen, we'll actually get really lucky. I don't think they can do it. $10,000 please. I think that was 1,000. Might not have even been 1,000. That might have been like 500 or something worthless. But yeah, pay no attention to that fight. Pretend the last like 2 minutes of this stream have never happened. This game has a lot of random encounters to deal with, and we'll be running down a lot of these kind of tight streets where it's very hard to dodge them. There are a few different techniques we have, but the game also does this thing when you're by the entrance and exit to areas where it locks your camera backwards. Like right here, I can't move the camera. So if there's an encounter standing directly behind the camera, I just won't see him, and then he'll get me. And there's gonna be a lot of situations like that in this run, where you're just kind of at the mercy of the game to not spawn somebody there. It's really, really annoying. That guy I should have dodged, though. Really should have dodged that guy.
I had a look at the replay. It was only 500, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's kind of what it looked like. This is sort of the main city area. Well, one of the two main city areas. It's like this is more like Kamurocho, where it's sort of open, and then there's all of these spokes sticking off of the city, where you get to go down these dirt roads and things. This guy is helping us get into the city. What a nice guy. I don't really know the lore here at all, but the sense I get is that you have to have some kind of status to get into like the good part of the city, and this guy like bribes our way in. Just the sense I get by him pulling out a bunch of money and then being allowed to go through the gates. We don't really know what's happening here. Who can say? I should say, by the way, I don't know if I called it yen a second ago, but the currency in this game is not yen. The currency in this game is mon, which is like, I think some like denomination of currency under the yen. There's some kind of crazy, it's like 10,000 mon equals 1 yen or something is how it was. So mon, given that a yen is now roughly equivalent to 1 cent in US dollars, you can imagine how much a mon is worth. But I guess back then, less inflation, the mon was worth more. We're going to be carrying around mon, and that's the main currency in this game. This is us negotiating getting into Saruya, which Saruya is that big building in the back that this guy's going to bring us to now. Saruya is one of 2 or 3 really, really important locations in the plot. We're going to be running back and forth between Saruya and different places a whole lot in this game. So get used to this street, or like the back streets over there. We're going to be here a lot. This building.
There is unfortunately no fast travel in this part of town either.
Yeah, there's fast travel outside in that other part of the city, but this part of the city has no taxis, so you just have to walk it. It's gripping stuff going on in the game right now. This is what speedrunners live for. I mean, look at that. The animation of the sake pouring into the thingy and it actually like fills up a little. That's PS3, baby. Couldn't do that on the PS2, probably. This is the future of games. Anyway, one last fight. Well, in a second. I kind of forgot this guy existed. But in a second, we'll get one last fight against a guy that we have to do unarmed, and then that'll be the last unarmed fight in the game. After that, we can retire our kicking feet. This dude. Somehow he brought a sword into Saruya. Cool, we got him. Kamurocho is saved. Or this takes place in Gion, which is not Kamurocho. Different place. I'm pretty sure this is the same city that Ishin takes place in, right? Except Ishin is like 250 years later. But there's a few places on the map that sort of look similar, which is pretty neat.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like, because you know that area outside Koetsu Mansion with what's his face? Like the ninjas? There's that bridge. I'm pretty sure that bridge is in Ishin.
Yeah.
I think it's the same bridge.
Kiyomizu Temple is obviously also very much in it.
Yeah. This guy's gonna let us stay in his house. His weird shack. I'm sure that's what they're talking about right now. It must be. Cool, we're done with chapter 4. So, we're done with the time skip stuff after like half an hour. We're finally back to the plot as it was established at the beginning of the game. Where we've been visited by Haruka, our 16th century, or I guess it's 17th century Haruka. And she's here and she has some request for Kiryu, and that sends Kiryu down the conspiracy rabbit hole or whatever. But before we get into that, it's time to go to Saruya. This is the first of 11 trips to Saruya we have to make during the run. So get excited, everybody. You run down this street, you run past those weird parade people. Those weird parade people can actually block you depending on some timing stuff. Oh, are we going to the front door? Is this actually the Saruya front door? No, this is the Saruya back door. I'm wrong. They tell you to go to the front door, but then if you talk to the guy at the front door, he just tells you to go to the back door. And the reason we take these side streets to get to the back door is because you might save like half a second by getting to take a bit more of a diagonal line over here. Cool, it's this guy again. And now this guy's gonna talk at me for 3 minutes. Everyone eyebrows at each other. I think in 17th century Japan, people were just like telepathic, probably. It's not that this is voice dialogue, it's just that everyone is just telepathically communicating. It's like a whole language of eyebrow movement where it's like, I see. Left eyebrow raised, right eyebrow not raised. That means it's like complete sentence. Maybe they're just doing it with like Morse code. From Saruya, we go back to Kiryu's house. And then from Kiryu's house, we're going to go back to Saruya again for Saruya trip number 2 out of 11. There's the parade. They've moved up a bit because we had to walk all the way across the city. Kiryu has a pet pigeon. The pigeon sends him emails. None of the emails are that important. And back to Saruya. This game, we've only been playing for half an hour, so I guess it doesn't seem that bad yet. But bear in mind, this is a 3-hour game. Kind of makes it a tough one to grind, right? You can't fit behind them. There can be a random encounter on this stretch of road right here. There almost never is. I'm not even sure if he can be here during the day or if that's only a nighttime thing. But for the most part, we don't have to worry about it. I'm being so sloppy with my movement. I'm just like running all over the place. This right here is pretty much the reason why only myself and Froob have really put a good amount of time into Kenzan. Some of the routing stuff actually comes from Metza, who I don't think ever ran this. I forget if Metza ever did this on Legend or something.
I think Metza did on Emulator. But we haven't...
Did he?
Yeah, but we haven't done Emulator on the board yet for this.
I think we did Emulator on the board. It's just...
This one?
Yeah, I think so. I think I set that up.
Oh, cool.
But it was like a long time after he did it, so I don't know if Metza ever submitted.
Yeah.
But a couple routing things are from Metza. But for the most part, the people who do runs of this game are myself every 3 years and Froob every other year or so. This game actually does have a little bit of interesting speedrun history, though. So when we started running this game, we were just sort of naively mashing our way through the game. And then one day, I think it was Metza again, found a blog post from 2009, a Japanese blog post from a guy called Holy RTA2. And Holy RTA had managed to route the game and had figured a couple things out. So we were able to get info from him. And it turned out that what we thought was record was actually slower than Holy RTA by like 15 minutes or something. He had beaten us all the way back in 2009, and we just had no idea. But that's sort of what turned us on to what the route of the game is today. He had 1 or 2 interesting ideas.
Was that where we got the money sword?
It's where we got the drunk sword from, which was a thing for like 1 day, but it sort of turned us on to the idea of the cursed swords in general. And then I think I came up with the money sword, something like that.
Okay.
This is second to last option to this guy. We're being blocked from entering that part of the city, and we need to enter that part of the city to buy info from the ninja guy. So we have to somehow appease the gate guardian over there. And I don't think they really tell you where to go, but the way you appease the gate guardian is by running all the way over here, and then there's going to be a fight in the middle of this street. This also had me stuck for quite a while casually because I just didn't know.
Yeah, we have to get like a permit to be able to get through the gate or something like that. We have to go to the shogi place for it.
I just think of him as the gate guardian, and he's just some petty guy who won't let you through his gate for no reason. Cool. Good one, dude. Good one, dude. Interrupt all of my combos. I love it. Trying to deal with the no sword guys because I don't want them grabbing me. Okay, that didn't knock me down. Good, thank you.
Yeah, there was. This game actually has a dash mechanic, but it's only available in set pieces.
Yeah, the dash mechanic. That literally we didn't know what caused Kiryu to run sometime for a while because I'm not very smart. And then someone pointed out to me that you just have to put the sword away.
Yeah, that was me, actually.
But for a second there, I was like, why does he just do that sometimes? I don't understand.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in one of the later game set pieces because we have a bit of speed tech there as well. And I accidentally put my sword away, and then I realized, wait, I'm running now.
It's hard. It's like, so here's the thing about some of the older Yakuzas. When it comes to like resources, so if you're looking to speedrun like a modernish Yakuza game, there's great game facts guides by a guy named Cyrix Z. And Cyrix or something. But he's like a legend, and his guides are super good and very comprehensive and very well laid out. But if you want to run like Yakuza 1, 2, or Kenzan, there is one guide written by the Patrick from back in the day And the Patrick wasn't even working off the English version of Yakuza 1 and 2, and obviously there is no English version of this. So he was literally translating the whole game himself, and I think all of the story cutscenes as well.
Yeah.
And then sort of organizing the info in a really sloppy and not very helpful way. So there's all kinds of mechanics and different things in these games that we just like straight up didn't know about for a long time because there's no good guide for it. So you just have to come up with everything yourself. And there's some embarrassing moments like that where it's like, wait a minute, you can dash in these games, and then later we find it buried somewhere in one of the paragraphs of the Patrick's guide. We're like, oh, there's a sub-story right here that does this for you. We had no idea that even existed, but there it was, buried in the Patrick's guide between 3 paragraphs of context about historical Japan or something ridiculous. It can be kind of hard to route, especially games that just aren't even in English. Like, you're really reliant on the guide for something like this just because it's like, I don't know what they're saying. Yeah, if only someone spoke Japanese. I'm too lazy, though. You can get screwed by an encounter there if they want to spawn it really close to the door. Normally they don't, though. There's a guy on the right. For the longest time, this is like the primary example that sticks out in my mind of like obvious stuff that we missed for years. For the longest time, we didn't know, but in Yakuza 2, if you press start at the end of a fight, it'll just skip the end of the fight, like the long slow motion before the fade to black. It'll just skip the long slow motion and go straight to the fade to black. And over the course of a run, it saves like 3 or 4 minutes. And we just didn't know about that for like 2 years or something, because no other Yakuza game works that way. So we just didn't even think to try it. I think I found out one day by complete accident. Just embarrassing moment where it was like, oh, I see. So hey, here's, speaking of familiar Yakuza characters, I wasn't speaking of them, but speaking of them, it's that guy. It's Florist or Hanya or Kage if you're a Yakuza 1 and 2 fan like I am. I'm going to call him Kage this entire run because my brain has been poisoned by that original localization. But that's him. He's in this game and he's like a ninja leader, which I guess makes sense for him. We're going to go get ninja training from him later, but that's sort of a second extremely important location in the run that we're going to constantly run back and forth to. A lot of stuff going down at Kage's place, which is called the Koetsu Mansion, I think. We're going to visit there quite a bit. That's what it's called, according to the Patrick, at least. The Patrick would never lead me astray. We're going to Majima's cave right now. We're going to pick up some stuff along the way, though. That's a taxi right there. Taxis are not available yet. So we can't take them until, like, later. Oh, I just screwed up. I dodged the sub-story. My bad. I was like, why isn't the sub-story happening? Hello? We'll just do this in the other order. It doesn't really matter. But here's the blacksmith. The blacksmith is going to give me my final style, the greatsword style, which we're going to use in a couple of places situationally. Unequip the other greatsword. Re-equip the new one. That menu also had me stuck for like 20 minutes casually when we did that race.
Yeah.
You have to unequip, yeah.
Yeah. I still get stuck by it today, even though I know what to do.
Here's the final tutorial, the greatsword tutorial. We have to block 5 gunshots with this thing. So yeah, this game has guns in it. But because it's the 1600s, they're not like pistols or revolvers or anything of value. The guns are these crappy muskets that they have to sit there and reload for 30 seconds, which I think is hilarious. I think it's really funny that they actually make them go through the whole animation. We're just waiting for them to shoot me 5 times. Cool. Important note about fighting here. Ooh, okay. Important note about how fights work. We don't want to finish our combo with the greatsword. The 3rd hit will knock an enemy down, and when an enemy is on the ground and you're in greatsword style, you have like no way of getting them back up. You don't have that stomp attack that you normally have. Ooh, so I've made a horrible mistake there because I didn't think that hit would get blocked. Also note how slow you move with this. This is why we usually don't use the greatsword style. I'm kind of relying on the step forward from Kiryu's attacks to move around the room. You really can't walk around with this thing at all.
Yeah, we are actually going to have a couple of, like, actual speed tech things to do with the sword, wildly.
Yeah, there's a few different applications of it, but almost none of those are combat. We don't really do combat with the sword. Yeah. Anyway, here's the sub-story that I missed. This lady throws water at me, and I think the top option here is intimidating them into paying me to be okay with it. Like, look at this old dude's reaction. He freaks out, and then they give me 10,000 yen. So I think Kiryu just gets performatively angry about the water in order to extort money from those people. But we will need 20,000 yen in the next chapter to continue the plot. And in general, money is a really important resource in this run for reasons that you'll also find out in the next chapter. So getting 10k that quickly is pretty neat. Just trying to be safe there so I don't hit another encounter. We're now actually properly going to Majima's cave. No more interruptions. It's cave time. Conveniently, Majima built a little road leading to his cave right over here. He even built this nice gate as an entrance to his cave. All right, set piece 2. Just in case anyone forgot, this game does have the big, longer set piece fights. There was one in chapter 1, and then there's no more for like 40 minutes after that. But hey, here we are. There's gonna be a bunch of extra enemies that spawn in this room. It's really important that we kill. He's not here yet, but there's one specific enemy in this room who will drop a silver plate, and the silver plate sells for 10k. And it's really important that we get that silver plate, because I need that money. But he hasn't spawned in yet. I think that's him in the back there. No, it's not. He still hasn't spawned in. Oh, my dash hit the wrong guy. And you are still alive. Doesn't matter where in the room we are when we end the fight, because it'll put you in a consistent place. This is the guy with the silver plate. There we go. It didn't show the text of me getting it, which is weird because I got it in the heat action. But I did get it. It made the noise. So it should be in my inventory now. This is what the greatsword is for, by the way. We're going to use it to break chains and barriers and things, because it does extra damage to them. And you'll notice, actually, that we damaged that chain just by taking the greatsword out in the first place. That takeout animation can hit things if it's standing, like, right next to you. Like that. Here you get to see the sprint mechanic that we didn't know was in the game for a little while. It is in the game. You just kind of start running after a while if you're not equipping anything. Hopefully the boys won't interrupt me as I'm doing this. There's a barrier I have to break here. Usually they don't interrupt you while you're breaking the barrier. They interrupt you as you're trying to put your sword away after breaking the barrier. Okay, we're good. He tried it, but he was a bit too slow. I'm going to grab this club, which is just a better greatsword. Not going to equip it quite yet, though, because we don't need it until much later in the run. So we're going to combine equips with some other stuff. Here's the next room. This is where Majima escalates to true cartoon villain status. They're going to be throwing flaming rolling boulders down the hill at me. A whole lot of them. They've built this entire ramp room just for messing with people with these boulders. I should mention, by the way, this game has Havoc physics in it. This is the power of the Havoc physics engine. It's actually got ragdolls and stuff too, which is something that they weirdly removed for Yakuza 3. I feel like ragdolls are such a defining characteristic of the Dragon engine. But nope, Kenzan did it first. All thanks to the Havoc physics engine, my favorite. That was the set piece. We could just ignore all of those people and run past the boulders. Kind of lame that I got hit by one of them, but you do have to be careful there. You can run off the side of that, and Kiryu will fall all the way back down to the bottom of the room. Extremely slow. Here's our fight against Majima. He's swinging the chain because he's a huge Kung Pao fan. Just stomp on him. Majima is susceptible to all the same strats as all the other normal enemies in the game. There's really very few people who are immune to the basic combo. It's a little bit strange. Oh, he got me. Oh no, I'm getting wrecked. Now that I was making fun of Majima, now I'm getting wrecked. There are one or two kind of annoying, like scripted-y things that he can do in this fight that we're hopefully not gonna see. I think at this point, if he gets out of my combo, he'll do it. Okay, cool. No weird Tarzan attack. We're fine. That's Majima 1. You can guess from the 1 that we will be seeing him again, but we just beat him up and he's my friend now. We're buds. It's fine. And then, if you thought this chapter was over, you'd be wrong, because now we have to run all the way back to Koetsu Mansion. At least they taxi you some of the way there, but they don't just end it on that. That would be too short. This is when you unlock the taxis. No fight against this guy, but Kiryu just kind of tells him off. And then, as thanks, the taxi guys will now work for me. Obviously, they're not taxis like the cars. They're these sort of boxes that they carry you around in. I think they're called palanquins. Palanquins. Yeah. I'm just going to call them the taxis because that's what they are. You get in a box and they carry the box around, and it's fast travel. Fast travel goes through a lot of the map, but not all of it. And for whatever reason, Sega didn't think they had to put fast travel points in the literal 2 most important places in the map that you'll be running back and forth to constantly. So there's no taxi outside Koetsu Mansion, and there's no taxi outside Saruya. So, great. Thank you.
The Koetsu Mansion one is like halfway between 2 taxi spots as well, which is really annoying.
They've perfectly positioned this place so that if you're coming out of Kiryu's house, it's fastest to just walk. But if you have an option between taxiing to 2 different points, neither of them are even closer than the other. It's like perfectly equidistant in the worst possible place for taxiing. It's completely insane. I swear they must have done it on purpose just to waste players' time. This is going to be the end of Chapter 5, though. I know GDQ likes to take their breaks on the hour. So this would be a good time.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Let's just get to the end of this. I think there's some talking here or something. Having a really important staring match. Can't be interrupted. All right, great, we're good. You can pause it now.
Awesome. So yeah, during these longer runs, we like to take a break every hour or so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything you need to do. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes with more of the run. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are doing some Samurai Yakuza games. We are in the middle of our first one. I'll hand it right back over to you, Tap, whenever you're ready.
All right, yeah, cool. I am ready. So let's start the run in 3, 2, 1, go. Whoops. Okay, we're fine. So now we're in chapter 6. We left off at the end of 5. So that would put us at 6. That's how numbers work. This chapter is the Getting into Yoshioka Dojo chapter, which has a whole bunch more fetch questing we have to do. But we're also going to sort of set ourselves up for the rest of the run here. Up until now, we've sort of been using placeholder equipment. The sword we've been using is the Nameless Katana from the Chapter 1 set piece, and it's like, okay. But you can kind of see that it takes me a lot of hits. It takes me a lot of hits to kill people, and I'm like sick of that. So we're going to get a much better sword in this chapter. And that's going to take some sub-stories, but it's super worth it. Before all that, though, we have another trip to Saruya. This is the 3rd Saruya trip out of 11 in the run. There's always at least 1 or 2 of these in every chapter. Along the way, we're going to sell a silver plate to Ebisu Pawn. The silver plate was picked up off of a guy in the first room from the cave. He always drops a silver plate, and the plate sells for 10k. And we have to sell the plate because we need 20,000 mon in order to bribe the dude to let us into Yoshioka Dojo, I think is what's happening in that cutscene. And that's coming up in like 1 second. So we need the money now. Kiryu needs cash now. There's my silver plate. There's all kinds of other trash in my inventory. Enemies are constantly just dropping stuff. So like, by the end of this game, Kiryu's just going to be running around with like a couple of random healing items, some lumps of shiny metal, a cool looking rock, just whatever he can pick up off the floor. That was me selling the plate to get the money, and now we deliver it to Backdoor Saruya, because this is where everything happens. Half the plot of this game, I swear, happens in this little backyard area behind Saruya. Can't just use the front door. It's all gotta happen in the back. Yeah, that's our hero Kazuma Kiryu, just bribing his way into various places. I was reading like the one like well-known thing from the Miyamoto Musashi story that is in this game is the final battle on the island at the end. I'm blanking on the name of the island, but it's like a famous duel that he had. And in this game, it's like Kazuma Kiryu, so he's all honorable and stuff. But I was reading the account of the duel in real life, and in real life, Miyamoto Musashi like shows up late on purpose just to troll his opponent, and then like makes fun of him the entire time, and then beats him in 1 hit. And it's just like the funniest thing, and it's just like, oh, this is our honorable swordsman, sure. But that's besides the point. Yeah, Ganryu Island. That's what it was called. But hey, we have taxis now. Check this out. To get into the Yoshioka Dojo, we have to do some extra training. So we're going to go back to this training guy to talk to this dude in his backyard. Would you believe it or not, I got stuck on this casually for like 5 minutes because I couldn't find this guy hiding behind a pole in his own backyard.
To be fair, he's quite hidden.
When I came back to this game casually, he had me going for when I came back to this game to de-rust it for this marathon, or this hotfix, or whatever you'd call it, I got stuck here again, too. I was like, where the hell is this guy? He's supposed to be in his backyard somewhere. Guy's literally hiding behind a pole back there. But that's it. I think he has all kinds of training lessons for you to do casually, but that's the only one that we do in a speedrun. And we don't do it because the move is helpful. We do it just because we have to. The move actually isn't terrible, though. Like, I've been thinking about this recently. Oh, right. It's bottom option to use taxis because this game is weird. I've been thinking about this recently, but that attack can actually hit grounded enemies. So it's, like, not that bad. It's just kind of hard to get it to actually hit the grounded enemy. I'm gonna run past this guy. This is Amon. This is the super boss from the entire series. In this game, he's eating soup. I think he is the super boss in this game as well, but he's also eating soup. Or he's got, like, ramen or something. My notes call him Soup Guy, so to me, he will always be Soup Guy, but that is actually Amon. His face kind of looks like it, you can tell. What he was telling about us and what he was telling us about in that cutscene was that this game actually has, like, Grand Theft Auto police mechanics. Believe it or not, they thought this was a good idea. For one game only, this game has roving patrolling cops, and if they catch you, then they'll initiate a police chase. Seriously. And then you have to run from the police, and there's, like, an alert meter, and there's, like, you can get multiple stars on the alert meter, I think. It really is straight up just, like, Grand Theft Auto for some reason. But the police are sort of on fixed cycles, and they're never going to bother me. So it's not really a mechanic that plays into the speedrun at all. It's barely even a mechanic that plays into a casual playthrough. I think I had to run from the cops, like, once casually when I played this, and that was it. Across a whole 5-hour playthrough. So, we're going to initiate the process now for getting the sword. We're going to get the legendary money sword, but that requires a couple sub-stories. So the first sub-story is this guy right here. I'm just going to guess what's happening and guess that he's trying to sell me a fake cursed sword, and then the sword grandpa will show up and tell us about the real cursed swords. I think that's what's happening. There's sword grandpa, and he's got all of the true info. Doing this is required to unlock all of the sub-stories that give you the different cursed swords. So, like, there's normal swords, but then there's a couple of cursed ones that have different special effects. One of them that I mentioned earlier is the drunk sword, where it does more damage if you're drunk. That's actually the sword that Holy RTA used to get his time back in 2009. I guess if you wanted to do a drunk sword route, you would have to just be drinking for the entire playthrough. In-game, not IRL, I would hope. And then your sword would do more damage. But we're not going to be getting the drunk sword. We're going to be getting the money sword, which I'll let you guess how the money sword works for a little bit. You'll see when we pick it up later. No encounter there guarding the street, which was cool. This street is one of the riskier ones for encounters. There's just a lot of spawns. Like that guy on the right. We've run past, I think, 3 encounters. 3 is actually not that much. There can be as much as, like, 7 spawns on this road. It gets really nasty. I kind of could just run past all of them, which was nice. But the reason why I've come all the way down here is that I can buy this. And I'm going to give this to Kage, and then he's going to teach me how to be a ninja. Yeah, the thing about being drunk is that it increases the rate of encounter spawns, which the rate of spawns in this game is already approaching Yakuza 5 levels of absurd. So it's really like the fewer spawns, the better. Here's the first part of the money sword set piece. This guy is terrorizing the streets with his cursed money sword, and he's so rich that his sword is powerful and no one can stop him. So I'll just leave him to do that for a little while. I'll come back to you later. I just had to clear the crowd out from in front of Koetsu Mansion. It's time to do ninja training. It turns out you just have to buy Kage a snack, and then he's like, all right, that'll do. I'll initiate you into being a ninja now. I was just hungry. But here we go. This is like a little ninja training mini game. This pretty much always goes the same. I don't even like practice this, and it's always a 106. But you just have to go around breaking these. They do spawn in a consistent pattern. I'm like forgetting the pattern, so I might actually get not a 106 this time. I'm blanking on the pattern a little bit. Yeah, I missed. Now it's really not a 106. Whenever I talk about how something is going to go well, it always has to go horribly wrong immediately after. I'm being made fun of for my typos in the Twitch chat, and I don't appreciate it. And you know what? I didn't even. Oh, did you also? I thought playing like ass was making fun of me because I noticed last night there's a typo in my speedrun guide for this game where I totally call the Dongo a Donjo. Yeah, that was a 109. That was cringe. That should have been a 106. For some reason on the leaderboard, there's a guy who got a 102 listed. I don't know how he did that. Like, legitimately, I don't know how you're supposed to get a 102 on that. I've never done it before.
Yeah, I don't either. Like, how with that pattern is that supposed to be possible?
Any Kenzan knowers out there who can explain how you're supposed to get a 102 in this section? But hey, I'm officially a ninja now. Cool. It's now time to go get the money sword. This is the second part of the sub-story that we started a minute ago, right over here. And even though this is like 3 minutes of cutscenes, this is all worth it. Somehow this ends up being worth it. Oh yeah, I should mention, by the way, Kiryu now has a 4th attack on his basic combo. It used to be that you could do 3 swings and then you would finish with the slide, but now it's 4 swings. I forget exactly where you get that from, to be honest. You get it somewhere in like chapter 5 or 6. Is it from the guy in the backyard?
It might be.
I think it's from the guy in the backyard. But this game's level up system is weird, and you don't like buy abilities. They just sort of come to you. So like, we don't have to worry about allocating XP or anything like that. Anyway, it's time to equip the good weapons. First of all, we'll put on the club from the last chapter, and then we'll put on the money sword that we just got. And if you were paying attention to the menu on the right, then you would see that whereas the sword we were previously using had 18 attack power, the money sword has 77. So that's a much bigger number than 18. The catch is that every time we use the money sword, it drains us of 100 mon. And if you run out of money, then the sword stops doing damage. So the amount of money that we have is effectively now the number of attacks we have for the remainder of the game, at least until the finale. That's something to consider. The money route isn't super tight, but if you get random encounters, it can actually be a problem. If you get 2 random encounters, that's sort of the magic number for like, if you get 2, then you're gonna run out of cash. If you only get 1, then you should be fine. I did get a random encounter earlier, but it was before we got the money sword, so it doesn't like factor in at all. This is a weird wooden katana fight where we have to constantly break this guy's guard, otherwise he'll just keep guarding. Sort of the same mechanic as Marume 1, all the way back in chapter 1, if anyone remembers that. That's the first guy. We're now stomping everyone at Yoshioka Dojo just to establish our dominance. Now that we've bribed our way in, we can beat everyone and make them regret accepting me. I love the snap zooms in that cutscene. And hey, it's a proper duel against, I think this is Date. I think this is Samurai Date, the detective from the other games. Oh, come on, let me do the heat action, thank you. This is also not done using the money sword. For whatever reason, they just give you like a plot-related weapon. You know, hang on a second. No, okay. For a second, I just thought I had a genius routing idea, but I did not. I was like, why are we doing that sub-story then if we don't use the sword? But then I remembered Ito in Chapter 7, so never mind.
Yeah, we have no chance to go and get it before the next fight.
Yeah. Eyebrow at each other a little bit. Or a lot of bit. This is a really long cutscene. There's a lot to communicate by eyebrow. Cool, that's chapter 6. This game has 12 chapters, by the way. So, in terms of number of chapters, we're now halfway done with the game. I think in terms of amount of time, we're also right about the halfway point, too. Probably. More eyebrowing, but now indoors. This game is absolutely like this. Cool. All right. So, another boss fight. This chapter opens with a boss fight, and now we actually get to use the cursed sword as well. That's why Kiryu is just like glowing purple. And you can see in the top right corner, the sword is in fact draining my money. Just gotta keep that in mind. If you hit someone after they're already dead, that does drain your money. That still counts. And if you hit someone and they block it, that also counts. I actually got a really lucky Ito there. Normally, his second and third phase involve a lot more blocking, but I just kind of owned him. Just kind of kept attacking and he let me do it. So that was cool. That was a good one. Now we'll have to do one more trip up the river. I think this is the last time we run up and down this river street, because otherwise we can just taxi. The funny thing about taxis in this game, so it's just a dude carrying you in a box, right? And they only have one box. So if you ever have someone following you for plot reasons, all of the taxis are disabled because you can't both fit in the box. So that's kind of an annoying thing. I wish you could just both fit in the box. Or like you're too heavy so they can't pick up the box or something. There's going to be a lot of times when we're going to have to run across the entire map just because we have some guy following us. Just dead silence. Hopefully no encounter here. All right, cool. There can be a guy right behind the camera there who gets you. There are two guys on this stretch of road. This one will see me. Oh, no, we won't. Okay, cool. The encounters in this game are sort of like... They're sort of like Yakuza 3's, which makes sense because Yakuza 3 came out right after this. Their viewing range, like the range they'll see you at, is a little bit less. And I feel like they run a little bit slower as well. 2 more guys on this stretch of road. So they're a little bit nerfed compared to Yakuza 3's, but they do spawn in greater numbers, and just the map design makes them a little bit tougher to dodge as well. So overall, I would say these encounters are worse than 3's, but technically they should be a little bit weaker. Nothing compares to the Yakuza 5 encounter. The most insane encounters in the entire series. I love them. Gonna drop off Ito first.
Yeah, the issue with these ones is that you just can't see them half the time with the camera angles.
Yeah.
At the very least, if they follow the rule of if they spawn, they'll spawn in the same places, but they can roam a tiny bit in that area. So you can just get exceptionally unlucky.
All right, trip 4 to Tsuruya. The fun never stops. Yakuza Kenzan. To come by these guys. Those guys have been partying in the street outside my house for like 4 days at this point. I don't know like what time of year this game takes place in, but those parade guys have just been parading nonstop for like a week. Actually, I think they were parading in chapter 4 as well, right? And there's like a time skip there. So they've maybe just been doing this every day for like, I don't know, years.
Yep.
Then after this, we're going to Koetsu Mansion, and then after that, we're coming back to Tsuruya, and then we're coming back to Tsuruya again. There's 3 trips to Tsuruya in this chapter. Chapter 7 has a really sick set piece in it, but it also has a whole lot of running back and forth to Tsuruya.
Is this the one with the stealth part as well?
Yes, it is. This is the one with the stealth part.
Ay.
We have a route for the stealth part. The stealth part should be consistent as long as I don't, like, weirdly bonk on a pedestrian or something. And of course, like we said, they put the Koetsu Mansion in the perfect, least convenient possible place for taxis. So I can't even taxi there. Like, I could try to taxi to Yoshioka Dojo and then walk east, and that would save me no time. That would lose me like 1 second. But it's only like 1 second, so it's not even like it's satisfying to walk to Koetsu Mansion instead of taxiing, because it's just like, no matter what you do, you get screwed the same amount. It's all slow. Also, there can be some annoying encounters that blend in with the normal pedestrians here. This game doesn't really do, like... So, I guess I haven't really mentioned this, but throughout most of the game, I've been pointing the camera at the ground. Like, this is the default camera, and this is how I've been running around. And this game, I've only been doing that just because the default camera angle is kind of crappy. Like, it's stuck behind Kiryu's back, and Kiryu covers the entire screen, so you can't see where you're going. And Yakuza 3, 4, and 5 speedruns, angling the camera down like that actually has an important purpose. It despawns pedestrians so that you can run down crowded streets more easily. This game doesn't really have random pedestrian spawns in that way. It kind of does, but like it mostly doesn't. Like 99% of the people you see in the streets are just fixed guys who are always going to do the same thing. And they're not really like clogging the streets. There's just kind of 1 or 2 people here and there. So you don't really need to do it to despawn people in this game. And actually, I think because of the angle you run at, it like doesn't even despawn anyone anyway. But I'd still like to see, and also it's kind of just a force of habit while holding a PS3 controller at this point. So I'll be pointing the camera at the ground for the whole run, but the pedestrians aren't really a concern at all. Sometimes though, like you see that group of 3 on the left that I ran by, that group of 3 will just like have a hidden 4th guy in it, and then the 4th guy is an encounter spawn and he charges at you. Goofy things like that. That guy on the left. You can see how slowly they run in this game though. Like that guy saw me, and look at him all the way back there. He's completely hopeless. Whoa, weird pathing from the running guy with the sign. I feel like that was weird, probably. All right, back to Saruya. This is Saruya trip number 5. This run will absolutely never be in GDQ, but I think it would be funny to challenge people to donate for every Saruya trip. And then we already know it's 11, but they don't know that. Oh, right, it's Saruya front door this time. This is one of the rare front door trips where you don't have to take the side streets. This is like pretty sick looking for an early PS3 game. Just like look at all the detail.
Really is.
It's like not even lagging that much either. I don't know if the stream is in 30 FPS or 60 FPS. The game is in a pretty solid 30. There's like 1 or 2 moments where it weirdly jumps to 60. Oh, right, then backdoor. But it maintains a pretty solid 30 most of the time, even with all the detail on screen. I think the secret is that the game runs at like 480p. It's not even close to HD.
Yeah, it's like all the PS3 games, like sub 720.
Yeah, they're all sub 720. It's pretty bad. It looks really bad. If you get used to the remasters, then you go back. It's like, oh, why does everything look like that? It's all blurry.
Especially the PC versions, like of 4 and 5, that have weirdly higher res models than some of the Dragon Engine games. It's so bizarre.
Yeah, it's like the textures are really good on the PC versions of those for some reason. Cool. All right. We've been told to come back later, I think. So we're going to go home and then come all the way back. The good news is that for Saruya trip number 6, there's going to be something a bit different going on. There's going to be a stealth mission. That guy on the left is an encounter, by the way. That weird shifty looking guy who is just staring at a wall. If he turned around, he would run at me. Kind of uncommon to see encounters along this road, but not that uncommon. Back to our weird shed that we live in. Oh, hold up. Is this bottom option? Yeah, I screwed up. It was bottom option. All right, so this is the stealth section. The cops have now entered the main part of the city. And this actually isn't the cop mechanic that I mentioned earlier. If these guys see you, it's just like an instant game over. Not going that way. So we have a route that we take that makes this consistent. And the route's actually really simple. It's just instead of turning in back there, you turn in over here. And then this cop conveniently stops at that corner and faces the wrong way, so we can just run right by him. And then this cop will see me, but I don't care because he's slow. And there's like 4 cops hanging out in this backyard for some reason, but none of them matter either because that guy faces the wrong way. And you can just run right in the back door. Really simple, but for whatever reason, for a long time, we didn't know that route. And I would just get owned here sometimes. Anyway, Saruya is now on fire. I don't know how the building still stands after Chapter 7. It's literally on fire, but whatever. It's fine, I guess. They put it out. They put it out with their 17th century fire trucks. Now you're kind of getting to see the power of the money sword against regular enemies, though. We don't even have to finish combos on them anymore, because they just die in 4 hits. Whoa, there's still a guy. I was like, hang on, were those dudes optional? No, I know those guys weren't optional. There. Gotta deal with the last guy, and then you kick him through the wall.
I always get lost in this set piece.
Yeah, the next floor is pretty bad, right? I'm secretly hoping to not get lost.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I won't.
There's like one fight we can avoid near the end of it, and it's like, if you go the wrong way, you'll get into that fight, but you shouldn't do, and yet it's still really confusing. Like,
the route is quite janky. They're constantly pointing the camera in the wrong direction and things like that.
Yeah,
you sort of have to double back on yourself at one point and go through like a weird corner room.
Yeah, it points you towards like the stairs that you have to go to, but you can't go directly to the stairs. It's weird.
There's another grab guy in this room. Yeah, old dude. Just making sure that I hug all of the old dudes in this run. It's not that they're grabbing me to fight me. They just want to give me a hug. Required for completionist categories. Hug all old people. This is bait, by the way. Don't go in there. There's like some equipment in there, but it's all strictly worse, and it's really far out of the way. Just take these stairs. Ooh, well, good thing I pressed the right button there. That was not me trying to hit the QTE. That was me just pressing the X button for no reason, and the QTE happened to pop up. It got kind of lucky. And we're now dodging falling beams of burning wood. And yeah, the trick here is that it's that, and then what do? It's in here, take a right, and then after this burning beam, you like double back on yourself. You have to destroy the burning beam. Don't go in the door that's right in front of you, because that's a dead end. Don't go in the door you see on the right either, because that's also fake. You want to go over here. So it's a little bit of a weird route. Very, very easy to get lost on that floor casually. This is our first instance of an armored enemy. So this guy has heavy armor, and there's actually a number of weird cutscene QTE things he can do that we're going to hopefully avoid. But we have to break his armor using the club. This is another occasion where the club is good. You can see his armor is that bar under the HP. This is unfortunate. This is one of those QTEs that we want to skip. It's really slow and it doesn't do that much damage. But if he decides to attack at the same time as you, then you will get it. There's another one where he can take a chunk out of the wall and just like throw it at you or something. And that one's even slower, but we were able to dodge that, so that's good. All right, cool. Burning building set piece done. The building will be extinguished now. First, we have to kill these ninjas, though. There's a couple of ninjas. These guys throw bombs. They also do a couple other very obnoxious things. Yeah, cool stun attack, dude. Cool stun attack. Okay, come on. They actually have them in a pretty good position. We kind of want to do the fight back here because it causes them all to group up like this. End of my combo got interrupted by touching the fire. That's pretty neat. Jeez, both these guys have like 1 HP. There we go. And that's it for Chapter 7. Yeah, I don't know. In that cutscene, it looks like really like you only saw it for 1 second there, but it really looks like the whole building burned down, and yet it's actually right there. It's fine. Sure. And we're gonna be running back to it several more times because everyone is still living inside the half burned down building, I guess. Maybe the lore is that they're temporarily staying at Kaminoya, and that's why we have to walk over here in Chapter 8 instead of Tsuruya.
Maybe. Yeah.
Gotta talk to the Kaminoya guy. So, that guy on the right is an encounter. Oh, no, he did see me. It's probably hard to tell on stream if he saw me or not, but the controller vibrates. So, that's how I can tell. But the sequence for this is Kaminoya, then I want to say, yeah, Koetsu Mansion, then back to Kaminoya, and then we get to do the exciting Chapter 8 thing. This is the tournament arc chapter, because this is actually a shonen anime, believe it or not.
Yeah, slight volume warning. Old men with sticks are loud.
Are they loud?
Yeah. I don't know if it's just my setup, but they get very loud.
I think I've never noticed that before. That's still a ways away, though, because you have to do all of this exciting walking first. This is, you're discovering the reason why this game isn't speedrun very often. Because of all of this walking, you have to have the patience to sit through all of this just to gamble on RNG and the fights and the spawns and things.
Yeah, it's hard to describe how much quicker it would be if we had a palanquin up near, I mean, what's its place we go to so many times?
Tsuruya, yeah. Palanquin at Tsuruya, Palanquin at Koetsu Mansion. This game is like an hour shorter. I'm not even exaggerating. I mean, if you want to, tomorrow is the so Sega is doing some kind of like RGG thing tomorrow. I know you were saying on stream the other day, Froob, that you felt it was just going to be like a summit announcement or some merch or something.
Yeah.
That they weren't going to like announce a game. But I'm just saying, if anyone from Sega is listening to this and they want to just like snap decision green light like a Kenzan Kiwami, this game with like Palanquin from anywhere, like how modern Yakuza games have taxi from anywhere, just give Kiryu like a 17th century smartphone. Don't even explain how it works. It's just a 17th century smartphone, and you can taxi from anywhere with it. And that would just be like, you fixed the game. Congratulations.
God, I wish, but I just look at Lad Ishin and I'm just like,
Yeah. Lad Ishin does not inspire much confidence, does it?
No.
Well, if they're gonna do it, like, I don't know, they did say they would have to Kiwami it and not just do a remaster.
Yeah.
So like at that point you're gonna get Dragon Engine remake, fully skippable all cutscenes, taxi from anywhere, just like, you know, this is my wish list. This is my copium.
Yeah, I think it'd be more along the lines of a K2 remake rather than a Lad Ishin.
Lad Ishin barely even counts.
Lad Ishin is a, hey, let's shove a game in Unreal Engine and see how it works.
Yeah, that was just like Unreal Engine test project that they then sold for money. Anyway, back to Kaminoya.
And they might not even be using Unreal Engine again now after that interview the other day.
Did they? I thought they said they were like, we use 3 engines now.
Did they?
I
most
think
people
they
seem
said-
to take away from it that they're like not gonna leave the Dragon Engine.
Yeah, the main takeaway was that they're unfortunately not leaving the Dragon Engine. I say unfortunately. I think that's a hot take.
Yeah, I like the Dragon Engine, but I do kind of wish... I want to see what they could do with the Unreal Engine without, like, just going, hey, here's this game that we're going to put in the Unreal Engine. Like,
Yeah, it was like
from
all
the
the game
ground up.
logic from OG Ishin.
Yeah. Yeah, like I think a lot of the quality of life stuff that's missing from that edition would be there if they made a game in the Unreal Engine. Like,
I just want the games to run better on my PC, man. Is that too much to ask?
Yeah, they are getting rough to run on Dragon Engine. Like,
Yeah, I was doing a bunch of Lad Gaiden runs recently, and when you get into the castle, it dips from 60 down into like the 30s for me. It's completely brutal.
that's why I used to have to point the camera at the floor in first person when I ran.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I realistically don't think they're ever going to do anything with Kenzan, though. To be honest, that's maybe also a hot take. I think this game is going to stay in the past as the one game on the PS3, a console with no games. Anyway, we're going to there now. That's a new location. Get excited, everybody. We're going to go do the tournament arc now. I don't know why, but it's tournament arc time. Man, is it just me, or is like the hitbox for that set way back?
Yeah.
I feel like that's not normally all the way back there, but it's probably just me. So we don't need to run down the river street again. Now that we've been down there one time, we've unlocked the taxi, so we can just like taxi down there and then skip the 900 encounter spawns. It is kind of cool how all the areas connect in this game. At least I think so.
Yeah.
It's like a bunch of like paths that branch off into different areas and things instead of just being like one big city. This guy won't let us into the tournament. This guy will, though. I think apparently I was told what the deal with this guy is before. Apparently this guy like used to own the school, and back in his day the school was virtuous and good, but now the bald guy took it over and just runs tournaments.
I was gonna say, that does sound very RGG, to be fair.
Yeah, it's something like that. Oh, okay. Get me with the poking stick right away. So first we have to beat up the old man, and then he'll let me enter in the tournaments. This is like, every Yakuza game has to have a Coliseum section in the story. This is this game's Coliseum section. Yeah, they all do, don't they? I'm like going down the list now. They all do except for 6.
Yeah. Yeah, even technically, like, LAD and Infinite Wealth do, despite not being, like, proper Colosseums. Considering that, like, all the floors of the Battle Tower in LAD are, like, randomized, you can consider that, like, a Colosseum, honestly.
Yeah, if you count that. Anyway, here's a dude. Did they have glasses in the early 1600s? This dude is... I'm not sure if glasses were invented yet, but he wants to throw melons at me. This is the 60 FPS melon throwing minigame, and it's completely skippable, so goodbye.
So
back to
weird.
30. And then top option to decline the melons again. And then bottom option to the bald guy to enter his tournament. Alright, fight 1. All 3 of these fights are exactly the same as everything else. They didn't really... The Coliseum battles are not very special in this game. It is a cool looking Coliseum though, you gotta give it to them. You're like on the raised platform over water. Oh, good one. It takes forever to build heat in this game, but that heat action is pretty good. No. Nice try. Ah, didn't quite get the second slash. If you're standing right next to an enemy as they fall down like that, sometimes you can get the second slash on them as they're falling down. Get the backwards falling animation there, so I didn't even get the first slash that time, which is kind of bad. That's it, though. That's chapter 8. We have one more cutscene where Kiryu stays in the shed overnight and a guy comes and talks to him. Chapter 8 is one of the shorter ones in the game.
Is it
fun fact
comes and speaks to him?
I think it is, yeah, because he comes and he's wearing the hat.
Yeah.
He's wearing the hat. That's how I know it's Marume. Or it's like one of his minions or something. Funnily enough, for as much as I've been complaining during this run about how much walking and unskippable cutscene there is, yeah, there's Marume. For as much as I've been complaining, this game also has what I think is the shortest chapter in any Yakuza game, Chapter 2. Chapter 2 is like 4 minutes long or something. I don't think there's any shorter chapters.
Lad Chapter 9, Mabuchi? Or Chapter 8, even?
Shoot. Yeah, you're right, aren't you?
It's very close. Like,
it's very close, but it's one of the shortest chapters in the entire series. So they really trick you in the early game into thinking this game is going to be paced well, and then it's like, got 'em, Chapter 5.
Yeah,
the moment you realize you've been fooled.
Yeah, you do like 4 chapters within like the first 30, 40 minutes, and then all of a sudden it's just, nope. Once you get access to the city, everything just slows down a lot.
I'm just saying, the PS2 games, perfect. We need to return to that. You'll never guess where we're going next, by the way. It's actually not Saruya. It is, we're going, wait, yeah, we're going to the Yoshioka Dojo. I had to double check my notes there. For a second, I was like, yeah, okay, no, that's where we're going. No, wait, that's not where we're going. I'm wrong. We are going. Hang on. Hang on, gamers. I've screwed this up. I usually like to do these runs without notes, but this game is just impossible for me to commit to memory because there's so much of the same couple locations.
Yeah.
This is a weird part in the game, though. We're leaving the house, and once we leave home, we take one step out the front door, we get a cutscene, and then we turn around and go the other way. You don't actually need to, like, go to Saruya or anything. Yeah, Tanimura Chapter 3 is another candidate for extremely short chapters.
Yeah, that one's a little on the longer side because of the long cutscene, sadly.
Yeah, the cutscene is long. I also want to say, like, K2 Chapter 15, because it's just a 3-minute wait and then a couple cutscenes that you skip.
Yeah, if we had OG2's skip for that bit, that would absolutely be up there.
All right, great. Turn right back around. Now we're going to the Yoshioka Dojo. I missed a step. So that taxi's going to cost me, what is it, 7 hits with the sword, which is kind of a lot. I think it's 760 yen to take a taxi in this game, or 760 mon. I think we're definitely still fine, though. Usually we have about 30 hits remaining, so it's fine. After this, we're going to the Saruya front door, by the way. Saruya trip number 7. Yeah, exactly. That's the 500 yen from that guy in Chapter 4. He paid for that taxi. This is front door, though, so we don't have to go down the side streets. One of the rare front doors. Looks like they've done a pretty decent job at repairing after the fire. If we can just walk in the front door now, and it just looks exactly the same as it did before. Intense Haruka staring session. All right, great. Time for content, sort of. So, the next thing we have to do is go to the wheat field for the whole wheat field sequence. That's what we're gonna do. We're going that way. This game is so much walking. Also, these guys are always in a really obnoxious place when you have to walk home at this time in the game.
Yep.
Those parade dudes are in like the worst possible position. Yeah, see, I swear that's like a much closer hitbox to interact with the door than it was before. I don't know what the deal is there. So, as it showed on the map, this was off to the west. So we're taking a Yoshioka Dojo taxi for it. There's not that much more fighting before I get a bunch of extra money. So even though it looks like I'm starting to run a little bit low on money, I promise it's fine. We get a huge influx of cash from some rich guy in Chapter 10, and then he pays for the Chapter 10 and 11 stuff. And then for Chapter 12, we're going to upgrade the sword even further, and then we're not going to use the money sword anymore. The walk to the wheat field has us go through this cool farm area that I just think we couldn't go to before.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there's like an actual game reason. I think it just is like, yeah, you're not going this way.
You can see the cool horse on the left. I like the horse. The weird looking horse.
Nice thing is most of the fight spawns
Please don't
in
fight
the
me.
field area
Okay.
are avoidable because you can just walk in the wheat, which is good. But there's 1 or 2 areas in here where there is just one nasty one. If it turns up, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, in that part right there by the guy with the blue arrow over his head, there's sometimes a spawn there that has to be baited. There's a technique for dodging encounters that I haven't had to use all run, where you kind of bait them out to the edge of their radius and like get around them as they're turning around. Haven't had to do that yet, but I might have to on the walk back from the wheat field. That's sometimes where it happens. Here you're taking out the 2 sword stances if I'm ever going to use that. No. Wow, just whiffing on the first attack. Okay. This fight can get pretty weird if he escapes the combo. He has this whole like charge thing he does, or he starts like sprinting around and then you can't hit him. The charge thing is the next fight.
Yeah, he's really, really annoying.
That's that. We've had our dramatic samurai battle in the wheat field. And now it was a trap, probably. I don't know what the plot is here, but we're now surrounded by dudes, and we have to escape from the wheat field. The wheat field is a giant maze. Fortunately, I know my way out of the maze, and it's pretty easy once you know. There's 1 fight in the field that we have to do. The last fight is required, but all the other enemies are just skippable. We're going this way. And then not the first left, but the second left. And then not the first north, but the second north. All these different ways are just like dead ends that have items and stuff in them. This fight is really obnoxious because it's the first one that has 2 of the stunlock guys. So now we're entering real stunlock potential, except we're not because I've already killed one of them, so we're fine. Also, the rest of the enemies are all like sword over head guys, which really doesn't help. They can be pretty bad too. This is what I mean when I'm talking about them blocking everything. When they do that, or like anytime I try to hit them, it just deflects. They're just going to keep doing that forever, and I could hit them as many times as I wanted to, and they would deflect literally all of it, and every hit would cost me 100 mon, even though none of it's doing damage. So when he starts doing that, you just kind of have to like lay off him for a bit until he stops. That ended up being pretty good, actually. That fight can be such a disaster. There's a couple fights in this run that are just like so many stunlock guys that it just becomes an extreme disaster. Chapter 11 is a bit notorious for this. We'll get there when we get there. It is now time to run across literally the entire map. We're all the way on the west side of the map, and we have to go all the way to the easternmost point in the map, pretty much. This is an extremely long walk, and because it's so late at night, all of the taxis are just conveniently closed.
Yep.
So that's great. Thanks, Sega. I don't know why they did that. Like, guys, you programmed fast travel into the game for a reason, you know? Like, this is the reason. If they're not here for this, then why are they here at all? Yeah, we have to bait this guy. So check this out. As he turns around, he's kind of, yeah, it's a bit spooky there. But as he turns around, he sort of won't see you for a second, and then you can get past him. That's a thing you can do in Yakuza 3 and 4 as well. In those games, you should never have to do it, but in this game, it comes up in a few places. We're actually going to be running past the scariest encounter in the run in a little bit. There's a guy... There's a bridge encounter coming up. We're going back to the bridge from chapter 3, and that guy, my PB in this game is extremely good, but the bridge encounter got me. It's like the one black spot on the whole run, because the bridge encounter guy got me, because he literally teleported on top of me, which is a thing he can do. You'll see what I mean when we get there. But yeah, we literally just have to run east across the entire map. no encounters on the bridge, so I can goof around a bit. Oh yeah, this is another walk down the river street, isn't it?
Yeah, sadly.
Forgot about this for some reason.
I think this is where I had a fight encounter in my PB.
Was it that guy?
It's the guy that's like on the other side of the transition that you just can't see.
Oh, is it this door guy?
Yeah.
Who just like, yeah, he got me in a run the other day when I was derusting this. We'll see if he's there. All right, we should be good. Cool. Kind of just trying to like get as close to the camera there as possible to bait the encounter if he's gonna spawn, but he didn't spawn. All right, if I finish this whole run and the only encounter I got was the one right at the start of chapter 4, literally like the second possible encounter spawn in the entire run, I'm gonna be sad about it. That's not an invitation to get hit by another encounter, by the way. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, if it's only that one, I'll be kind of sad. All the way back here to the River Tea House, and then this time we're going east out of this area. South would lead to that like tournament area we were just at in chapter 8. All right, so this is where the bridge from chapter 3 was. There is an encounter that is guaranteed to be standing on this bridge. He's a fixed encounter. If you kill this guy, he doesn't even drop anything. That's how you know he's a fixed thing. There he is. So we're gonna bait this guy out to the edge of his spawn, or to the edge of his like his follow radius. The problem is, if you bait encounters too far away from their spawn, there's a chance they can actually teleport back. Yup, like that. I hesitated for a second. Come on. Okay, we should be able to run by because he was facing the other way. But there. You can see how I kind of accidentally hesitated for a moment. Kiryu's movement was a little janky, and that gave the encounter enough time to teleport back to his origin. And in my PB, he teleported on top of me as I was running past him for an instant encounter. And that was the only mistake I made in the entire 3-hour-long run. So that's adorable.
Yeah.
Just narrowly dodged it there because I kind of had a bad feeling about things. Anyway, boss fight against Gion Toji, finally. This dude has been roaming around all game. I'm not really sure if he's meant to be my friend or not, but I don't think he is. We bribed him to get into the Yoshioka dojo. I'm gonna pretend that he's jealous of my success at the dojo, and that's why he wants to fight me here. I've made that up, but it could be true. He has a whole bunch of weird QTEs and things he'll do if he gets out of my combo. We're probably gonna see the first one. Yeah, that block guarantees it. If he never blocks, then you can get the full second combo off, and then he won't summon the minions. As long as he stays on the stage, we're kind of still okay, though. If he gets down off the stage, things get really stupid really quickly. There we go. Not done yet. In true Easter fashion, he gets up from the dead, but we just press triangle to take care of it. And then, yeah, you get this. True Yakuza moment. Half of his HP with slaps. Whoa. What are his arms doing? Cool, that's chapter 9. Three more chapters to go, gamers. We're starting to get there. This chapter is going to start with like a long series of fetch quests we have to do for a rich guy. I don't know who the rich guy is, but we have to entertain a rich guy who's in town. And we have to bring him around and play different mini games with him. And by play mini games with him, I mean skip mini games with him. Because they're all skippable, which weirdly, they made them skippable in this game, right? And then Yakuza 3 came out after this, and you can't skip the mini games in that one. They force you to play golf.
Yeah,
So,
and
like,
baseball.
I don't know what happened there, but they kind of like took it back. This game is a little weird. There's a few things that were like not a problem in 1 and 2 that then became a problem in Kenzan that they then fixed again for 3. This game has weird menu buffering things going on too, where like the menu inputs just don't buffer correctly or in the same way that they do in all of the other games. That's why I've kind of been taking it slow with like taxi menus and when you're going through the trapdoor to go out to the other part of town and stuff like that. If you just mash X and hold down on the D-pad, it won't give you what you want. Kenzan just kind of broke some things. But they got skipping the mini games right. Although honestly, it would be pretty funny if you couldn't skip them. Maybe. I don't know. The mini games, which ones do you do? It's like there's dice, there's the melons from chapter 8, and there's shogi. So I think shogi would be the only one that's not an auto scroller.
Yeah.
We'd have to solve how to lose shogi as quickly as possible. That'd be funny. Or I guess how to win shogi as quickly as possible, but that's probably harder. We've recently had a lot of routing shenanigans with the shogi in Yakuza 2. That's a game where you can skip the shogi, but it's actually faster not to. And a Japanese runner recently came into the Discord with some extremely insane tech for how to play the shogi even faster. That's funny. Yeah,
the way that it works is that the AI just gives up when it shouldn't do. It should have a move, but the AI it stops.
The new strat is to manipulate the AI, or I guess intimidate the AI into surrendering. That's the first thing. This is the rich guy, by the way. And because we're being followed by the rich guy, we cannot take taxis. The taxi guys are there, but they won't let us do it. Encounter spawns are totally still in the road, though. They're still all over the place. But that just means we have to walk to all the different mini games. There are 2 more fights that I have to do before I run out of money. And then after I do 2 more fights, this rich guy, based on my performance on the mini games that I'm skipping, will give me a bunch of money. So he could give me like a lot of money, but because I'm skipping all of the mini games, he's going to be very unimpressed with me. So he's going to give me less money, but it's still 40,000 mon, which is more than enough for the rest of the game. 40,000 mon is still an insane amount, but it is considered the loser amount for people who suck. There's a bit of a tricky encounter dodge here I'm probably going to have to do. The next step of the sequence is to play dice with this guy. And after we say no to playing dice, there's an encounter that's going to be... Is he here? Oh, thank God, he's not even here. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Sometimes there's an encounter on the other side of the street across from where the dice are. And if you're not holding right out of this fight, then he just instantly blasts you. But it looks like he's probably not going to be there. That's neat. This fight is not the encounter, by the way. This is like a required thing. Yep. Good one. Yep. Trying to get an opening on the stun lock guy so I can get rid of him. He's just parrying everything. Thank you. It's worth it to do the finisher, even though it puts me all the way over there, because the finisher is where you get a lot of your heat from. And I really want to have heat for just, like, heat actioning that guy so that he can't get back up. Ugh, come on. Weird bad targeting. Weird bad targeting again. And then you, so we have 8,800 yen. which is 88 more uses of the sword, and we have one more fight to go, which is usually around like 30 to 40 uses. So we'll be completely fine on the cash. Next step is bottom option to this guy twice. This is like a show you can go see or something. This is the theater. We just declined to see the theater. Really taking this guy on the lamest possible tour of the city. Just, hey, look, there's where you can play dice. Are we gonna play dice? No. There's a theater. Should we see a show? No. Let's get food. Buy the cheapest food in the store for 60 mon. Just, you get one piece of sushi and we're splitting it. After this, we're gonna go play shogi. I'm immediately gonna like resign to him within one move because it's just get out of the shogi as quickly as possible. That guy looks like an encounter, but he's actually not one. That shifty looking guy standing outside the shogi place. There you go. Quit before they even show me the controls. Sorry, no shogi. And after disappointing him so much, he's just like, all right, I'm done. Just take me home. Yep, we have this one more fight to do. Nice try. Oh, okay. Just missed the knockdown. That slash did not hit the right person. God, this is... Every time I try to do something, the game just interrupts it.
Yeah, this fight's one of those that should go fine, but it always has issues. It can go very, very wrong.
Yeah, that's like every fight in the entire game, honestly. Yeah. The combat is very stiff, and a lot of it's sort of not in your control. It's sort of because it's an early Yakuza game. Although, honestly, I think they've sort of I feel like Kenzan is sort of a step backwards in control from OG2, I think because of the major engine change.
Yeah, and also, yeah, like the fact that, like, especially you can see it in that fight there, where, especially with the 3 different streets, you can see Tap is, like, having that half a second of turning before able to, like, run forward. Like, it just, that smooth movement that was kind of in, like, 2 and a little bit in 1 is just missing.
Wow, praising Yakuza 1's combat.
Yeah.
Very brave of you.
Hey, it kicked everything off. OG2 definitely has a lot more quality of life to it.
You're always welcome in the Yakuza 1 fan club, Froob. You just have to admit that it's a good game.
I like it. It's a 7 out of 10 for me. It's not like my absolute favorite.
It's like top 3 for me, dude. I like OG1 a lot.
There's definitely a lot of things I like about OG1 more than K1, but there are also things I like about K1 more than OG1, like, you know, taxis. Thanks.
The existence of taxis is definitely nice. OG1's taxis are sort of just like complete garbage, aren't they?
Yes.
Really, every game's taxis are complete garbage until like 4.
Yeah. Yeah, once you finally get access to more than
travel.
3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
4 is when they realize their fast travel should maybe actually fulfill its duty and be fast instead of just being like crap 99% of the time for no reason.
At least with the only 3 taxi slots, they did give sensible ones. Like, where can we put them? Top left, top right, bottom middle. Like, that at least works. But I would like to complain that in the Dragon Engine, we've lost the taxi spot at both Nakamichi Street and, for some reason, the Hotel District. I don't know why that one's been missing since OG Judgment, because, like, there's a lot of games that go up to that part of the city now.
They need to put more stuff in the bottom right corner of the city.
Yeah.
It's like where Haruka's dance studio in 5 is.
It used to be where
my
the
hot take.
karaoke place was in like the PS3 era.
Yeah, it's where KJ Arts is in Judgment. I guess that kind of counts.
Yeah.
You keep going back there for different things.
Go back there in Kaito as well. Yeah, all you've got down there really is Kyushu, and this used to be where the shogi place was as well. Like, where's the shogi place gone in Kamurocho? They've just been replaced with dudes playing shogi on the street. They got kicked out of their shogi parlor.
Yeah, they couldn't pay the rent down there. In Yakuza 5 Hundo routing, you do the shogi with Haruka because it's down in that corner. Just completely insane. She just goes into the shogi parlor by herself. We're getting ready to do the next set piece. I was telling this to Church before, like back during the last break. In this cutscene, or I guess I skipped the cutscene already. In this cutscene, Majima falls off of a building and hits his head, and then the hit on the head makes him turn evil again, because that's how Majima becomes good and evil in this game. After he fell off the bridge in Chapter 3, he hit his head and became evil, but then we beat him up in Chapter 5 to make him good again. But then he falls off of a roof in this chapter to become evil again, so now I have to go beat him into being good again. It just keeps happening with him.
Man really needs a helmet.
He really does need to just walk around with a helmet, doesn't he? It's like sub-story levels of Goofy, but just in the actual plot of the game. Oh, right, this is a taxi. We're going down this street. Remember this street? This road exists, I swear.
Is this the really cool, like, map change, or is that later?
That's Chapter 11. The cool map is Chapter 11. This is just this road, and then this road leads to Kiyomizu Dera. This guy looks like an encounter, but isn't one. You can tell because he's holding a lantern, and nobody who holds a lantern could ever be a villain. So Majima's taken over the temple, so we're gonna have a big temple set piece. We fight through this whole area. There's actually a little bit of a cheeky skip we're gonna do. Not really. It's like kind of. I don't know. Do you count this as a skip?
Yeah, I do.
That makes it official then. So we're gonna do a cheeky skip to avoid a fight in the back half of this. But the first part of this set piece is just fighting like 500 dudes in front of the temple. Oh, come on. They're just backing up. The game just keeps spawning them in. There are rules for how enemies spawn in, and it can be manipulated, but for the purpose of this fight, it doesn't matter. It'll come up again a bit later, though. Oh, he was just dead. All right. I didn't think he was. Trying to deal with the guys who can grab you. The guys who can grab you actually have a bit more health as well. Definitely trying to deal with them first. And yeah, you can see my amount of money, that the rich guy gave me a bunch of money. So we don't have to worry about that anymore. Wow, that double hit was pretty cool. Oop, no, okay, just running as far away from where I need to go as possible. Thanks, dude. I probably should have just killed him first. That was like bad routing on my part. So there's a stone wall in the way. The game is about to introduce the explosive mechanic. So Kiryu now has a bomb strapped to his back. We're going to try to do this in such a way. Like if we plant the bomb here, this should blow up the wall. But then if I run into this corner, I can build up my sprint and it won't blow up me. And then I can run through the wall the moment the wall crumbles. Tiny optimization there. But there's going to be another wall that we have to break after the end of this hallway. So what we're going to do, this is where the skip comes into play. This is also where the game is going to start to lag like crazy. Note the slowdown. Oof. But what we're going to do is clean up all of the barriers in this hallway. And then once we get to the end of the hallway, we're going to backtrack to get a bomb. And we're going to use that to blow up a wall to skip a fight. Whereas normally you would have to do an entire fight and then go back for the bomb.
Yeah, with this set piece, I actually found out how to dash. Because I just put my weapon away when I'm done with the first barricade by accident.
Yeah, once you're done with the first barricade, there's just no reason to take the weapon back out. Trying to break these barriers, but being interrupted by 900 guys at the same time. The slowdown gets really bad.
The worrying thing is that these guys have fire arrows, which is going to be an issue for the skip coming up.
Yeah, if they hit me at all, it'll blow up the bomb early and screw everything up. So we need none of these guys to hit me now. Usually not a problem. I haven't had a problem with it since derusting the game. The real concern, so like here's where the skip comes into play. They would lock the door behind you and force you to do this fight, but because we knew all of this was coming, we were able to get the bomb ahead of time. Oh no. Okay, we're gonna be fine. That guy's gonna miss me. This is actually weird. It means the bomb's gonna get planted. Normally that arrow would blow it up on my back after I get to that corner. But the grabs sort of made things weird. But there you go. We can skip all of those guys because of it. Really lame looking skip, but that actually saves like several minutes. That fight is really long and has a lot of armored guys. This is one of the goofier parts of the run. We killed that guy by throwing him down the stairs. And note the flaming boulder. The flaming boulders are back, but they have a secret. The secret is that the flaming boulders are weak. You can just do that. Throw that guy down the stairs as well. For the record, they are like stone stairs. That would probably hurt a lot. Anyway, Majima 2 time. I was doing a bit of reading about this last night, and I think that this building wasn't actually built until 30 years after this game took place. I think there's some historical inaccuracy going on, but I could be wrong. But I don't think I'm wrong. Anyway, here's Majima 2. We really don't want Majima 2 to climb up on top of those giant urns. Oh, he keeps dodging. He's totally going to climb up on the urns. This has been a bad Majima 2. Come on. There we go. We got him. If he gets up on the urns, he'll try to like swing from the rafters with his chain, and it just becomes a huge problem. That's chapter 10. Actually, let's take a break here.
Yeah, we can do that.
We should take the GDQ break.
So during these longer runs, we like to take a break every hour and a half or so, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything you need to do. So we'll take our break. We'll be back in just a few minutes here, everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we're showcasing the Yakuza Samurai games. We are in the middle of a run right now. I'll hand it back over to you, Tap, and we can take it away with the rest of the run.
All right, cool. What up, people? We are at the end of chapter 10, start of chapter 11. So let's start the timer again in 3, 2, 1, go. Got 2 more chapters to go, and both of them are bangers. Not to hype anyone up unnecessarily, but I'm just saying these are banger chapters. Well, at least the finale is kind of a banger. The finale in this game is like the longest finale in the entire series, I think.
Yeah,
It gets really crazy.
Well, if you don't count like all parts put together, like say Five or Infinite Wealth, but it doesn't know when to end. Like
It really doesn't know when to end. There's 7 bosses in it.
But it is good.
But before that, we have chapter 11, which is pretty much like the nastiest chapter in the entire run. There's only 2 fights we have to do in this split, but they are both incredibly bad. like really, really, really bad. You'll see what I mean when we get there. It's a combination of all of the worst mechanics in the game, plus like 30 guys. Apparently this rich dude is Haruka's grandpa. I learned that 5 minutes ago from the chat.
Oh.
That's pretty crazy. Any day now.
There's important plot stuff, we swear.
Any day now. Nope, more text. I said banger chapter alert, followed by 5 minutes of unskippable cutscene. I'm sorry.
At least we don't have to walk back to Saruya.
Yeah, that's true. This is walking from Saruya. It's only a one-way trip. Oh, actually, do we not even do that? Yeah, we don't even do that. This is literally, we just leave. There's no Saruya trip here. We're just building tension. We're just building tension for the fight to come. A camera angle makes it look like there's going to be a reveal that someone's watching, but nope. That's just a weird camera angle. This is kind of the mindset you have to get into as a Kenzan runner. It's like, oh boy, banger chapter, only 10 minutes of unskippable cutscene instead of 15. Like, to me, I don't even notice this.
What?
We have a sort of weird, interesting new location we're going to get to go to. First, we got to run all the way back down south to Kiyomizu Temple again. So one last trip down this road. Hopefully the encounters won't be too painful. Hopefully no guy right behind the camera here. All right, we're good. This dude is going to require baiting, though. This guy is kind of sketchy as well. I'm just going to go for it. Okay, yeah, that was really close. That guy saw me a bit earlier than I thought he was going to. The sort of, like, there's sort of an animation where they're like looking left and right. That does not impact where they're looking at. They're always looking straight ahead for the purpose of like starting the fight. But it can be a bit hard sometimes to tell like where exactly they're looking. All right. This fight is required. This is actually like a sub-story or something that they start. And the sub-story is just blocking the entire road, so you sort of have to see this. But this isn't too important, and that happens every time. You can see they put like this is back when they would have cutscenes in their sub-stories. Back in the good old days when Sega tried. But don't mind me being a hater. This encounter should be easy. Okay, yeah, fine. That also looked really sketchy. I think that ought to be it for like potential encounters though. I think we're pretty much done now. Check this out though. This is like the coolest thing in the entire game. You go through this door, and I think the idea is that we're now traveling like a far distance. So they bring up this like sick looking old map. This is the only time in the entire game where they do this. They bring up this like sick looking map to show your travels across Japan. Don't know why, they just do. They could have just as easily said that the temple is on the other side of that door, or wherever we're at. But hey, here we are. This is the worst fight in the game. There are a ton of guys who are trying to stun lock me. There's also this dude who has an insane amount of HP. And halfway through the fight, they're going to spawn a bunch of armor guys. Or I think they spawn one armor guy, but he's like special. Yeah, okay, here he comes. So we're going to try to ignore him for now and keep focusing on the guy with all of the health because he's a stun lock guy and he'll be a real pain in the ass if we don't kill him immediately. He's behind me. He's going for the thing. Yeah, we get knocked down anyway. That targeted the wrong person. Okay, we got rid of stun lock guy. So now we just have armor guy. We have to take out the big thing. We have to take out the club for dealing with him. The problem is we can't actually block any of this armor guy's attacks because he has that like slide kick he does. And as long as he's doing the slide kick, he can just go through any guard and just knock you down for free. He also becomes very agile once his armor breaks. Also, his punches cause stun. He's at like half HP. Come on, just... No. I'm trying to hit him and the people behind me keep knocking me down. Please. Nope, it hit the wrong guy. Okay, we got rid of him. Everyone else is just a minion. Everyone else is just a minion. Just had to get rid of those two. That was actually surprisingly clean. I probably got knocked down like 5 times, but I'll take that. Oh, there's 6. Starting to take back that surprisingly clean comment. Jeez, there you go. Yeah, I can tell from the amount of damage I took that was actually pretty solid, though. Sometimes your HP can actually get low enough that you have to heal there. Fortunately, Kiryu's been picking up all kinds of healing trash off the floor this entire run. So I have an inventory full of healing if I ever need it. I probably will need it at some point during the finale, because the finale is really long. This is the guy who helped us get into the city in the first place in Chapter 4. I think he might be evil. I think that's the reveal that's happening here. That would make sense. But hey, it's Marume. It's time for Marume 3. Like I said at the start of the run, every fight against Marume is awful for a different reason. This Marume, if he escapes the combo, will start going into some weird charged up heat mode, which can make things very bad. He starts to super armor everything and just cut through all of your combos and cause a lot of problems. Oh, there he goes. Yeah, all you can do is wait for him to get out of it. Nice, I got the two swings on the way down. All right, well, I feel like it's hard to say like, oh, it's Marume, he's awful, when the fight took literally 15 seconds. But to me, that was I do not like that fight. I do not like that fight at all.
He's just really annoying. If you let him go into his red heat, he can demolish you from full health.
Yeah, I got kind of lucky that I dodged that, honestly. But hey, we're in the finale now. Doesn't mean we're close to the end of the game, but it does mean that this is the end of the game.
The finale set piece is literally like 20 to 30 minutes. Like
the finale is like OG Judgment's finale is really long as well.
Yeah.
But it's like
it's segmented up into different bits. Like the final set piece bit is only like 20 minutes, and then you obviously have like the previous fight before, but then you have like those little bits in the middle of like plot.
This game is just balls to the wall, one set piece for like half an hour. It doesn't let up.
Yup. And it's a pretty good set piece as well. Like RGT have already had well-designed set pieces, but even in the early days, like your OG 1, 2, and like Kenzan, they've still got good set pieces. 3's final set piece as well is fantastic and is stupidly long.
Dude, the hospital from 3 in the speedrun is so sick.
I really like it because like you go through like every single enemy type in that game almost in sequential order. Like it's just really well designed.
Anyway, we have some loose ends to clean up before we actually get into the set piece. Specifically, we're going to go get a new sword from the blacksmith, and that sword is actually going to replace the money sword. So we're done bleeding 100 mon with every attack. That's a good meme, but it's over now. There's just a better weapon that we can use. For a while, I did not know about the better weapon, to be honest with you. You go to the blacksmith, and I just didn't even like think, like, what if he's giving me a sword? Because that's literally what blacksmiths do. I definitely did a couple runs before I found out about that. But the sword that he gives you is way better than the money sword. There is some kind of weird mechanics, though, in this game where, like, your swords, their stats increase over time. So, like, once I put this money sword away, its attack is probably going to be higher than 77. I think that's how it works. Because I think the Nameless Katana's stats go up over the course of the run. Like, even not thinking about, like, blacksmithing stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, just naturally.
But hey, there's Nishikiyama, also known as Kojiro. This is the one nugget of history in this game. The entire rest of the game is fan fiction. But the Miyamoto Musashi fight against Kojiro on Ganryu Island is an actual thing. I was talking about it before because Miyamoto Musashi was incredibly disrespectful and totally cheesed Kojiro in that fight. At least the Wikipedia article makes it sound that way.
It should also historically be the quotation marks final boss, but because this is a video game and it added the whole Haruka plot stuff, we kind of have to do and deal with that as well. So we're actually going to get a completely different final boss, which
this is maybe the lamest final boss in the series. There's a whole lot of, and this game has a whole lot of, this is the most X in the whole series. It's the longest set piece. This is the shortest chapter. This game also has the lamest final boss. And you'll see him when we get to him. It's almost like a joke. Yeah. It's like such an afterthought. They don't even give him like unique music.
Not even a unique moveset, because that moveset is taken from a boss from OG1, which you'll know.
Just RSA.
Yep.
If they're going to take an OG1 moveset, you already know who it is.
We joke often that RGG loves to reuse the Arase like dodge. No, they just reuse Arase a whole bunch of times. Look forward to Lad Ishin, where once again you'll see another 3 Arases.
3 more Arases in that game? Jeez.
Yeah. 3 of them, one of them has Arase's entire moveset. 3 of them have Arase's dodge. Which you would think, hey, they're using swords. They can't use the Aracid dodge. No, they can.
Oh, yes, they can.
They love that dodge.
That will not stop Sega.
Whoa.
That's us picking up the better sword. Ooh, thank you, camera change. But yeah, you can see that our attack went up to 81 from 77 with that sword. That is a mechanic. It's true, nobody's as bad as Munakata.
Yeah.
Froob knows all about this.
Yeah.
Froob's been doing a lot of Yakuza 4 running recently.
That started to go real bad last night. I'm kind of surprised it didn't.
I totally pressed down. Excuse me, Sega. Thank you.
At least money is not an issue at this point. We have like one last taxi that needs to be taken later. I don't think baseball's dead quite yet. I think baseball dies when sub 230 is attained. But baseball was served its 9th innings last night.
You gotta do it, Froob. You gotta cut the 230.
I'm not going back to that for a while.
You know
now.
you can't move on until you cut the 230.
I finally have an out from Yakuza 4.
No, you don't. You have unfinished business with that game. Get back in there.
No, sub me out, coach.
I demand more suffering.
I broke my baseball bat multiple times.
We're just making one last trip to the Koetsu mansion here just to say goodbye to a friend. That guy on the left is an encounter. Please don't turn around. Yeah, he was going for it. He was turning around. All right, time to go. So we're going to taxi to the River Tea House, and then from there we hop on a boat, and we're going to the island. No more unskippable cutscenes. No more walking back and forth between Saruya and the Koetsu Mansion. We're finally free from all of that. At least until the next time I run this game. That dude. Okay, get me through the door. Thank you. If that dude got me there, that would be like... maybe the dumbest thing I've ever done on a stream. I've done a lot of dumb things.
I mean, my favorite Yakuza speedrun pastime is thinking of dumb stuff to do when on world record pace, then throwing world record and going, wow, how did that happen?
Yeah, you ever play Yakuza 3 and you get to the taxi to go to the hospital and then realize you haven't spoken to Haruka?
Yes, once.
Have you ever done...
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I've thrown record to that before.
It's one of those things that we always talk about where it's like, you do this dumb thing once and you will never do it again.
Or you ever been hit by that one fixed encounter on the walk to Millennium Tower in OG1?
Yes.
Like right after the fight, Yeah.
The worst or the best one was in both Yakuza 3 and 4, doing the gambles when we had the 50-50 in 4 and obviously the blackjack in 3, and just not getting the plates and just walking off. Like,
I remember that run from a little bit ago. Anyway, here we are with the duel with Kojiro. He's basically the same as every other enemy. He does have Marume 3's charge mechanic, except even worse. He has multiple levels of annoying charge he can do, but I just kept him in the combo the whole time, so yeah, that was a completely normal Kojiro. I don't think I've had a good Kojiro in a while. I feel like he's been disrespectful to me every time. So there, took care of him. At this point in real life, Miyamoto Musashi retires, but nope. If only it were so simple. I now have to fight the entire Imperial Army of Japan, all 700 of them, plus ninjas. You'll see them later. The strat here, I'm still not really bothering to control their spawns. The strat here is when they start spawning armor guys, I want to leave the armor guys for last. Wow, that guy knocked me down, really.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of like new-looking enemies in this bit that are going to turn up, but they just use the movesets from enemies we fought before in the game.
Yeah, actually, despite having armor, these guys have way less HP than any of the other enemies. I guess because you have to fight a bajillion of them, but like, they look like they should be tougher.
I just realized they're doing the thing where they spawn off screen again.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Yeah. It's a pain because, like, with other RGG speedruns, when they do stuff like this, we would walk into the wall to be able to, like, get them to spawn together. As you can see, the wall is full of spears, so we get bounced away from them.
Yeah, if you touch the wall, you get bounced away from it. We will be doing some spawn manipulation later, though.
Oh, yes.
Here's the first set of ninjas. They have guns. Like I said before, it's the 1600s, so they have crappy muskets. They have to sit there and reload. Not very effective.
Wouldn't it make more sense for not ninjas to have those guns?
Yeah, I've kind of always wondered that as well. Doesn't it defeat the purpose of being a ninja to just wear all white? But I feel like the all white ninja is like kind of like an icon. Like you see lots of those, but I don't know like my ninja history.
Tommy got away with it in the Power Rangers movie.
Why am I fighting an armor guy? What am I doing? What am I doing with my life, Froob? Fighting that armor guy?
I don't know.
Definitely want to deal with the bow and arrow people first because they'll run all over the place and keep interrupting me. Should spawn a second group of ninjas soon. If the targeting would ever behave, dude. I'm just trying to hit one guy. There we go. All right, second group of ninjas. Definitely deal with the ninjas first. My health is actually kind of bad. It might be time to heal soon.
So the arrow guys are really impressive because, like, they will fire their bow and arrow at you while running away from you. That's really impressive. Those are not small bows.
Yeah, I don't know
arrows.
why they bother with the guns when bow and arrow guys exist. They fire way faster. They can do it while moving. They don't have to sit there and reload on the battlefield like freaking like Revolver Ocelot. That should be all of them at this point. There's still one more. There's still one more non-armored guy. Let me just heal up. Unfortunately, you never get stability or anything like that in this game. Stability is a super useful move in a lot of other Yakuza games that makes it so that you can't get knocked down while in heat. And that's just not a thing here because this game doesn't have abilities. When you level up, it just like gives you stat increases. The idea behind saving the armor guys for last is that ideally you would be able to hit more of them at the same time with the big swings. Still one more armor guy. Still two more armor guys. Yeah, I screwed up a little bit. I sort of went too early because I didn't see the one non-armor guy that was still alive. Getting pounded. Come on. Okay, whatever. Oh, there's still a bow and arrow dude all the way back there. What are you doing? What am I doing?
So for lad Ishin starts as well, I just want to point out that I really like the fact that your two-handed weapons break armor really nicely because for some reason Ishin removes this as a feature.
How do you break armor?
You just hit people.
Damn.
You need a sword. Like, if you want to do it fast, you need a sword or a gun that has an armor-breaking seal. It's the same as OG Ishin. It's like... I kind of wish it was like Kenzan. I really wish it was like Kenzan.
Yeah, there's like armor-piercing bullets or something, right?
Yeah.
There's like bullets that are good for it.
Yeah, acid bullets.
That was the first step of all of this. It continues. Now, say hello to the next 5 boss fights of this game. We're going to fight all 5 of these dudes one at a time as we run through the massive castle. This is like the 17th century version of the Millennium Tower, I guess. That's like a big, impressive skyscraper. This is a big, impressive castle. First QTEs, though. Very important. Sometimes I wonder if Shenmue was a mistake. Also, they made me take my 2 swords out again. The game keeps doing that.
Trying to make you be
They
Mima
really
Musashi.
want me to use the 2 swords. It's just, no, I do not care. I do not care for the cannon. I will use 1 sword. There's actually some weird tech you can do with 2 swords in this game. There's like some strange stuff. I know Metza was messing around with it on X Hard. But I don't think it really has any purpose for easy. All right, fight 1. So each of these 5 dudes has a different mechanic. This guy's gimmick is that he just super armors everything. You can hit him all you want, you can't knock him down. And he just gets to do this. Wow, look how much damage that did. I'm gonna heal again. That's kind of insane. Ugh, you don't really want him to get close to these, because then he does this.
He does so much damage as well. It's like absurd.
Come on, I'm being blocked. I'm about to get hit again. Yeah. Come on, get up. I swear there's no faster way to get Kiryu to stand up in this game. That's literally it. I have to heal again. This is like the worst fight I've had here in a while. This is kind of awful. There we go. Jeez. You have to sort of get him between attacks, and then he'll stagger. Important to remember to always grab the key. I've, of course, never forgotten to pick up a key before, and then run all the way to the door over there, and then not had the key for it. I would never make that mistake. There's another explodable wall here. We're going to try to do the same thing we did with the explodable wall in Chapter 10, where we run against it as it's blowing up so that we can kind of run past as quickly as possible. This one's a little bit tighter because the wall is smaller. And I also, full disclosure, have not practiced any of this. So we're just going to kind of hope that it works. But it should work. Doesn't seem too hard. Normally, you would have to talk to the prisoner on the right there, and then he would tell you about the bombs. But, I don't care. I can just leave him in prison. That's fine. Sorry, bro. The bomb has to go, like, here or something. That might be too close. And then we run here. Cool. Gonna double back to grab this real quick. That is a heat restoring item. We haven't really been using heat actions this entire game. We use the downed sword heat action, but we haven't been like picking up weapons or anything. The third fight we're gonna use a weapon on. It's the first time we've picked anything up off the ground since literally the tutorial in the first 5 minutes. That's how bad barehanded combat styles are in this game. This is the second guy. His gimmick is that he has armor. He doesn't have an armor HP bar like every other armored enemy does, but he does have armor, and so we just have to whack him with the club until the armor goes away. shoot. Good RNG is if he never hits you like that. And the stun, oh, the amount of damage. I have to heal again. This finale's been pretty bad. He only needs like 1 or 2 more hits on him to break the armor. Of course. Okay, it was 3 more hits, but who's counting? Completely owned by that dude. That was bad. But yeah, the finale is that this guy in purple who we've never met before, at least I've never met him before, just like kidnaps Haruka and is now dragging her through his giant island fortress. Not sure what the deal is there. I'm sure plot knowers know what the deal is, but I'm not a plot knower. He's just some guy who shows up who doesn't seem to be in the rest of the game. One more explosive wall. Yeah, you know, this isn't quite gonna work because I lost a lot of heat. There was supposed to be a heat restoring item that I didn't pick up earlier in the run. And because I came into this fight without heat, I would have needed it. This is actually going to be a little bit slow. This guy's gimmick is that he super armors and also counters everything. This guy is really, really cool. This is why we go and pick up this for him. We can hopefully just smash him over the head with a cart a whole bunch. Yep, there you go. Yep, okay, well I should be able to get him now. Oh, I don't have the cart anymore. Here, take a box. No? Okay. At this point, I'm just improvising. This is not how this fight was supposed to go. Too low on heat. Yeah, this is not the intended heat action. This heat action is total garbage. It should hopefully finish him off. Hopefully. Please. Did it do nothing? That just did basically nothing. What a terrible heat action.
Yup.
Why did I even bother with that box? Why did I even bother with that? This finale has been such a disaster. I thought that like at least the last hit of that would be like a good last hit that finished him off, and it did nothing. All right, here's the room where we're gonna start manipulating the spawns, hopefully. So the way enemy spawning works in this game, and the way it works in pretty much every Yakuza game, is that if there's enemies that need to spawn in the middle of a fight, they will always spawn in where you're not looking. So there's a couple different possible locations where they could spawn in, and they'll pick the one that you're not looking at, and they've sort of designed the room such that there's always a spot you're not looking at. We are going to force the enemies to not spawn in a certain inconvenient location, ideally. I've sort of already screwed it up, but we don't want anyone appearing back there. Enemies appearing in that back room with the boxes is bad. So if we just make sure that the camera is always pointed towards that back room, then it guarantees that no enemies will spawn back there, and it makes this fight a whole lot faster. Oop, okay, sometimes the game does that though. We good? We good. The guy just constantly backing up. This is one of the only places in the entire series where it's worthwhile to try to manipulate enemy spawns. There's a fight at the end of Yakuza Kiwami 2 where we also manipulate the spawns to try to get everyone to spawn like immediately on top of us, because they sort of screwed up in that fight and there's barely any spawn points. So we can just force them to only spawn in one spot And that one spot is where we are, and then we just kill them all as soon as they spawn. There's also a fight in Yakuza 5 where it could be optimal to manipulate the spawns, but it's something that requires more investigation. Oh, I thought that was the last. At this point, we're down to the last couple guys, and it's these archers who just aren't going to move. There we go. Kind of slow. And as we try to leave, it's the fourth dude. The fourth dude. This guy's gimmick is that he's an Olympic level pole vaulter. So if we let him get out of the combo, he will jump over to the other dock. And if he jumps over to the other dock, I have to run all the way back and then all the way back down the other dock. And it's extremely slow. So once I hit him, this is kind of concerning. Dude, he's going crazy. Okay. Oh no, that block. Okay, we're fine. Yesterday, he blocked me and then jumped over there, and it was really stupid. So far, all 5 of the 5 bosses have been, like, complete garbage. This is pretty crazy. All of them are just being maximum annoying. Like, they could choose to not be annoying, but they're not choosing to. It's up to them. You can see how bad it would be, though, if he jumped over there to the end of that. We would have to run all the way back down here, and then around, and then all the way back down there again. You legit lose like 15 seconds to it. This is one more chain that needs breaking. Actually, there's 2 more chains, but there's a chain. We haven't had to break a chain since chapter 5, but you do it with the club because it breaks faster. I'm probably going to need to heal again. For reference, normally you maybe use 1 healing item in this split. That's what like a normal chapter 12 is like. So far I've healed about 5 times and I'm going to have to heal again. Just as a gauge for how things are going. Alright, this is the final of 5 guys. His gimmick is that he can disappear. Which, yeah, that's what you want happening in a speedrun. Your boss fight just disappearing for multiple minutes at a time. So hopefully he won't do it. Hopefully I'll just keep him in the combo. The other 4 have been terrible, but I'm sure the 5th guy will be nice to me. I'm certain of it. Well, at least the dash hit the right guy. If the dash hit the other guy, he probably would have escaped. But there we go, that was solid. 1 out of 5. 1 out of 5 good bosses. Sure. I guess I'll take that since I have no choice. Now we just have one more fight with some ninjas, and then the final boss against the purple dude. So we're getting decently close to the end here. One more chain. Yeah. Sometimes when you take the sword out, it doesn't actually break the chain. I think it's like a positioning thing. It's like the hitbox is a little weird. You could see it hit the chain and it like made the hit sound, but then it didn't actually damage it. So you'd figure that he'd take his giant boat to escape, but no. Instead, he decides to just walk up those stairs and corner himself. Genius level play by Purple Dude. You do have to fight these ninjas, though, even though the door is open. Kiryu won't move on until all of the ninjas have been defeated. That's his life's goal. Defeat the ninjas. That was a lot of double hits. That was sick. All right, we're good. Just the boss. He could have just hopped on that boat. He could have literally just hopped on that boat. It's all he had to do. So, after all of those bosses being horrible to me, here's the true final boss. It's Purple Guy, aka RSA. He has all of RSA's moves, including dual-wielding pistols, which is pretty crazy. Or I guess he's got a single one.
He can demolish
he's only got one.
if you let him.
Yeah, it's actually... I feel like they just sort of tried to make up for how lame he is by making his damage output insane.
He's also
his guns are really strong.
stupidly fast.
Yeah. Time is when he dies, by the way. I'll call it. It's going to be in like 3 seconds. That's time.
GG.
GG. Jeez, what a run.
It was a 308.47.
Wow, it's actually not even that bad. That's probably if the finale was better and I didn't get that chapter 4 encounter, probably could have been record. This game is not extremely optimized because nobody wants to sit through all of those Saruya trips.
It's literally just you and me.
It's just us, and it's we just clown around in this game from time to time. Hey, that wasn't even too bad. I'll take a 308 for sure. Now that guy comes and he saves Haruka. And that's
See the
that.
amazing, wonderful PS3 faces that they make.
Yeah. The character models in these early PS3 games are a little bit wonky. Everyone has a little bit of caveman in them. Anyway, that was Yakuza Kenzan. These credits are not skippable and they're really long, so I'm not going to force you all to sit through them. I'm going to sit through them privately for the results screen, but I'm not going to force you all through that. So, thanks a ton for watching my Kenzan run and for having me on Hotfix. I really never expected this game to be on this channel, so that's cool.
Yeah, thank you so much for showcasing it. And yeah, if you like Yakuza runs, be sure to check out both Tap and Froob. Both play, I think you both play like every single one of them. For better or
Pretty
worse.
much. Froob plays every single one of them. I play only about 10 of them.
That's still a lot of them. So yeah, if you like
Only like 10.
Yeah. 10 out of like 11 or something.
16, maybe.
That's a lot. There's a lot more I need to play than I thought then.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, definitely check both of them out if you are interested in Yakuza speedruns. Like Tap said, we do have one more coming up. We'll have Like a Dragon Ishin coming up. So we're going to take a quick break and then we'll be back with that. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing the Yakuza Samurai games. Before we get into the second game of the day, just a quick reminder. Games Done Quick Hotfix is proud to present its first Asian American and Pacific Islander American Heritage Month celebration. You can join us on May 18th and 19th for 2 full days of showcases, speedruns, and celebrating AAPI heritage. Submissions are open until April 21st, and the schedule will be coming out on the 29th of April. You can use !AAPI in chat to get more information about it and how to submit the run. With that said, we have Like a Dragon Ishin. I'll hand it over to Froob. Familiar face here. How you doing, Froob?
Yeah, doing good. A little tired because we had daylight savings in Europe last night. But yes, this is Like a Dragon Ishin. This is the remake of this game. This is Ryuga Gotoku Ishin, which only came out in Japan. The remake came out, obviously, in the rest of the world. This is actually very, very different to this one. LAD Ishin is going to be about an hour faster if you get a specifically good roll, and you'll understand what I mean by that in about an hour's time. So essentially what we're going to do is I'm going to explain like the differences between OG Ishin. The story is completely the same, but the gameplay is very, very different. We're actually going to be making use, I just want to make sure there's one that's turned off for now. This game has an amazing amount of accessibility options, as you can see. We will actually be using a couple of those. The distance assistance one is going to be on by default. This obviously enables, like, as you can see, easier for player attacks to connect. This actually isn't going to be a thing that's that big of a thing from chapter 3 onwards, but for the start of the game it is. And then we're going to make use of some of these other ones later on, and you'll see which ones I put on and when, and I'll explain why. But for now, we're going to go, obviously, to new game without clear data. We're going to do it on easy, which doesn't mean this is going to be easy. And we are going to be going in 3, 2, 1, go. So I have a couple of feelings about LAD Ishin that I'll get into when we do the rest of the run. I really like OG Ishin's run, and there are parts of LAD Ishin's run that I like, and there are parts of LAD Ishin's run that I really do not like. This is probably one of the... It's probably one of the speedruns that's the nastiest towards anyone that wants to do a Yakuza run for reasons that, again, you'll see in an hour. However, something that you will notice is that the game looks a little smoother than usual. If you hit this dog, that is default automatically disqualified off the leaderboard. You're not allowed to participate ever again. That dog gets in the way. There's a lot of animals that get in the way, unfortunately. But yeah, story is exactly the same as it is in the OG Ishin. There's nothing that's been changed up whatsoever. So we come across this mother and her daughter. She needs some, like, medical assistance. These samurai are walking through the way, and they're all, like, you know, using their status and being all like, oh, you should get out of my way, blah, blah, blah. And we come and stop them. And this is going to be your usual tutorial, which is one of those things that actually is better in LAD Ishin than it is in the original. Because with the LAD Ishin tutorials, not only are they consolidated a little bit, but you can also just do them immediately. So you don't have to wait around for menus or anything like that, which is really, really nice. You'll see we get a whole bunch of, like, the end screen gives you, like, a whole bunch of combo stuff. The important thing to note is on the right-hand side, you'll see I got a colorless orb. I will speak about those in a little bit. This is Toyo. He is a foster father, and you might notice he looks exactly like, you know, Kazuma Oyabun from, you know, Yakuza 1 through 3. Like, the game basically, like Kenzan, uses a lot more of the characters to portray the characters from this time period. There's a lot more cameos from Yakuza characters in this game than there is in Kenzan. You will see a lot of them. And some of those cameos are vastly different to OG Ishin. I will point out which ones they are when we see them. There's a whole bunch of them that will be involved with the Shinsengumi when we meet them later on. But first of all, we just have to go and have tea. This is a little weird in LAD Ishin because this is literally just, hey, I'm just going to buy anything. Original OG Ishin had the restaurant system from Yakuza 5, where if you spoke to Chef Tatsuya, you'd be able to get, like, little benefits like, you know, health up, attack up, spirit up. That was in OG Ishin, but is no longer in LAD Ishin. It's not that big of a loss because it really didn't do that much, to be honest, but it just makes that little trip a little weird. Then we have more Ronin who are just like, oi, yo, we're going to beat you up, you know. The usual. It's an RGG game. So this is our second tutorial. This is going to teach us about the usual, the grabs, the parries, blah, blah, blah. Again, this one is much faster in LAD Ishin than it is in OG Ishin, which makes it a lot nicer. Now, the annoying thing about... You might have seen what just happened there. Yeah. How do I say this? LAD Ishin being the first game in Unreal... There's some really interesting things that happen. Now, with one of the nice benefits to LAD Ishin, and them having, like, obviously remade it in Unreal, the parry timing, I wish that had hit this guy as well, that would have been really good. The parry timing on your unarmed style is actually way nicer in LAD Ishin. They extended the window a obscene amount. Like, it's really, really wider now. So that's actually kind of really nice. That's one of the nice changes. That tutorial as well also cuts out a step, which is really nice. But you'll see again, these are our trees. These are our style trees for each of our 4 styles that we will basically be unlocking during these tutorials. At the moment, we only have access to hand-to-hand. We're going to gain access to sword style with the next tutorial that's going to come up after this little bit of story. And essentially, every single one actually works a little bit differently than it does in OG Ishin. And for the most part, most of them actually have a lot more benefits than they do at the start of OG Ishin, which is really nice. With obviously unarmed, with brawler style, you'd have obviously a higher parry window, as I said. With the sword style, which is the one we're going to get next, there's a specific sword style combo that we'll be learning during the run that in OG Ishin actually misses more often than not. But with the sword style in this, with your strong attacks, they actually added a little bit of a homing effect to like all of your attacks so that you go towards your enemy. That means that the combos that missed quite a lot in OG Ishin no longer miss that much in LAD Ishin. You also, it feels like you can hit the enemies on the ground a lot more in this than OG Ishin as well, so that's really nice. They have tightened up the combat quite a bit here and there, which is actually really cool. But the combat in this, and especially the speedrun compared to OG Ishin's, is going to be vastly different for reasons you will see when we hit Chapter 3. And I mean vastly different. That's going to be the biggest change from OG Ishin to this one. But because this is the first Unreal Engine game, as you saw by that grab, weird things can and will happen. We have to walk past this kind lady. This is your tutorial for basically the spots around town like these wells or like the pots like from earlier that you check and you can get materials for upgrading weapons. In OG Ishin, we actually upgraded our default sword quite a bit at the start of the run, and that gave it enough damage for the entirety of the run. But this game, you want to keep replacing equipment. They've changed up how like your damage values work quite a bit. And the nice thing about it is that they actually gave you more weapons during the like actual rest of the game. The first light strong actually gives you a 2-hit, which is nice. Buddy, thank you. If you hit guard at the right time, you can actually parry from all directions, which is nice. We just need to guard. So we then have circle, which is a guard break technique. And we just hold our square, throw our triangle even for obviously a charge attack. Changes that into a single hit. I'm trying to spread the damage out because it's much like your other Yaks tutorials. Every time you go through these tutorials, you are obviously building up all the damage on everybody. I want to go for the guy on the right, but I just want to get someone on the ground for this heat attack. And then everyone dies. I hit that guy too fast. Game was not in its final state. So yeah, you'll see on the right-hand side, we get a colorless soul orb again. So these soul orbs are hyper important. They are the way that we put our upgrades into all of our style trees. And the way that it works is that you can get 2 different orbs. You can get the see-through colored orbs, like what I'm getting at the minute, or if you use specific styles, which you will see me doing as we go through the run, we will gain those specific orbs for that style. So if you remember when we saw the tutorial for like the 4 pictures of all the different styles, you'll saw one was like green, one was red, one was yellow, one was blue. The blue one is your specific style for sword only, which we will be getting in a little bit. The see-through colored orbs can be used in any of the styles, which is what makes it really good. You can also, and this is a vitally important thing for the speedrun, when you put the see-through colored orbs into any of your ability trees, when you get the colored orbs for those ability trees later on, you can replace the colored orbs with the colored orbs and reuse those see-through orbs on a different style tree. This is really good because that means you're not actually punished for just using like a single style or flicking between a couple of them. This is Tachi Hanpeter. If you played Yakuza 0, I recognize this guy. This is Shibusawa's actor. For LAD Ishin, there were a couple of actor changes. This is the first. In OG Ishin, Tachi Hanpeter was played by a famous Japanese actor, and he did an amazing job. Like, I actually really, really liked him. I don't think that, like, Shibusawa's actor does a bad job, but he is going up against someone who had like a phenomenal job in like the original OG Ishin. But yes, this is the first of our actor changes for LAD Ishin, is somebody that you recognize. Tachi Hanpeter essentially is, for want of a better word, if you ever played the Yaks game, he's our Kyodai. He also has a gun. So, I made an offshoot comment during Kenzan. The two samurai games, only one of them is going to be using a lot of a sword, and it ain't this one. Tachi Hanpeita, the story of this is basically, I think it's around the Bakemetsu era, where Tachi Hanpeita comes along and he says here, you know, the British are coming. We ruin everything. We really do. And he's like, they're bringing guns. And he says to Ryoma here, you should really learn how to use a gun. So he gives us a Smith & Wesson. Cool. Thanks. Appreciate that. So now we have a gun. So the gun is actually going to unlock our last two styles, one of which is going to get used, and the other one is super fun, but is unfortunately not going to get used. But there's something exceedingly different from OG Ishin that I need to do. I need to unequip my bullets. They're special bullets. Now, with the gun style, you get special bullets. We have been given fire, and we have been given special. Here, I'm going to get drunk. Don't worry about it. Again, it was kind of like, you know, the upgrade system from, like, Yakuza 5 that they took out of this game. But this is going to be our tutorial for gun style. We're just going to become proficient in shooting people all of a sudden. But the reason why I have removed the special bullets, in OG Ishin, you had to learn a specific upgrade to be able to actually use the special bullets in this combo, the square into triangle combo. But in this game, you have it by default. And I obviously want to keep all of those special bullets for as long as possible. There are big reasons why I want to hold on to them. So you can just fire your gun in Wild Dancer. Wild Dancer is a combination of both of your like styles in terms of sword and gun. It's super fun. You can spin like a windmill, but I'm going to be using gun a lot. And that's going to be where the big difference is between OG Ishin and Lad Ishin's run come into play. Gun is strong in OG Ishin when you like level it up, do your like move masters like in most of your Yakuza games. But in this game, it's very strong from the start, as you'll see. Before I go forward here, that's a bad fight spawn, I want to put on my fire bullets. You just want to take it off for that tutorial. This is a fight spawn. I'm really hoping it doesn't get into a fight with me. That fight spawn is new in Lad Ishin. I'm not happy with it. So. Oh, I should have leveled up. Swordsman. This is Okada Izo. You might recognize this guy. If you've ever played a Yakuza game, yes, that's Nishiki. So I'm going to go into my Gunman style, and we're going to put in all four of our colored orbs, which is going to get Gunman rank 1, which increases my damage, jumping shots, which is going to be okay for later, Gunman rank 2, and then heat enhancement. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off by running backwards. I should have done that first. Shooting Izo. And then hopefully just shooting everybody. That's a shame I didn't get my second shot off. So ideally, we're just going to keep Izo on the ground by using strong attacks, which are the fire bullets. The fire bullets are very good at keeping people on the ground. So Izo basically is also another member of Tachi Hanpeita's dojo. He's not too happy with us, as you can see. You'll see him again later on. You'll see him again real soon, and if good old Izo thought that he just got demolished by a gun this time, just you wait till the next time. He has no idea. Obviously, Tachi Hanpeita kind of heard us outside, causing a commotion. But yeah, we've got a couple of these special bullets. The fire bullets obviously are very good at getting the enemy onto the ground, as you can see there. We also have these things called enhanced rounds. Those enhanced rounds do an absolute amazing amount of damage to any enemy that you hit with them. You will see them later on. You will very much see them later on. I should have used them for that fight there, but it's fine because I can now use it for another fight later on. There will be a set piece where we pick up another couple of enhanced bullets later on, which will help out. But there's also going to be another factor that we use with our weapons that we'll explain later. You're supposed to follow Tachi Hanpeita here. You can just run forward. Unfortunately, there's no way to speed this up. We have to wait for Hanpeita to get to the actual like last part here. So I can just walk with him and get you a little bit of conversation between the two of them. So essentially, with our foster father, we are Pretty should know this, it's been a while. We're basically trying to, we're not trying to overthrow, like, the government, but we have a big plan. We have a big plan in mind, and essentially something's about to go wrong, as you can probably guess. But yeah, these two used to be, obviously, you know, Kyodai's here to see good old Shibasai's active for a little bit. Want to stay close so that you can go through this, but let's go lead into our first set piece, which has a lot of differences. The layout is exactly the same as OG Ishin, but the actual enemy placement and the enemy type is completely different in some places, which is good. And they made it a lot nicer in that edition, which is good. So, unfortunately, our foster father gets killed by these Ronin that have attacked the place. So we're going to have to escape the castle. So for the start, I'm going to use sword. Because a triple light strong combo can deal with them, and hopefully you can get multi-hits like this, because that obviously like does a whole bunch of damage. And for the last guy, switch back to gun because he's over there. Now, which of the walls was it? I think it was this wall. One of these walls will break, as you'll see. Yep, that's why I'm shooting. I will be picking up a couple of things on the way. There are also... that's the jumping square attack that we got just a second ago. There are going to be healing items at points that I will be getting. But not all of them. This is your first big set piece change compared to OG Ishin. This guy in OG Ishin was armored. And armored enemies are a pain in the backside. Please don't hit me again. Thank you. It's not going great. I was too close to that guy. He kept doing that. Yeah, armored enemies in OG Ishin and this game are a pain in the backside. But that guy, there is no heat attack to deal with people that are holding furniture like that, unlike most RGG games. So the only way to get through him was to just deal with him with sword. So unfortunately, we had to deal with him the very slow way. But in this game, you can just deal with him, which is good. Ideally, I would aim towards the enemies that are in front of me, but the aiming is a little sometimes... Yeah, I wasn't aiming left. The game does that. You'll get used to it, unfortunately. Gun good, but gun is not accurate. This used to be one armored enemy, but now it's a bunch of dudes that we can just shoot from far away. One thing you'll notice, when the enemies are further away, they are taking less damage. The yellow numbers are obviously critical hits. And hey, guess what? Here's this guy holding the box, and he's gone. Now, they didn't completely get rid of the armored enemy because he's actually in here. So what we're going to do to deal with the armored enemy is we're going to try and deal with the ads before he gets over here, and then go in sword. And then obviously try and just get rid of his armor. When his armor is gone, that's when you want to... Come on, buddy. That's when you want to consider using your heat attacks. We don't have the full proper essence of finisher for sword style just yet. We have to learn that. Not too bad. So after this, much like with old OG Ishin, you get a big two-handed sword, the Adachi. Unfortunately, we're not going to be using it. In OG Ishin, there was like 8 enemies in this room. Now there's 3. I don't know what happened to them. I don't know what they did to them. I'm going to be grabbing that healing for later, just in case. I'm going to get to our next boss fight. The mysterious masked man, the one who shot our foster father. Or killed him. So, you know the drill. Do this. And do this. I should have actually shot him a couple of times before that. That was a mistake, but it's fine. So here's the weird thing about this game, although it hasn't worked on you. The enemy get very confused when you do a heat action on them. This is going to be something that comes up much, much later on. It's very weird. Let's do this again and then just shoot. There you go. All you have to do is get into, like, about half HP, and that just ends the fight. That's that. That is chapter 1. So, he is using, that masked man is using a very, very specific fighting style. We're going to go after the guy and try and find the person who's using that style. It's going to cause a bit of a time shift, and also a location change. This is Tosa. You will see this place again at the very end of the game. We are going to be heading off now to the capital, Kyo. Which, if you know, these days, the capital is Tokyo. That's important. Surprise. Much like Kenzan, this is based on the real events that happened, obviously, in the time period. But considering it's a video game, we do take a little bit of liberty here and there. as you can probably imagine. So, the man named Saito Hajime. So, we're actually a guy called Ryoma, Sakamoto Ryoma. But we are now Saito Hajime, who is the exact same person, but under a pseudonym, under an alias. We are essentially going undercover. And here's the second of characters, or the third of characters you might recognize. This is Otose, aka Park from Yakuza 5. Very much the same character from OG Ishin. There is a character, an important character here at Teradaya who is actually changed, and you'll see who they are later. But we are going to head out now. We're going to go to this dojo, very Kenzan-like, as you will see, where we are basically going around fighting swordsmen trying to find the Tenin Rishin user. And these guys are all very drunk. They just laze around all day, but that in the purple. Who's that guy? Looks a little familiar, doesn't he? See him again in a second. They're very arrogant, like, because they're not the people we're after. We just want to leave, and they just like, you know, we're going to beat you up because it's RGG fashion. As you do. A man who erased our name. Listen, we're not Joryu, alright? Yeah, as we say, we're after the guy who uses that stuff. Who's that guy? Looks a little familiar from the back, doesn't he? Curious. So, much like Kenzan, we're just going to beat these guys up with a wooden sword. As you do. So, again, if we can get everybody, triple hit into strong won't fully kill them, but it will get them to, like, one hit, which you can just do 2 lights on the floor. Unfortunate. Sometimes they can be very aggressive, sometimes they won't be aggressive. If we can just get them together, we can also do a bunch of, like light hits to get them. I didn't get my guard off in time. Nice double. Yeah, that was nice. That's what I was hoping for. You hope for at least 1 or 2, like, doubles in here, because that can actually deal them a lot faster, but sometimes it just doesn't happen. It all depends on, like, how the enemies actually, like, gather together. It's our informant. As our informant, he is Sparrow. We have asked him to go around, you know, looking around these dojos, or Crow even, looking for information on the Tenin Rishin users. Which, obviously, the whole thing has been let out. Who is that guy? He's listening into that conversation. Who is that guy? Still looks very familiar. Who is that guy? So, essentially, we are still looking for the Tenin Rishin users, and we're going to get a little bit of a tip-off that the Tenin Rishin users are actually here in Kyo, in the capital. They belong to a very specific faction. We're going to go and help this priest, this random priest dude. He's going to appear in the story a couple of times. He doesn't have a name, but he is somebody that we're going to help out a couple of times. He's going to help us out a couple of times, actually. This is the introduction to a little bit of side stuff that will help us in the run immensely. So, here's just more Ronin. This is my gun. I am going to keep shooting. Good, I stopped him. Yeah, you don't want enemies running up. So you see on the right-hand side, I had a yellow orb there. That specifically can only be used in the gunman style, and that's because I've been using gunman a whole bunch. That's going to go straight into my gunman style, as you will see in a little bit. I think it is coming up soon, isn't it? Yes. Okay, so this is where we get a couple of different movement stuff that's going to change up from OG Ishin. In OG Ishin, there is one really frustrating sub-story. Avoid the guy on the left, the kid. We call him the junk kid because we have to keep giving him junk. But that crossroad I just bypassed just there, you cannot go that route in OG Ishin. There is a sub-story there, which is in Lad Ishin, but they changed the unlock requirements to needing to do a previous few sub-stories to do. So thankfully, in this speedrun, that one is never going to turn up. So we can now go and use that crossroad instead in about 4 different places during the run, which makes things just a little nicer, because going the other way actually has something that blocks us off, and it is good old Kamaki. Unfortunately, you don't get to see Kamaki in this run, but he is very much there. If you think I'm firing fast with a gun now, just you wait. That is a threat. That is a threat. So, essentially, after we spoke to the priest, we got some virtue, which is called Dharma in the original. that is basically like, if you've ever played Yakuza 0 or Kiwami 1, those are your completion points. The shrine is going to act like Bob does from those games, or the shrine from, obviously, Yakuza 0. We'll be able to put those points into important stuff. As you can see by the fact that I keep panting, just like 0 and K1, we're putting it all into our stamina. Here's our friend from the first chapter. But more importantly is the dudes in blue. They belong to a faction called the Shinsengumi. The quick and easy way to describe the Shinsengumi is that they're essentially the police force of this era. This is the next bit that changes up dramatically from OG Ishin. In OG Ishin, the first person that chases you here stays on you the entire time until you pretty much run out of stamina. In this game, he actually stops seeing you. And then we're just going to go very slowly behind this guy and then cut down this alleyway to the left when he can't see us. Not too early. Which is a lot faster than OG Ishin, because OG Ishin you have to run a bit further down and you don't have the stamina for it. Remember that guy who was eavesdropping on us? Here he is. It is, of course, not Akiyama. I'm going to refer to people as, like, not Kiryu, not Akiyama, blah, 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 so hopefully you can keep track a bit better. He calls himself Nibori. It'd be very weird if this guy was using a fake alias towards the guy that is currently using a fake alias, wouldn't it? Thug. Little foreshadowing. So, essentially, Nibori is going to help us out. We're still looking for the Sennen Rishin style users, and he is going to tell us about a informant. An informant you would have seen in Kenzan earlier, which is going to mark his actual last appearance in an RPG game. So yeah, we're going to give him our fake name of Saito Hajime. And he's going to head off. And we're going to head back to Teradaya, the inn. And then we're going to get one of the things that makes me most upset about this game compared to OG Ishin. Because in the transition from, I was trying to hit A to stop sprinting. If you're next to something, you will, like, do it again. Sprinting in this game is not hold X, it is, like, tap X or A if you're on Xbox controller. Like, and unfortunately, as you know, that's the confirmation button as well. So if you are running next to something and you get a pot like that has materials in, you're just going to get the pot. So essentially, we'll be going back to our room a couple of times. It's not quite as bad as going to Saruya like in Kenzan earlier, but we are going to be going back here a lot. So we're going to head out at night, go and see this informant in the bathhouse. Which, unfortunately, this bit got a little bit changed in Ladishin as well, which is a shame. It's a lot clearer in Ishin. But essentially, bathhouse is over here, and then I need to very specifically put on some of the accessibility settings. Again, we allow the accessibility settings because, you know, we just allow them on the board, but also they're going to genuinely help for speed tech here. Auto QTs are going on. We want press and hold for combo, and I think that's it, or is it auto heat actions? Yes, that's the one. I want auto special moves. I think I do, yes. I think I want all of those. The guy was doing it wrong the other day. I think I put the wrong one on when I was practicing this. So we're gonna head into the bathhouse, and we are gonna meet said informant, who is obviously the florist. Like, the florist aside from obviously the main Yakuza series, you can tell. Like, of course they were gonna reuse him. But unfortunately for us, we're also going to meet somebody else. Which is very much one of the most anticipated fights that people were hyping up when this got announced for a Western release. I certainly was. I love this fight. Unfortunately, I don't love this fight in LAD Ishin because they broke it. And not in a good way. So, Barkeeper of Sight, instead of the Florist of Sight, he is going to help us out. He is going to tell us about the members of the Shinsengumi. Because the members of the Shinsengumi are the ones that use the Tennen Rishin style. It's the same as the guy who killed our foster father. But there's going to be a little bit of a disturbance. And this guy's gonna turn up. Might recognize him. This is not Ryuji. He is Large Man. So the cool thing about this game is that it does music remixes really, really well. Even better than OG Ishin in a lot of aspects. Now the downside to this that I was talking about in terms of them breaking this is that it's now a lot more impossible to actually grab enemies. You will grab them, but you will not usually have the time to use those heat actions. This is why we very specifically put on the accessibility option that does the auto QTEs. Because see how he broke out there? You do not have the time to do it. So that's the reason why we put those on, is to guarantee that we will use them. This is actually going a lot better than it should be doing. Like, it's unfortunate. And then this happens. It's one of the best QTEs. Genuinely, go watch the OG Ishin version, because there is not quite as much steam. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Now, unfortunately, bosses in this game are also massively, massively different. They have been given brand new powerful moves, which is a bit of a pain for us, but that was pretty good. That was actually a really good fight. Like that, because of the way that they now break out of like all of your grabs and stuff, unfortunately, brawler style has been made way worse. That's the reason why I put those accessibility options on, was because obviously it's going to help us out a bit. So, now that you know, we flat butt in a bathhouse, we are now going to make friends with said large man individual here. And we're going to go drinking over in Gion. This is a side part over at the top. And we're essentially going to give him, you know, a little bit of our story. And he's gonna tell us a couple of things, like about Kondo Isami, the leader of the Shinsengumi. It's important to note, not Ryuji's character here, who I'll talk about more later on when we see him again, is his faction is at war with a different faction. It is very, very important we make note of that, because that's going to be something that comes up again later on. Now that we're out of that, we go back to our accessibility options. We want to turn a couple of things off. The auto QTEs and the auto special moves all go off. We leave on press and hold, and we leave on the distance ability stuff. These are important. There are QTEs we want to fail during this run because it will make it a lot faster. But again, because obviously they're used for speed tech, we have no problems if people want to use the accessibility options for the speedrun. It is actually recommended you use the accessibility options, especially press and hold, which I have left on for reasons you will see in the next 5 minutes. There's a dead body here. Someone's just killed them. They were passing, I forget the name of them, but they're a passing samurai who's just killed them, and that's our friend. That's our friend from chapter 1 who we saw in this chapter. Who did that? Yeah, there he is. Who could have done this? Who's that guy? Oh, that chin looks familiar. Oh boy. It's very clearly Izo. Like, it's very clearly not Nishiki. It's Izo. So, Izo is basically telling us to come to Mukurogai, which is essentially like the slums part of town. It's like where all like the bandits and the outlaws kind of, you know, hang out, do their business and stuff like that. So we're going to head over there. Again, avoid the junk kid on the left-hand side. The junk kid is a friendship event. There's a couple of these in Lad Ishin that I will talk about when we get there. They were also there in OG Ishin. But again, thanks to not having a sub-story there, I can just avoid that. This guy tells us about Kamaki, who is literally one street over. We used to, in OG Ishin, we actually, like, intentionally walk into Kamaki, because that road there is a lot quicker than trying to go down the sub-story road. And this is Oreo. Oreo here. She was a face actor in OG Ishin. You might recognize her if you played, say, Zero, K2, or a more recent RGG release. That is good old Yuki, the Cabaret girl. That is Yuki. She went from side character in a minigame to full-fledged main character in this remake. Like, absolutely brilliant. Also, keep your eyes on not that right-hand side of the screen there, but the right-hand side of the screen down to the right there, where we are. That is where Kiwami Bob exists. They brought him back as well, but now we get a lovely couple of minutes boat trip that I can't skip. Good video game. Very, very good video game.
ムクロガイなんかに何の用で
But this is the way that we usually will go to get to Mukurogai.
お呼びほなやっぱり遠くから見るだけで済まんのでっか
So yeah, there's someone we need to meet there. We have been invited by somebody. We've been invited by Izo, but Izo is inviting us on behalf of that person. However, the big difference between OG Ishin and LAD Ishin is about to happen. So let's talk weapons, because this is important, and this is the reason why LAD Ishin is like almost an hour faster than OG Ishin. In both OG Ishin and LAD Ishin, weapons have these things called seals. In OG Ishin, they're called seals, but you can't do that much with them. All seals in OG Ishin are unique to the weapon that you are using. With swords, there's one that can do armor breaking, which is one that we do get in like that run. There's stuff like they work like the Mew shoes, one of them, where you know the Mew shoes from like Yakuza games, you walk around, they sound like a cat and you get money. Stuff like that. Like stronger poison attacks, like wind-based attacks, stuff like that. This game changes up that system completely. The seal system is a point of frustration and contention if you are going for 100% of this game. It's awful. The grind is horrible. But we still have certain weapons that have certain unique seals on them in this game. And we're going to go get one of them. It's a gun. It's a gun, and I will show you exactly what this seal does. You'll know immediately, and you will understand why we now have press and hold equipped. And why it is completely recommended. Like, I never ever joke or make light of strenuous hand stuff, because with speedrunning, that is a genuine thing that can happen with a lot of them. I used to speedrun Nier Automata. That run literally utilizes every single button, and it literally hurt my hands to run that every time. If you do not have press and hold on, you are going to get a strenuous hand injury with this run. Yeah, this is the reason why.
Yeah, some of my speedruns require you mashing A for literally the entire hour. Like, you cannot stop mashing A. So yeah, we stopped that. We allowed turbo.
Yep. So this is the cloudy skies. So we're going to go back to our gunman. We're going to put everything that we can into gunman and just keep following this line. We're going to get a couple of things. Essence of finishing shot, which is a down finisher. A whole bunch of gunman ranks, which are super important. Cavity kill, which that's not one of them that we want, but it's obviously on the route that we're going to take. I've got actually one more order than I usually do here, which is kind of nice. Gunman rank 5. Health increase 1. You can probably tell what that's for. The health increase is actually pretty good. Greater rate of fire. Gunman rank 6. Nice. Okay, and I should need my fire bullets, and we're off. You will fully understand what's unique about this gun in this next boss fight. You'll understand immediately the differences between the previous gun and this one, because you will have noticed that this gun has less attack than the previous gun that I was using, and you will understand immediately why I say you should really use press and hold. What that means, press and hold, is that instead of pressing every individual combo button, if you just hold the button, you will do all the hits in the combo by just holding the button. It's a really good accessibility option, like, in general. But for the run, do not try and do this run without it. Trust me, you're about to find out why. Surprise, surprise, it turns out this guy is Izo. It's Okada Izo, not Nishiki. What a shock. I'm so surprised this was him. It's also why they didn't use... Some people were wondering why they didn't use Ichi as a character in this, but obviously Nishiki and Ichi's VAs are exactly the same. And Izo is phenomenal, both in OG and this. So, we're going to start off with Strong Shot, and then try and tell me if you notice a difference. Oh, that actually went for the wrong guy. Try and tell me if you notice a difference in this gun and the previous one.
Wow.
This is a pistol, by the way? Ooh, wait, what is the concept of reloading? So, LAD Ishin takes the kind of, like, more over-the-top elements of OG Ishin and ramps them up by 10, as you will see. This is entirely the reason why you want press and hold. There are multiple routes of the game. There is the sword route, which doesn't use the cloudy skies, but the gun route is way faster. There is stipulations about that. Again, I will explain them in about like 45 minutes time. It's not fun for the run, but the gun route is very, very much the fastest route for speedrunning. There is just an issue in that. I didn't mean to speak to you, it's the same button as run. There's just an issue in that it requires a specific setup, and you aren't guaranteed to get that setup. I thankfully have a safety save. And the person who did summon us was, of course... Wait for it. Wait for it. Kyodai. It's actually Handpater. So, he's here in Kyo, the capital. He wants to overthrow... He wants to overthrow the government. And he also wants to overthrow the Shinsengumi. And we're basically telling him, you know, we're here looking for the guy who killed our foster father. And basically he's going to be all like, you know, oh, I don't want you to join the Shinsengumi. You should, you know, join me and help me. At which point, we're going to have an argument, and that's going to end the chapter. So, we're basically making our mind up to go and, like, infiltrate the ranks of Shinsengumi. We're going to become a member of the Shinsengumi, but we don't want to be a member of the Shinsengumi. We're just infiltrating them to, you know, find out from within who was the one who killed our foster father. And obviously take them down from within, blah, blah, blah. We're essentially, like, somewhat working towards the same goal, but we don't know about it. And it's going to cause a giant rift, as you can probably guess. Tachi Handpater did warn us about the guns coming, to be fair. He knew about these guns. he knew there were guns like this out there. He's seen them. So this is chapter 3. Mibu Wolves. So Mibu is going to be the area where the Shinsengumi is located. We're going to go and see them coming up. So essentially, as a stroke of coincidence, the Shinsengumi have lost one of their actual like members. So we're going to go into Shinsengumi's tryouts and going to become a part of the Shinsengumi. There is fast travel in this game. Much like Kenzan, it is palanquins. They are locked for a little while longer. They're actually locked until we get to the next bit. Yeah, literally all the story beats are exactly the same as they are in the OG Ishin. It's just the way that the run is done is completely different. The OG Ishin's run is... The route that we use for OG Ishin, it's pretty optimized, but that doesn't mean there isn't going to be a faster route. I do wonder about guns in OG Ishin. Like, I also wonder about Wild Dancer in OG Ishin. I've had these falls for a while, I just haven't been able to explore. But essentially, like, the route that we use is relatively optimized. And you can also see that, you know, our stamina isn't super great. Like, we can run this amount of time before we start getting tired. This is going to be something that we can combat from this chapter, I think. We'll be able to get a little bit of a sprint upgrade, which is good. These two will interrupt us here, which is why I can just sprint again a little bit. Now, the city here, Kyo, can be split into multiple parts. The road we just walked down is the part that is going to connect the upper part of the city and the lower part of the city. So, essentially, that little area there can also have fight spawns. Avoid these two on the right. They are a sub-story, but this is the quickest way we want to go. You want to walk past this way because we get tutorialized on the blacksmith. This is where in OG Ishin we would go inside and we would upgrade our sword a couple of times. But with the way that damage values work in OG Ishin, or LAD Ishin I should say, upgrading these swords is not as good as just getting a new sword. And throughout the actual game, the game is going to be giving us a whole bunch of brand new weapons. And every single one of those, for the most part, is going to be better than the one previously. They give us some really strong swords, like, during the course of this run. There's your sphere. That sphere increases your attacks. There's the palanquin. That's your fast travel. However, the place you want to go to doesn't have the palanquin unlocked for, like, the next 3 chapters. It's weird. Don't worry about it. So we're just trying to, obviously, like, do stamina conservation as we run around town. We get told, again, a little bit about the members of the Shinsengumi. There's supposedly a really hot member of the Shinsengumi who wears an eye patch. Never heard of anyone like that in this series before.
That's an
Oh,
interesting
right.
concept.
Right? I have no idea who that could be. Again, I'm trying not to like keep running. That actually is a small healing item, so I'll take that. I should have leveled my gun quickly just before this because we're going straight into a boss fight. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is where we start getting a couple of really aggressive bosses, and this is where we're going to start using the same kind of boss strat that you'll be seeing for the majority of the bosses coming up. It can go a little wrong. It can go a little very wrong, but this is why our fire bullets are going to be super useful. But I want to do a little bit more upgrades for my gun style. We are going to have our tryouts against one of the lieutenants of the Shinsengumi, Nagakura Shinpachi, aka, oh god, it's Saijima. So I'm going to shoot him with my fire bullet, go into my abilities, and then just level up real quick. I actually only have one ability level up, which is interesting. So, Sudden Strike, which you can use as like a kind of counter. And I'm just going to shoot him. Again, if an enemy is on the floor, the yellow bullets, the yellow numbers are actually like crit. If you hit an enemy from behind, that's also counts as like a crit. Enemies will run towards you holding their sword up, which makes it a lot harder to hit them. Shinpachi has a combo that he does there, which just, like, does that. That's the wrong way, my dude. Which I messed up the second part of this fight, but it's fine as long as I can just keep dodging him. He does have a really nasty, like, actual special attack that I don't want to see. If you can break their guard, sometimes they'll fall to the floor like that. We get a little piece of equipment. We're not going to get great equipment, which means we're going to start dying at some point, which is not great. And, hey, this guy turns up. Not Majima, aka Okuta Soji. Which, again, if you know about, like, this time period, you know that Okuta Soji is, kind of famous. His Haori is covered completely in blood. Very unhygienic. Now you've met our mad dog. They went there. RGG went there. So, Shinpachi used the exact same style as the guy who killed our foster father, but obviously, as Ryoma says, he's not actually the guy that we're looking for. However, we did such a good job due to the fact that, you know, we beat Nagakura in a fight, and we were holding our own against Soji, that we have been invited to join the Shinsengumi. Objective done. And we're actually going to become one of the lieutenants immediately once we go and meet another member of the Shinsengumi, who's going to be putting on a little bit of a test for us. But we're going to get introduced to our safe room. Safe rooms work just like other RGG games. You go inside, you heal. The nice thing about Lad Ishin is the instant you go inside, you heal to full. In OG Ishin, it did the old Yakuza game thing of very slowly trickle the bar along, so you had to wait for like 5 minutes. But the nice thing in this game is you just go inside and leave. So that's one of those like really nice like actual things that Lad Ishin did over OG Ishin. So we have been summoned by the vice captain of the Shinsengumi, Hijikata. And we have to go and meet him over in another part of town, which is Subakuro. The palanquin will appear there on the right-hand side when we can use it. You see these guys just running with a palanquin immediately, like right now, but the palanquin isn't going to unlock for a little while. So the downside about this is we do have to run across town, and fight spawns are an issue. Hello? Fight spawns are an issue in both LAD Ishin and OG Ishin. However, again, one of those nice little benefits to having this be a kind of semi-remaster remake is the fact that we can actually make use of a thing we like to call the save load, which basically means we save the game, load the game, fight spawn disappears. This is our priest friend. He's like, you all should come visit my shrine at the top left at some point. We will for the story. In OG Ishin, we actually do go over to him to specifically level up our sprint, but we don't go and see him specifically in this run because the timing of our virtue with the different things we do is going to cause that to happen at different times, and also give us some more stuff. Fight spawn has been on me on the bottom left. You can see on the minimap there is a red arrow coming after me. That's actually pretty good. Because this is a later RGG game, it follows the same logic where if you have one set of enemies running after you, then you can't have a second set of enemies running after you. So if I have an enemy set behind me chasing me, then I can run past an enemy set in front of me. Makes things very nice. This is the one time you can run over that bridge without a very long sub-story being in the way. That sub-story is a actual, like, slight reference to the PSP games. the Kuriko games, interestingly enough. So this is Hijikata. And again, if you played Yakuza 3, you recognize this guy. This is not Mine. It looks absolutely gorgeous in this engine. I love Mine. Love Mine a bunch. And then we're going to get another actor change. Mine was exactly the same in OG Ishin. The main quartet, which is us, not Mine, not Saejima, not Majima, are exactly the same. This next guy, who doesn't actually have a speaking role, has been changed. He used to be from Yakuza 4, Katsuragi. I recognize this guy who played Yakuza 0. This is Sarah. They just changed him into Sarah. The Sarah disrespect.
Oh. Okay.
Yep. So this guy, we have not been told like why he's here or who he is. All we are being told is to kill him. And he is going to be trying to kill us. I'm getting my gun out. So I'm getting my gun out. I don't know why the game keeps getting my sword out. I'm not using the sword. We will be using the sword later on in fights. It's actually going to be very, very important in some late game fights. But for the early game, gun good. So this guy is technically our next boss fight. I think after this boss fight, we'll take our next break before the next chapter begins. So do the usual. Hit him on the ground. Do it again. Been a pretty good fight, actually. Very good fight. Sometimes he will get close to you. With all the upgrades to our abilities that we've done at this point, we get a new sword. Very good sword. We do actually get access to a hit attack that we can do that we will be using a lot. And with that, let's take our first break of the run, because this would be a good time. And when we come back, you'll see the reason why this run is not as kind to speedrunners as OG Ishin.
Yeah, so during these longer runs, we like to take a break every hour, so you can get up, stretch, get some water, anything you need to do. Back in a few more minutes with more of LAD Ishin. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today, we are showcasing the 2 Samurai Yakuza games. We're in the middle of an LAD Ishin run. I'll hand it right back over to you, Rube. Oh my god, I cannot speak today. Whenever you're ready.
All right, cool. If you're ready, let's carry on in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so we're now heading back into LAD Ishin, Chapter 4. It's a joint struggle. This is going to be a couple of days later where, as you can see, this is the introduction to us and the introduction to the rest of the lieutenants of the Shinsengumi. There is a couple of very familiar faces in here. That empty seat is Kondo Isami, the leader of the Shinsengumi who's been missing for a while. And you might recognize this guy if you've ever played Yakuza 0. That is indeed Kuze. Ito Kashitaro is Kuze in this game, replacing the role of Hamazaki from Yakuza 3 and 4. This is Kushimizu from 6. He is replacing one of the Yakuza 5 duo of Yahata / Ogata. And then next to him, you have Mabuchi, who is replacing the other half. Mabuchi being from LAD. Might be able to peep a certain Awano in there as well. You'll see him later. Ashiwagi and obviously Zhao. You'll see them later on as well. And 2 of the actors from Yakuza 5 actually came back for this game. One is Morinaga, and the other is Aizawa, who gets infinitely more characterization and development in this game than he does in Yakuza 5. So it's an interesting one. But Okutsuji turns up late, as per usual. We turn up for our first day of work. Okutsuji's in our seat. He reluctantly moves. Everyone's kind of upset that the new guy just came in and became, captain of the 3rd unit. That's our unit now. And obviously, that Kuroshinpachi can attest to how strong we are, so he's kind of chill with us, which is nice. Doesn't fully trust us, but he's chill with us. So, at this point, you have good old Shinpachi, Soji, and not Kashiwagi there. We're going to be obviously dealing with them in a bit. We're going to walk past them and get introduced to the 8th Division Captain, I believe his title is. An absolutely astounding actor rechange, despite the fact the original actor was fantastic. This is obviously not Zhao. This is Heisuke Todo. In the original OG Ishin, he was played once again with a Yakuza 5 character, Baba. Absolutely inspired change. Like, Zhao does this range of creepy, like, you know, friendliness just so perfectly. It's one of, like, the absolute best actor changes in this. So, we get Hayuri, we're going to head back to good old Teradai at the inn. I'm going to go and have a conversation with Otase and Oreo. Essentially, the leader of the Shinsengumi, our work starts tomorrow. Leader of Shinsengumi has been missing for a long time, much to the chagrin of, like, the other lieutenants of the Shinsengumi. Like, everyone wants to know where he is, what is he up to. You'll find out. It's just that he's having himself a good time. He really is. So, as you can see, no palanquins available right now. We got to run past the blacksmith. This area kind of sucks for fight spawns. That's a fight spawn going in the correct direction, so that's nice. There's going to be one ahead of me likely at the blacksmith now because of that one, so I'm chilling with my stamina a couple of times. That's good. There isn't one. Essentially, like, with the position of fight spawns, this one is not the best position, but I can run past it and just keep going, which is nice. You kind of know where... It's kind of like Zero in K1, with... If you see a fight spawn, you kind of know where, like, the next fight spawn could potentially be, which is nice, so you can kind of accurately predict where they are. You can get a fight spawn in the middle here. Don't worry about that guy just T-posing in. He does that. But the nice thing is, we have to run this way specifically for this part of the plot. Remember Kenzan, run by Tap a little while ago? There's a character in that game who went by the name of Haruka and looked exactly like Haruka. Same. So this is Ishin's Haruka. Her parents, like, either fell ill or, like, gave her a bunch of land and she has massive debt and there are land sharks coming for her and she has nowhere else to go. So essentially, we go to see, obviously, her place, which, as you will see here, is actually a really good makeshift farm. This bit doesn't have that much impact on the main plot, but we're going to have to deal with this a couple of times. But for the start, this is basically, if you've ever played an RPG game, you know that there is usually a big side activity. If it's Zero, it's like Cabaret or the real estate. If it's K1, it's the Majima Everywhere stuff. If it's like something more recent like Infinite Wealth, it's like Dondoko Island. But essentially with this, this is your big kind of side activity, or one of the big side activities that you have in LED Ishin and OG Ishin, which is Another Life. This is Haruka's home, and as you can see, she has a pretty good home that can be used to grow vegetables. So what you can do with this is you can, like, get ingredients, make food, etc., etc. With OG Ishin, there was actually a Vita app that you could do that on, which is kind of cool. But essentially in this game, it's going to work exactly the same, but we're going to obviously, like, get control of, like, all the minigames and stuff. But you're not going to see that in the speedrun because we don't have to do it. We do have to do this as, like, an introduction to it. But this is also going to give us access to something else that's going to be very useful. Very, very useful. So, essentially, we just have to do everything they ask us. We get some very, very basic armor, which is actually going to be very helpful, and is very helpful in both this and OG Ishin's run. So, appreciate that, Priest, for that. Thanks. Because we're not going to be getting many health upgrades, and we're not going to be getting many armor upgrades. This is a little shrine that is here. This works functionally pretty much the exact same as the big shrines in the city, or at the very least for the run, exactly what we want. You can pick some of the daikon here if you want. We don't want to. You just want to look at the tools here, and then you will get taken inside to where we see the various functions of the actual, like, kitchen and, like, the workplace. So this is the table where we would obviously do a whole bunch of our, like, cooking, making the meals and stuff, which Haruka then goes off and sells automatically. You then get money out of that. It's an okay way to make money, which is kind of nice. And then this is the ledger where you do your orders and stuff like that. It's a decent way to make money, like, especially early on. Which, this run is going to end up having a little bit of money issues if I'm not careful. It won't do, but if I'm not careful, it will do. Every time we leave, she said goodbye. That's Haruka, alright. That's Haruka, alright. Top answer is the correct answer for this one. you do the other two, you have to come back to this and then answer another one again, but it's top answer. So. Hajime. Okay, so the nice thing about this is that it is going to teleport us to the bottom of the map. The way to get to Haruka's is via boat, which is very, very close to actually where the Palanquins are. Now that gets us 2,000 virtue. That's pretty good. That's a lot. And yes, if you ever played a Yakuza game, Haruka has a relationship bar. There it is. It's not quite as annoying to fill in this game because, you know, Haruka doesn't ask you to go do bowling and stuff like that, but you do have to do this minigame a whole bunch. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go straight back here and then use said shrine. We're going to go to function, increase sprint. So that increases our sprint to level 1, which allows me to sprint for quite a bit further. That is really nice. Like, this is now going to let us run about halfway from the Palanquin to the inn, which is good. Unless I hit the side wall there. There was a fight spawn on the left here. That was just me trying to avoid it. Honest. So we come back and we basically say, you know, we have to, like, get our new stuff washed. Orio's going to help us with that, except she's not. As you will see, Oreo is not too happy that we are now a member of the Shinsengumi. She refuses. And she's off. She calls the Shinsengumi filthy murderers, which is not wrong. she ain't wrong. You're gonna see the Shinsengumi get up to a lot of really bad stuff during the course of this game. We might be the lawmakers, but unfortunately we are the lawmakers. So we can now finally use the fast travel. And because I can finally use the fast travel, I'm going to use it a whole bunch. I'm just so excited to finally be able to fast travel around the city. It only took us like an hour. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to speak to these two. I'm going to go to Rakanai, which is the closest place that we can go to where we want to go. And we're going to get a little introduction to the friendship stuff. So if you ever played Zero or K1 and you've seen like all the K2 or you've seen the friendship stuff in that, it works exactly like that. And you can see that I'm so excited to fast travel that I'm just going to keep fast traveling. There are reasons for that. When we fill this friendship bar, we are going to get a specific mission with the taxi folk. This one gets it out of the way, but 2 gets us a bit more virtue, and 3 gets us access to another Palanquin spot, which is hyper important. There's that uplifted. There's my virtue. I can now get the next sprint upgrade. Pretty good. But essentially, we want to keep doing this because we want the other Palanquin spot. With OG Ishin, before we started doing this taxiing stuff, we didn't have this taxi spot. So you can tell the next one's the last one because he says, oh, there are bandits that have been around recently. It'd be a real problem if bandits were to come along and attack us. And wouldn't you believe it, bandits come along and attack us. Shocking, I know. This guy sprained his ankle and then here they come. Unfortunately for them, they don't realize that I have a gun. Just standing there menacingly. So you already know what I'm about to do. you already know. These guys are pretty good. The large enemies don't go down as easily, so you do have to be a bit careful. We want to take him out before he gets up, plus also the crit. That's just me holding left. The aiming in this ain't super great, which is probably an effect of taking the game and putting it in the Unreal Engine, but it is what it is. You'll see a lot of missed shots over this run. And they're sorry. So yeah, the important thing is we now get the option to actually now taxi to a brand new place, which is Kamo River, which is the top of the list for taxis, and that's really nice, and gets us way more virtue. It's nice. It's very nice. So, I'm gonna head this way. This way is one of the more popular spots. We want to stick to the left-hand side to avoid 2 sub-stories. This is one of the more popular spots for seal farming later on when you're going for 100% of this game. There's a rare enemy that can spawn here, and he spawns there quite consecutively. So there's going to be a conversation with Oreo on the bridge. You are going to lose audio for a second because this, for some reason, with OG Ishin, the audio in this cutscene never used to actually like get VODs muted, but for GDQ's sake, this cutscene mutes the VOD. It's just this one. So I'm going to mute it for GDQ because, yeah, you're not going to miss anything because it's just a conversation with Oreo, but the background track in this one, it only plays here and in one of the scenes of Haruka in Another Life, but it does mute the VOD, so I am going to just mute it for this cutscene. Joy's been a content creator. But Oreo tells us as to why she doesn't like the Shinsengumi. We tell her why we've joined the Shinsengumi. We told her that we're infiltrating them to find the person who obviously murdered our foster father. You know the drill. That's going to get Oreo to kind of change her mind and be all like, all right, if you're going to take out the Shinsengumi from within, I'll help you out. Heck yeah, let's go. And then, which is the bit after this one? This is the, yeah, back to the Palanquin and back to Haruka's. On to double check. Yeah, this game is still really good. This is, a lot of people when they played this game, they had a couple of issues with this because it very much felt like, you know, it felt like it was a little rigid because it was a game from like a good like 10 years ago. It was from the Yakuza 0, Yakuza 5 era. And definitely one of those people that said, you know, I don't really think this game needed a full-on, like, remaster remake, but I am glad RGG made the effort. Like, the entire point of this was to release the game in the West, and, like, people were clamoring for Ishin for years, because, genuinely, OG Ishin is, like, one of my absolute favorite games in the series. It's phenomenal. But I'm very glad they did make the effort. Now that we have the extra virtue, I'm just going to go back here and get the next sprint upgrade. Next one is 4,000. It's going to allow us to sprint even further. Even further beyond.
Yeah, it is nice to be able to get the games that didn't come over here and actually be able to play them finally.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the reason why some of the actors were changed and why we have the free lieutenants from Zero, because, you know, the free lieutenants from Zero, the fans in the West absolutely love them from Zero. Like, it's very much like for the fans, and like there's nothing wrong with that. Like, yeah, it gets the game to the West. It gets people to finally play the game that, you know, they've always wanted for years. And whether you enjoyed it or not, you know, you get to play the game at last. Like, it's nice. Now we leave. We're going to go to a place you saw back in Kenzan, Kiyomizu Temple. We're going to go and meet a certain somebody who we actually met in the story back in Chapter 1, but you didn't see them because they were in a cutscene that we skipped. So another faction of lawmakers. The actual, another faction that should be probably doing a bit better than they are. But essentially, we're going to be meeting a certain detective. I recognize him. I say the name detective, you probably already have a name in mind, and you would be right. Unless you think of Tanamura, at which point, don't forget, there's no Tanamura. He doesn't exist anymore. He's only in Yakuza 4. We have to run down this bit. We've been running down this bit a couple of times during the game. This is why we also go and get the taxi spot, is because now I can, like, sprint for way longer. But also, you know, I can gain access to this place a lot easier and a lot faster for the rest of the run. The guy we passed on the left is another friendship event. He starts, like, a little bit of a relatively long cutscene if we get close to him, so we don't want to do that. And now we're at the temple. I didn't do an upgrade earlier when I was supposed to, so I might do that here, honestly. But yep, if this looks like Date to you, that's because it is. Nakoka was the guy who busted on the scene, yep, when our foster father was killed. Originally thought it was us who obviously did it, but has since had a little bit of a change of heart. He knows all about Takeshi Hanpeter as well, so he has come to basically help us out. He used to be Toyo's secretary, our foster father. So that's why he was like, you killed the guy, but no. So, yeah. So he gives us the idea that Takeshi Hanpeter may have arranged it, the actual murder of our foster father. So that's why he's investigating and why he wants to, like, actually help us. But as we say to him, Takeshi Hanpeter was loyal to our foster father, not Kazuma. So, anyway, dudes turn up and we're going to shoot them, as you can probably guess. As you could probably guess. This is a little different to OG Ishin, but this is probably one of the set pieces that's been the least changed to OG Ishin. The way we take it is going to be a little different. I could actually wait until I get to the point and then just do my sword upgrades, I guess. Probably for the best. I messed up the timing on my upgrades, but I can fix it in this set piece, so probably fine. So, these guys are Tosa loyalists. You can see by Tosa loyalist pipe members. They've come to kill Nagaoka, and we're obviously going to stop that from happening. I don't know why I got my sword out. You all know what's about to happen. When in doubt, it is gun time. So, gun out and shoot. 15 fire bullets. I've definitely been using a lot less of my enhanced rounds than usual, which is both good and bad. So we'll see how that works out for me. We're going to break through this barrier with... I want to do the running jump attack, but sometimes it doesn't come out. I don't know why. There we go. Weird. Sometimes it comes out, sometimes it doesn't. I want to shoot anyone who's running towards me in the hopes that I stop them before they hit me. Game? That's weird. I don't know what the game just stopped for, but it did. In this bit, there's going to be a bunch of people that shoot at us, and we're going to get into a little bit more of an advanced thing that you can do on your styles. We're also going to grab a couple of the items in here because they're going to give us more enhanced bullets. So when you get shot, if you dodge at the right time, you'll see I have this little glow. I cannot be attacked at this point. When you get too close to these guys, they fear, and then you can just take care of them. Yeah, I saw his lingering hitbox for a second there. I was like, excuse me? Okay, so we go down here. We've got a couple of enemies that spawn in. I want to go forward enough that I can get the guys to the left to spawn in, because Nagaoka should go after them while I deal with these guys. Hello, Yoshi. What are you doing here? Yoshi, tax season is coming up soon. You should do your taxes. Alright, so there goes Yoshi. And these two. Sometimes you can't hit these two because that lantern on the left. That's why I moved forward a little bit. And then this a couple times. Okay, now I'm going to do my upgrade that I should have done earlier. So, full at ease. I'm going to go into my swordsman tree first and just do 2 upgrades because that's what I want here. This is going to give us an extra hit on our combo. And then I'm going to go to gunman and obviously put the rest into my gun tree. Okay, so as a wall plastering, that's important. That one is hyper important. We're going to be using that a whole bunch. Gunman rank 7. Shooting star blessing. Increase the amount of experience we get from killing people with strong attacks. The panning shots. Just a tussle. And more importantly, 1 into bellowing fusillade. So basically, we get a second hit now on our strong attacks that also uses the special bullets. That's what we're going to use with the enhanced bullets later. I dodged at the wrong time. If I dodged, they would have all feared. I would have been able to take that a little bit quicker. Now we get to a very annoying enemy. You ever see an enemy that has a faceplate like that? That means they're armored. And unfortunately, it's a sledgehammer guy, so he's even worse. So if enemies are armored, we are just going to use our sword because that's much better than trying to get rid of them with our gun for now. Try and do our entire combo. That's bad. I should have been guarding there as well. Nagaoka sometimes helps. Again, hits from the back are guaranteed crit. It's bad. I should have just guarded again. Being a bit careful here because, yeah, this guy can kill me, as you can see. He's very, very strong. At this point, I'm hoping to just kill him normally. That connected? Alright, just in case, I'm taking heal. I ain't risking this. That's the move forward moving ones. That's not too bad.
If they're the wrong health bar, is getting low here.
Yeah, this guy also doesn't go down too much to, like, actual fire bullets. So what I'm gonna do is put on the enhanced rounds, and you'll see how much damage I actually do with this. Much, much more damage. I want to be very careful not to use all of these, which is why I'm only using single bullets. He's being very aggressive today. Very aggressive today. And sometimes he can go after Nagaoka, which is obviously really good because then he doesn't go after you. Anyway, that's us helping Nagaoka out, and that's us ending this chapter, which is nice. He's going to head off, and then we're going to head back. And this is the point where OG Ishin's route and Lad Ishin's route diverge completely. This is where you'll understand why Lad Ishin is not a very speedrun-friendly speedrun. Oi. Oi. Alright, so. This is chapter 5. This is good old iron code. That's code for, or that's an anagram for I'm using gun still. A lot of gun. So we're going to start off in Shinsengumi HQ. Oh, no, we actually have to go up there, my bad. But we're going to go to Shinsengumi HQ. Is the sub-story there? It might be, so I've got to be a bit careful. There's a sub-story that appears here after a time, and you have to be just a little bit careful when it does, because it will cause a second, like, part of that sub-story to appear, which will be, like, almost impossible to avoid. And, like, both of the cutscenes together add up to, like, a minute and a half. So we want to avoid, like, activating the first part so that we can just keep going, like, a quicker way through there. So, up towards Shinsengumi HQ again. With the highest sprint level, you can see we can now run quite a bit further, which is nice. And we go speak to Todo. So, Todo's going to give us a guided tour of the place. A very slow guided tour of the place. Unfortunately, no, I can't push him. And unfortunately, I can't trigger the cutscene early by running over here, sadly. We just have to wait for Todo to actually get a bit of a move on. But this is going to lead into the second long activity that Ishin introduces. It's in OG Ishin 2. In Lad Ishin and OG Ishin, it is probably the place you will spend the most time if you are going for 100% of the game. It is a little painful, and the seal system in this game made it even more painful. But essentially, he's like, "Hey, this is the main hall where the Shinsengumi lieutenants meet. Like, obviously, you know, all the captains, etc. We were obviously there earlier. Gonna head to the back here. Gonna keep going. Got to go all the way to the storehouse. Up in that back corner is where Ito and Kondo Asami's rooms are. Hijikata's is the one ahead of us on the right. There is unfortunately not much to say in this bit. It is just follow Todo slowly. But this is the storeroom, which is definitely not used for other nefarious things. No. And then he's also going to introduce us to our lodgings again. I don't know if the game's just like, hey, remember you have a safe house here, but for some reason the game's just like, hey, here's your room again. Don't forget about it. If you are doing the battle dungeon stuff to 100% completion, you definitely will not forget about it. Very nice that you can enter and just get a full heal. But essentially, yes, this is going to be the battle dungeon. The battle dungeon... Oh boy! The battle dungeon was in OG Ishin as well. The nice thing is the first map that's going to occur here is fixed layout. So we know exactly what the layout is. It's even the same layout as it is in OG Ishin, which is really nice. But this is where, once we're done with this, the run is going to very much differ. And it's actually going to start differing in here to what it was in OG Ishin, and the reason why this run actually is kind of nasty if you are trying to run this game seriously. And so I would never say to, like, run this game seriously. Thank you. So, it's showing off corporal traits, it's showing off different abilities. This will be something that is going to become important after we get out of here. So, in OG Ishin, the trooper cards that we use here are all very specifically exclusive to being used in here. Unfortunately, for Lad Ishin, they can be used outside as well. But unfortunately, we will be... I just pushed the wrong button. That's unfortunate. That's going to lose me some time. Unfortunately, we are going to have to actually, like, get through ourselves. I should have been on my gun star for that. We want to hit all these switches as well. You can hit them with an attack and break them. I want to be on gun for the rest of this. The downside is I just told them to activate their abilities automatically, so whenever they come off cooldown, they will use them, which is not great for this place because I want to use my attack up. I want to use my attack up, which is the one on the right, at a specific point. So I now need to go pretty fast. I'm just going to go through. The materials that you can see that you get in here are really good. If you do the running attack, you can actually hit the switch. Unfortunately, I missed, so yeah, this is going to be a problem. I will actually take my time to tell them to do it manually. Yeah, I can. Manual. Important ones are for sword and for gun. I did it on all of them just in case. So, a couple more enemies. The correct way to go through here is the path on the left-hand side. Past that guy. And go into here. So this is the reason why I wanted that to wait until this bit, is because when you go in here, you get like a little bit of a mini-boss. That way I can use my actual attack here. Now, guy can be a pain if you knock him to the floor. Easy crits. Very nice. That's just the tutorial. It's a lot faster in LED Ishin thanks to obviously the fast-firing gun. And now we get to the point of contention. So, this is where, as you heard me just say a second ago, the trooper cards can actually be used outside of this place, which means we have to get certain troopers. Now, you'll see in a second here, IGG did team up with a bunch of like content creators and stuff like that. We consider them the usual rules of DLC, aka they're not allowed unless you do like any percent with DLC, but they're not actually super great for the actual run themselves. Even though they start like level 99. Like, their actual abilities aren't as good as like we actually want. There is a specific ability we want. So I'm gonna, even though I'm obviously in the speedrun, I'm gonna slow this down so you can understand. There's Bob. That's the Bob. So what we do is we make a safety save here. We always make a save here so we can reroll the gacha. I do have a safety save for this bit with a good set of trooper cards because it will literally make this run 20 minutes faster. So here's what we do. We have to go down to enlistment. Roll the 1-Ryo-1 once. This is going to get us one of a number of people. Domyo Ikki is good. So I'm going to slow it down a tiny bit here. What we're looking for is trooper ability. We want furious combos. So we're looking for a red unit because they're the attack units that will have them. Usually the ones that have them are rare, but you can actually get some of them that don't actually have them on the very common ones, but they are exceedingly rare. I'm actually down money, which is interesting. That might be an issue. That was an exceedingly bad set of rolls. I didn't get any attack cards, so because of that, if you didn't get the attack cards, you would obviously load and you would do it again. I'll do it one more time. We're going to roll the more expensive one because there's a higher chance of getting the rarer cards. But unfortunately, you get less chances of rolling it, obviously, because you're using more of your money. So enlistment 1-Ryo. That'll get me... Mana Bay's not as good, unfortunately. Medical attention is bad. Attendance is bad. Triple shot is good. But I also want, hopefully, Furious. We didn't get... Okay, so I'm going to load up my safety save that I've made. And then I will show you, like, one of them is actually triple shot. And I'll show you the card that I was actually looking for, which is this one. And you'll get to see what I'm talking about when we get to boss fights from the next chapter onwards. You'll understand immediately why I had to make the safety save. So, in our troopers, you'll see we have Domyo Ikki. Domyo Ikki gives you another trooper slot, so we can have 4 instead. Triple shot on this guy, triple shot on that guy, increases gunman damage by a tremendous amount. But the one we wanted was that. Furious combos. Landing successive attacks actually increases the amount of damage that you do. Or manual, good. You'll understand what that does in the next chapter. And you will understand why I have a safety save for that for this hotfix. If this was a normal run, I would just have had to have gone ahead with triple shot, which isn't the worst because the damage of triple shot is actually really good. But I had spent like 7 hours making the safety save last night. I'm using it. If I actually had gotten like that one triple shot and like furious combos or just one furious combos, I would have just gone ahead with that. The important one is furious combos. The world record for this actually managed to get 3 furious combos, and it's absolutely wild. the world record holder, Pierce Calla, they have stated that they never want to come back to this game again. I don't think world record ever gets beaten, just because of the fact that Pierce Calla managed to get literally a triple Furious combo roll. Like, I can't see anyone ever beating that. It's wild. Like, that kind of RNG is something like 0.0001%. Like, it's wild. It happened, and it's probably never ever getting beaten. I'm certainly never going to try and beat it. So, essentially, as you can see, the Palanquins are gone because we're going to get introduced to another brand new character here. Another person that has been replaced from Yakuza 5. Used to be Yamazaki from Yakuza 5. Is now, of course, Jungi Han from Yakuza 6 and Like a Dragon. God, I love this guy. Love this guy so much. He's essentially acting as messenger for Kondo Isami. We have to head to a specific spot to actually go and meet Kondo himself. Is it Kondo? No, we have a mission set by Kondo. There is supposedly a Shinsengumi officer who wants to desert the Shinsengumi. Another familiar face if you've been playing the side content of these games. So we're going to go and meet them right now. I want to go to the bottom option because we want to go to Gion. This specifically makes it so that we avoid that bridge that I talked about that has the sub-story on it. There's a couple of sub-stories down this road, which are unfortunate because the camera does the thing in these, like, older style games. Again, I wanted to run there and it just gave me this. That's the lottery ticket. I do not ever want to go near the lottery now because I'll get a longer extended conversation if I ever do. And there's like 2 sub-stories along that road that we're trying to avoid, and we're going to team up with Toto. We're going to head in while Toto watches the back door. Again, if you've been playing the side content, specifically of Yakuza's 1 through 3, you might recognize the next 2 folk who turn up. They were also in OG Ishin. I thought they were going to get replaced in this when I saw the other actor replacements, so I'm actually kind of glad they didn't. They are very much old fan favorites. They had trooper cards in the original, or one of them has a trooper card in the original, which is kind of replicated in this, but not as well. This, oh boy, oh boy. You might recognize this lady. She is, of course, Akimoto's wife, sister, girlfriend. I don't remember what happens in that set of side stories. It goes places. Which obviously does mean enter stage right. Good old Akimoto. That is him. He came back. Fun fact, you can send this guy out of bounds at this fight. It's not as fast as obviously shooting him with gun, but there is a spot at the back wall where you can actually push him out of bounds. He just falls through the floor and he just dies. Unfortunately, it's just not as fast as me just going, you know, bang, bang. So if you look at the bottom left, all my trooper cards, that red bar is the ability bar. So that is building up as I hit Akimoto. I should actually have my fire bullets on and use one of those. I will need it for the next fight as well, actually. So that bar is filling up as we're obviously shooting Akimoto. So when that bar is filled up, we can use the individual abilities. For my left D-pad and my right D-pad, that is triple shot, which increases my gun damage a tremendous amount. They don't stack on top of one another, but that also means I can just use one in tandem after the other. Domyo Ikki, like, charges up the bar of all of my cards really, really fast, and the top D-pad one is our Furious combos, and you'll see exactly what that does later. So unfortunately, the deserter Akimoto, we were trying to help him, and Moto came along and put him down, unfortunately. So, poor old Akimoto is now done. I need to go... I do it again. I'm trying to hold my stamina and I keep picking up the prize tickets. We now go back to the Shinsengumi over to... Oh, Mibu. It's alright. It changes up to the first option on this taxi for some reason. Taxi lists are hard in these games. So... we're going to head into the Shinsengumi HQ and we're going to immediately go into the next story segment. And we're going to meet the captain of the 6th unit, who is Inoue Genzaburo, who you will more commonly know as not... Actually, is it Mabuchi? No, it's not. No, you're Tani. It's actually not Kashiwagi. Tanny's just gonna head off. He's the captain of the 7th unit, I believe. Yeah, there's Inoue. So Inoue Genenzaburo is not Kashiwagi. Same actor as in the original OG Ishin, which is obviously really nice. This guy looks like he would be a really good bartender. I don't know why I'm getting that feeling. Weird feeling. Very weird feeling. Anyway, he's off. And we have been told specifically that Arcada Izo has turned up. I mean, we already know he turned up, because he could turn up in front of us. But Izo has apparently murdered 2 of the shogunate officials. So there is now essentially what would be a warrant out on Izo, and we're going to have to go and deal with him along with other members of the Shinsengumi, which included Tani, who you saw run off after Izo immediately, and Genzaburo himself, as well as Sandro? No, that's Tani. Mikasabura. Yeah, not Yoshimitsu from Yakuza 6. It gets confusing. That's why I'm trying to use, like, not Kiryu, not Kashiwagi, etc., so you kind of know who's who. We are led down a specific route. That's the route, and that's a fight spawn. So we are going to be making, again, a good old save load. So this is what we mean by save load. We save the game. We load the game. That fight spawn that was in front of us, as you will now see, is mysteriously disappeared. Fortunately, that means there can be one around this corner. No, we're good. You can see the 4 captains, all the 3 captains here are lying in wait. I'm going to use my gun. So, Altani, as you can probably guess, is a little bit hot-headed. So, he's going to run off inside. I agree. So these guys are supposed to be guarding the gambling den where Izo is chilling. We're gonna take care of these 2, which isn't gonna take too long. I hope we take you out. Into you. Beautiful. Alright. Then we have our next boss fight, which will be, if you've been keeping track at home, the 3rd time we will be fighting Izo. And not the last. Here's the boss we fight the most in this game, actually. Okay. Unfortunately, poor old Tani and Suzuki, they ain't doing too good. We're going to start off with the usual. Good. Wanted him hit on the floor again. Now, importantly, I want to move to the left in this bit, because I'm going to want to go over here and hopefully... Oops, that's not good. Use that. The action. So here's a weird thing about LED Ishin compared to OG Ishin. Heat actions break the boss's AI. He doesn't know what to do right now. Like, he actually doesn't know what to do. I just got Furious Combos back, which is good. So you'll see for the first time what this does. See how I have a 51 combo on the side? You see my damage has been like 18 to 20. Watch this. When I activate Furious Combos, I'm now at 50. I want to keep this going, so I want to make sure that I don't miss and I also don't get hit. You can use your heat actions to keep it going. So now, and your timer will tick down as that, but you can see it also counts for the heat actions as well. So with Furious Combos, I am now literally doing more than double the damage that I would be doing with normal attacks. And now you understand why I wanted Furious Combos. Like,
that's an absurd amount of damage.
Right? Like, it changes the entire run. Like, and it makes the gun style even better. Fast firing gun plus Furious Combo is just absurd. Like, but now the whole point of this run is going to be utilizing, obviously, our combo cards at the right time. using one of my, obviously, triple damage gunman ones alongside Furious combos, because just remember, that's not all the damage I can do. If I can combine that with one of my triple shots, I'm going to increase that damage almost over double. That's why you need a good combination of cards and why your cards are so important. So, essentially, Izo is taken in by Inoue, but we did notice that Inoue actually was also a 10 in Rishin user. Hey look, 3,000 virtue. Ataxian. I'm gonna go get another sprint upgrade. Yep, all of this taxiing is allowing us to get like a lot of very early like upgrades for our sprint, which is really nice. The earlier you can get your sprint, the more you can more distance you can travel, and then the better it will be for obviously the run, because you would just take less time having to stop actual sprinting. The next one is 7,000, which sounds like a lot, but we will eventually be able to afford that. It's gonna take us a while, like a good couple of chapters, but we will eventually be able to afford it. And we just head back to the inn and just rest up for the night. And that's going to be the end of this chapter. But yeah, this is the reason why OG Ishin and Lad Ishin's run just diverge so much, is these trooper cards. And obviously, the fact I have a exceedingly fast firing gun. Like, very, 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 very different styles of runs. The OG Ishin one is a lot more like your traditional old RGG run that you've seen in others, a bit more like Kenzan, but yeah. In OG Ishin, the best damage style in the end game was always gun, but now with the changes that they made to gun in this, it's even more ridiculous. With the seals that we've got, and to go a little bit more into the seal system whilst the main plot's going on. The seal system in this game allows you to actually take some of these seals and put them into other equipment, which allows you to build an exceedingly fast-firing gun that can also break armor and can also do an immense amount of damage. It's kind of wild. You can make gun extremely broken. You can make a whole bunch of extremely broken weapons, but you can make gun just absolutely outstandingly broken. Especially, endgame. It's kind of ridiculous. So we're having a good old Shinsengumi meeting where some people are a little bit upset that Kondo Asami is still missing and hasn't shown himself, and the fact that 2 of the Shinsengumi lieutenants are dead. Or captains, I should say. And you see good old Iwano in the background there. So essentially, that dude is not having a great time right now. Basically, Yamazaki has figured out that there is a group from the Choshu Loyalist Party that are plotting an attack on the palace that are going to take the emperor away. So all Shinsengumi units are going to essentially participate in a raid on a place called Ikadaya, which is going to be another little inn, but it's at a different part of the map from Teradaya. So we're going to go and do that after this little bit. So we've got to go back to see Nakaoka again. Whenever we have stuff to do, we go and see good old not Date. Yeah, gun is absurdly good in this game. Wild Dance is good fun, and I'm really sad that it's not quite as useful in the run, because I was really hoping that it would be. Wild Dancer is weirdly the least changed style from OG Ishin to Lad Ishin. There's nothing that's really been made better, but there's nothing that's been made worse either, unlike Brawler, for example. Is this the... Nope, still not the sub-story yet. Eventually, the sub-story, there'll be 2 people on this corner right here that I have to be careful of. You can now see in my level 3 sprint, I can practically make it all the way to the inn without having to stop for breath. So you can understand now fully why I am still constantly trying to get my sprint upgrades. One more and we can get to the Palanquin from the inn without any problems. I must remember to go to my room here, because that is actually where Nakaoka is. The other day, I got Gotoku was here. I walked outside, halfway through the map and realized, wait a minute. Wait a minute, I've forgotten a part of the story here. So, I'm going to speak to Gotoku. He's going to tell us of the raid that's coming up. And then Gotoku is going to tell us that he has actually been in contact with the leader of the Choshu faction, who is Katsura Kogoro. It's not a character we have met yet. Or have we? Or have we? As you can see, Takeshi Hanpeter has also agreed to this plan. So we kind of want to go on this raid as well to figure out who Kogoro is and to figure out, you know, what's going on. And we are now going to go to the middle of town. We cannot use palanquins in this bit. Once again, we have to go to that little road in between the two parts of town because there is going to be a story event that happens there. Whenever there are story events that happen in the middle of town, all the palanquins are disabled. So you'll see on the bottom left on the minimap, the palanquin symbol is no longer there. And this is a good example of like how much more extra sprint we've got. Because you know at this point with sprint level 1, we'd already stopped, so we can go all this way. Be careful left-hand side of town. Bacchus from Yakuza 0 should be over there in this chapter or the next chapter. Here's a brand new sub-story to this game. Right, fight spawn is here, so what I need to do is run on this left-hand side. Good. It's easier here because the trigger for the cutscene is a little further back. If that fight spawn is ever there, the guy who was in the corner is a sub-story. If that fight spawn is ever there, you must make sure you stick that left-hand side and sprint properly, and you can avoid it. So, this is Matsubara speaking to our informant guy who was looking for Tenerition users. He might have some information for us. Whoops! He's now dead. So, Matsubara knew that he was an informant, and he was obviously looking into the members of the Shinsengumi, and he was suspicious of that, so he kind of took him out. As you do. Good old, what's his face? Matsubara is not, keep forgetting his name every single time. Dude in Yakuza 5, from Kiryu's part. Alongside not Aizawa, who is also in this game. I can't remember all these names, keeps throwing me off every time. Every time. Anyway, back up to Shinsengumi, back up to Mibu. He's always up by 2 from here. The nice thing about Lad Ishin as well, this taxi that we just used from the blacksmith, that taxi was not in OG Ishin. It's not part of the... Every time. It's not part of the... like, the friendship stuff. It is just unlocked by default when you first get the palanquins in this game. It is one they added in, which is honestly a really nice one. Because again, if you're going for 100% of the game, you will be going to visit the blacksmith a lot. No. So it is actually a really, really appreciated taxi that we're actually going to be utilizing in the run a couple of times because of that. Okay, and then at this bit, you could die after this. Speak to Shinpachi.
Oh.
There's just a whole bunch of story stuff here in the Shinsengumi. We just go and see, like, a couple of the captains. Most of our friends. Was. And good old Matsubara again. Cat has asked us to meet him in the warehouse. Everyone else is just talking about the raid that's about to happen. It's one of those points where, you know, there's not much that's happening. We gotta go back and forth a couple of times. Morinaga, that's the guy. As I said, there's the storehouse. Not good things happen in this room right here. This guy is having a lovely conversation with us. That's all. Got a little too drunk one night, definitely. Don't worry about it. So he's gonna tell us about Katsura Kogoro and his location, which is at Ikadaya. Ikadaya, we think, is in one of 2 locations, so we're going to split our forces between the 2 locations. The one that we are going to initially go to, which is Shikakuya, that's going to be the incorrect one. The one we wanted was Ikadaya, which is at the top of the map. But thankfully, there is a palanquin option that we get, which thankfully we unlocked because we did all those palanquin trips earlier. With OG Ishin's original route, we wouldn't have this palanquin option just yet until the next chapter. So that's one of the other reasons why we do all of those, like, all of those actual, like, back and forth with the palanquins, is so we can get this now and just go straight there. No messing about. Pretty nice. So us and Hijikata went here. And good old Not Awano over there. And then we get the word that this was indeed the wrong place. So the other members of the Shinsengumi are going to start the raid already, and then we're going to go and join up with them. And there's going to be a couple of big changes from OG Ishin to Lad Ishin in this next episode. Tells a little about Kondo and his dream. Someday he'll be able to tell us the reasons as to why Kondo is missing and not saying anything. Like why he's communicating through Hijikata. But essentially Hijikata is like the person who's closest to the missing leader of the Shinsengumi. You will actually get to see real soon, actually. Like, very soon. So, head to Ikadaya. Now, you can taxi up to the top part of the map, but it's essentially around... I unfortunately forgot about Dog. Barking Dog sub-story. He's actually going to help me a little bit, because there was a fight spawn in front of me. That's why I went to the left a little bit. This dog is a friend event sub-story. You give him bones. He's happy. Good dog. Poor dog. I think it's been like kind of a sad story. I think it's like its owner died here or something like that, and it's just like waiting the entire time. And it's hungry as well, and you give it food. It's a good dog. You make friends with like quite a few dogs and cats in this game. It's kind of nice. Unfortunately, because of that fight spawn, I accidentally walked into that sub-story, so oh well. A bit of time lost there. Right, we don't do Annex. When's our next level up? It's in chapter 8, right? Dang. It is. Yeah, it should be before the big guy. Checking my notes real quick. I think it's for the big guy, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Okay, so this is the raid on Ikadaya. There's a whole bunch of dudes. For some reason, the game starts you in your hand-to-hand style. I don't know. Where's my gun? There's my gun. So I do have triple shot, and as you'll see, my damage is now up to 30 to 40 with a crit on every single enemy. That hole is in the way. I should have gone to the left, actually, for the next part of this set piece. Nope. And it lasts a relatively long time as well, which is good. We're going to be keeping Furious combos, mostly for boss fights. Because it takes quite a long while to actually... Oh, hello. It takes quite a long while to actually, like, replenish itself. But the nice thing is, anytime we're fighting, like, strong enemies, we can... I didn't break it. We can obviously use our triple shot and get a little bit more damage, which we're going to do in the next fight. Hopefully we'll get our triple shot back for the end of the set piece. I don't usually have triple shot, so I don't know its full, like, downtime cooldown stuff. We will have Domyo Ikki at the time, though, so that will be fine. In fact, I could potentially use Furious in this next part. Alright. Making big changes from OG Ishin to LAD Ishin. Once again, although for some reason we get the Shinpachi's fight theme here from the OG Ishin. I don't know why. Bit weird. But next boss. Shinpachi's theme, by the way. Sounds like the Terminator theme. Don't worry about it. Used to be Kanai from Yakuza 5. Instead, you might recognize this guy. Bonk. Still with his absolutely wonderful eyebrows, it is Shimano. And the best part is, with some of these changes, they also change up the music from OG Ishin as well, which is good. Still as intimidating as ever. This is Shimano's theme. So, try and get him on the floor, which doesn't work because he's a larger lad. Do a heat attack here, because that way we can break his AI for a little while, and then just start shooting him. Actually gonna do Furious triple. Look at the damage, look at it stack. There it goes. Bye-bye, Toshimaru.
It's absurd.
It is. It really is. The nice thing is, my main trooper card, Domyo Ikki, you can see it's fully charged at the bottom. So the next time that I get access to being able to use it, I'm going to use it immediately, and you'll see the bars of my other cards will instantly start to refill. That's why Domyo Ikki is really good. Domyo Ikki allows you to get more trooper cards, or more trooper slots, and then also allows you to just recharge them almost immediately. Because this guy is in the wall, it is missing shots. Good. I definitely should be using a couple more on my bullets. If I don't have Furious back for the boss, I'll use my enhanced bullets. Speak to... I think there's like one of these guys you don't actually have to speak to, but a couple of these you do. Oh, this way. I got turned around. That happens easily in this place. But I hit the door as well, which is nice. Everything's available. I'm not using my triple on just 2 enemies for, obvious reasons. I think this is the only one you have to speak to. Or, like, the one you don't have to speak to. One of these you don't have to speak to. I don't remember which one it is. I was going to speak to all of them. I think this is the one with the 2 enemies. If it is, I'm going to be using my triple shot on them. It is. These guys have, like, a boss-like HP bar, but they don't do anything. Like, they actually just don't do anything. He actually did something. How dare you? I was hoping to get him on the floor. It's because I don't have my full sword combo yet, because we get another double finisher. Because he's close, I'm just going to use my sword to finish him off. It's fine. Back to a good old gun. Take care of everybody in here. I want the healing items because I have taken a little bit more damage than I would actually like. Because he's in the wall again. I'm missing a couple of shots, which is unfortunate. I'm intentionally saving Furious on my other triple shot for the boss. Shouldn't be too bad. That's unfortunate again. Get Domyo Ikki back in time, actually. I do notice that while my mini-map does have a marker behind me, which means I might have missed somebody to talk to. It's unfortunate. These big guys kind of suck, because they just do that. There we go. Oh, I actually broke it from the side. Gun is wild. Yeah, we should be good. Okay, so we finally find old Katsura. You might recognize this guy. And this is a unique remix to LAD Ishin. This is a remix of Akiyama's theme from Yakuza 4, and it is, of course, Akiyama. So I'm just going to pop both of those and watch the damage fly. Up HP already. Stop him with that. You see the damage also goes up on the heat attacks. 451. That breaks his AI. That breaks him. This is why both of, like, this combo for the combo cards is just absurd. Like, it's ridiculous how strong it is. But, yep. Nibori was a fake name. His name is actually good old Katsura Kogoro. And unfortunately, the Shinsengumi members figure out that there is actually a traitor in their midst who... that is actually us. But thankfully, they think it's Matsubara instead. Or it is actually Matsubara as well. So... good old not Ryuji here, who you remember earlier as old... what's his face? Thingy. This Katsu Rintaro, he only appears here. This is the Young Master. This is also another change from Yakuza 5. This was Aoyama from Kiryu's part of Yakuza 5. But instead it's the Young Master. And it's not even like the Ryo Aoki Young Master from like LAD. It's the Young Master. I don't know why we used the Young Master, but here he is. He's set up a meeting with Saigo of Choshu, and he has set up a meeting with a guy who calls himself Sakamoto Ryoma, which, if you'll know, is our name. So that's an issue. That's not us. That is very, very much vehemently not us. And in this one, you'll finally get to meet the missing leader of the Shinsengumi. Ooh. I love my notes for this part. My notes are literally just Shinsengumi stuff. There's just a bunch of Shinsengumi stuff here, and I just, like, several times, just like Shinsengumi stuff. I know exactly what I need to do. This should be the bit with the strip Mahjong game, if I remember rightly. Mahjong is a great game.
Mahjong is a fantastic game.
It's so good. It's so good. I love Mahjong so much. I learned Mahjong because of these games. Like I said before Yakuza 6 came out. There's the sub-story. It's those two on the left. We have to avoid them. I said before Yakuza 6 came out, I wanted to learn like the entire Mahjong, and I did. Haven't regretted it. Not once.
Everybody should learn Mahjong.
It's so good. Like, there's a lot of really good Mahjong clients out there now. The Final Fantasy 14 Mahjong client is really good, and then you have Mahjong Soul, which just actually got a Windows client, so that's actually nice.
You
actually
should not have told me that. You should not have told me. Oh, no.
Shouts to, like, the GDQ events as well. Obviously, like, SGDQ going on in the summer. There is usually a group who will actually, like, end up doing, like, real-life Mahjong. It was one of my, like, actual highlights of when I went to SGDQ 2022. Like, it was the day after my run. I was slightly hungover, and they were just like, hey, you want to play Mahjong? I'm like, yes. Absolutely fantastic.
I'm sad that I missed you at 22.
Yeah, that was the first one I went to. Yeah,
no, I went to 20. Did you go to 23, not 22?
No, I didn't. No, I went to 2022. Summer. That was the LED
I missed
run.
you, and that's tragic.
Yeah. Yeah, I was, like, relatively busy for Summer SGDQ 2022. There was a lot of people, like, in their own groups for that one. But AGDQ 2024 that just went by, it was fantastic. Like, really fantastic. I missed playing Mahjong there, so I'm frustrated. It was much, like, more open and, like a much more nicer event to, like, chill with people. I'm hoping I can go to good old SGDQ this year. Because my legs are still problematic. I actually finally got a consultation about that at last, which is nice. But yeah, my legs are in trouble. So we'll see. We'll see, but hopefully, fingers crossed. Essentially, the guy we saw at the front of the Shinsengumi was, oh god, what's his name? It was not he's from Yakuza 5. There's a lot of Yakuza 5 actors in this because this came out around the time of Yakuza 5. I love the guy. I love the guy to bits. I should know Watase. Not Watase. He will be back later on. He's another leader of another faction. If you're wondering there's a bunch of factions in this, yes, there are. That's just how the real life, like, Bakumetsu era period actually went. A bunch of factions vying for a whole bunch of, like, stuff and a general governance that's going on that, yes, you will actually meet later on. It should be the Mahjong game? Yeah, it's the Mahjong game. You get to, again, see Okuta Soji, aka not Majima, and good old not Wano. I really like this because they actually, what RGG did is they actually, the model for the tiles used for the Mahjong here, they have actually, like, done, like, genuinely their own hands. Like, none of these tiles just, you know, replicated. Like, they are literally, like, specific Mahjong hands. Like, if you look at them, like, in this bit, you can tell they're going for specific stuff. Pretty cool. Like, usually they would just put tiles down and just do whatever, but no, they actually, like, modeled an entire, like, actual hand between them. Pretty sick. I like that. Like that bunch. Anyway, that's the Shinsengumi stuff.
Yeah, it's a nice detail when they actually, like, you can tell they're going for something instead of, like, you just have 13 random tiles in your hand and none of them are good.
Yeah, if you look at the two guys who are obviously losing the strip Mahjong game, you can tell why they're losing. Their hands are not good. Okay, so this should be Inoue telling us about, yep, old Saigo. So Saigo, his faction is actually at war with the person we used to know as Nibori, Katsura. So it'd be really bad. And if you know what happened in real life, like, you already know what the outcome of this is going to be. But it'd be real bad if the two of them were to make up at some point and join forces. Hopefully that won't be us doing it. Haha. Hopefully that doesn't happen in the next chapter or two. This is the point where we have to like keep avoiding the sub-story that is right there on that corner. We can do it by hugging this corner here and then going a little bit to the left. You just want to not get close to those two. If we get close to those two, I lose like a minute and a half. And thankfully, with the sprint upgrades that we've got, we can now make it to the Palanquin and back from the actual Pterodaya Inn. Which is really nice. Again, much like Kenzan, there is a lot of running around. As I said, we're going to be going back to Pterodaya a whole bunch in this, and the Shinsengumi HQ. Like,
Huh?
yeah, the auto table was there at AGDQ. I missed actually playing Mahjong at AGDQ. I'm kind of annoyed at myself. I was like very busy for AGDQ, but like I should have made the time for Mahjong. Always make the time for Mahjong. Always.
It's true.
Okay, is this the point? Or is it the next chapter? This point? No, it's not this point. No, this is Rakanai, isn't it? Need to get my footing as to where I am. Because we do go and meet with good old not Ryuji at some point soon, which I thought was this chapter, but it might be the next chapter. Oh, we're going there now. Yeah, we're going to meet him now. That's my consulate. Yeah, that's the one. I did have my timing right. So we need to go back to the top of the map. The sub-story is actually missing at the moment. There's really weird points where like sub-stories get taken away from you. I don't really know why that is. But RGG stuff, it's usually whenever you're escorting someone that the sub-stories disappear, but sometimes they just disappear, and like this is one of those times. Really weird. So we're gonna head to the main gate of, like, obviously old Satuma's place, and we're like, you know, like to see Saigo. And this guy's like, ah, yes, we're waiting for you. We're gonna take you right to see him, which is very obviously not where he's taking us. But we're still gonna go with him anyway. Even Ryoma at this point is like not dense enough to realize he's obviously in there. This guy is clearly leading us towards other members of their consulate. Let's look at Lad Ishin, that road right there that goes down there. We never have to go down that road, thanks to obviously the taxis we got. Going down that road leads you to a move master for your, I think it's both Wild Dancer and Sword Style. But it leads into like a very, very long like chain of like movies that takes ages to get through. I think it's like 2 minutes. It's like a really long time. That's why having the blacksmith taxi is really nice, because we can just like bypass a whole bunch of stuff with that taxi alone. So they're just like, hey, we're going to beat you up, which, yeah, sure. you already know the drill. I will actually move to the far corner. There we go. If anybody gets close. I could actually use my triple here, because then I can use Domino Icky in the next fight. Which is the next fight, is it? Actually him. It is. That's an issue, because I won't have Furious, although we'll have Furious for the second half of the fight, so that should be fine. Essentially, like, a lot of this run is like timing your trooper cards to the right time to be able to use them, like, obviously in as many boss fights as possible. So yeah, one of the weird things about going to Unreal Engine with this game as well, obviously for like Yakuza runs, what we do is we hold R1X to be able to skip through the text. Unless you're the Dragon Engine and you only have like 2 or 3 text boxes where spamming X is quicker. But for the most part, you want to hold R1X like this. But even though this works in OG Ishin, in Lad Ishin, the weird thing is you have to like reapply R1X every time a cutscene starts. So I'd have to like let go and then push it again like that. Like, it's just something you have to get used to with Lad Ishin, and you've seen me a couple of times like there. Just forget that's a thing that I have to do now. So this is where we find out there is a second Sakamoto Ryoma going around. Obviously, you saw at the start of this chapter that old Saigo here was having a conversation with them, and we obviously, like he says, that he looks nothing like us, etc. So yeah, we gotta now figure out who that is. Oh, Yamazaki comes back, and we finally get the word Kondo Isami wants to meet. And we mustn't let that location slip, which is fine because there's a palanquin literally right next to me, my dude. Which is, hold up, Guillaume. Of course it's Guillaume. Should have known that by now. Double check my notes, but I should have known that. Again, watch out for the sub-story that's right next to us as the camera turns here. That guy. We do walk into him, we only lose like 20 seconds, but you still don't want to walk into him for obvious reasons. And now we find Kondo Asami. Another actor change from the original Ishin. He was a face actor, aka a real actor in OG Ishin. In this game, the inspired choice of Adachi from Like a Dragon. Absolutely amazing change. Like, I loved the OG, like, Kondo Asami as well, but Adachi in this role is brilliant. Good old Akio Otsuka, like, such a veteran, like, voice actor, like, oh my god, he's so good in this role. But he's just been chilling here, just, you know, in brothels for a while. That should do, I guess. He's just doing his own thing. He's had one very big change in this video game. The man has learned how to, you know, shoot fireballs. As you do. Yeah, he just shoots fireballs now. So, we gotta be careful of that. This fight's actually one of the more frustrating ones in the run, because he has a charge attack that he's gonna use from, like, the first phase that's gonna be really kind of nasty. And we really don't want that to hit us. But the nice thing about that charge attack is it is going to lead into us being able to use the wall heat action very easily, because we can lead him towards a wall. So, hopefully we can do this properly. This is a cool fight. Same soundtrack as the original. So we're going to start with the usual. You already know the drill. Should get them back in second phase, which will be good. Too early on my part. 13 bullets up, that's pretty good. Get over here. I just missed him, that's fine, because we can do furious combos here. And now look at the damage. This will go into phase 2. The issue with doing this for phase 2 is that this cutscene is very, very long. And it isn't a damage cutscene, so I'm going to probably lose these buffs here, which is unfortunate. Should have probably waited for phase 2, honestly, with these buffs. This is where, yeah, this is where things get a little nastier. I still have a triple. Please do not use fireballs, because I do not want to see fireballs. Mid-fight QT also breaks his AI, which is nice. Good, that'll do. That's a good use of that strong, because he was about to do an attack on me there. Okay, good fight. Very good fight. And we get another new sword. We will be using these swords, I promise. Like, these swords are actually, like, genuinely a giant increase over the swords that we've actually got currently, which is nice. Chapter 8, yeah, it's Chapter 8. We should probably take a break around this point, I guess. Let me get to gameplay, and then I guess we'll take our next break. This would actually be a pretty good time. Yep, okay, that'll do. Cool.
Awesome. So yeah, during these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour, so just everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything they need to do. Real quick before we go to the break, just a reminder, we are looking for a special event showrunner to highlight speedrunning communities through weekend specials while we revitalize the GDQ Hotfix. So if you're passionate about speedrunning and thrive on organizing game events, check out the duties and apply today at gamesdonequick.com/jobs. That said, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more LAD Ishin. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing the 2 Samurai Yakuza games. We are in the middle of a Like a Dragon Ishin run. Hand it right back over to you, Fred, whenever you're ready.
Cool. All right, let's carry on. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so we're going to head back to good old Shinsengumi HQ. What a surprise. Constantly just going back and forth between Teradaya and Shinsengumi HQ, so that's why it's really nice that there is at least a decent palanquin option nearby both of them. I do wish that they'd added like one more close to this corner, because that would have made things like really nice. But the story's there, so we avoid it by going this way. Cut that corner again. And we head over to palanquin again. Now that we're like rank 3 sprint, we can get like really far before we lose our sprint, which is nice. And back to Mibu. See, our money's getting kind of low, which it is. Don't worry about it. The nice thing is we only palanquin twice in this chapter. So we only need money for that, and then we're going to get a whole bunch of money in the next chapter. So as soon as we get to good old Shinsengumi HQ, we're going to be approached by Soji, okay, not Majima. So Okuta's going to tell us he's got some info about a guy called Sengoku. Sengoku Toronojo, he is harboring some shishi, and we are going to go with Okuta and basically stop that guy. We do have to go to see good old Hijikata first, and we're going to go and do that at nighttime tonight. Yeah, the game at this point unlocks like a further category that you can roll for the trooper cards. The higher the money you put in, the more chance you can get the rarer ones. You can get rare ones based off of previous characters in, obviously, Like a Dragon and Yakuza games. For example, Shinada from Yakuza 5. His trooper card stops time, which, you know, you can't do that in a Yakuza game, but I don't know how the baseball man managed to get, you know, the ability to stop time, but considering he is also voiced by his voice actress, the same person who voices Sephiroth, and the fact that he can stop time like Dio, I'm officially saying that Shinada is the strongest in the Yakuza-verse because of that. There is no evidence that can convince me otherwise.
I mean, that tracks.
Right? The man can stop time. Which is also very funny if you use that against the super boss of this video game. I would highly recommend it. So back to the inn. Would you be surprised? Actually, I do at some point want to equip... Do I want to do it now? I think I do, actually. I want to equip the Kotetsu we just got. So you'll see our sword has 257 attack. Now it has 804 even. So we are bumping that attack up a whole bunch. As I said earlier, your numbers in Lad Ishin are much higher than they are in OG Ishin. In OG Ishin, with our OG sword, we upgrade it to about 125, I believe. And that's literally enough damage for the entirety of the game. Like, it's kind of ridiculous, like, how much of, like, a power discrepancy there is between, like, OG Ishin and Lad. Hey, another 2,000 virtue for running a whole bunch. Nice. So, now we get the option to rest. We want to rest until nighttime. That is true. He can slow down time in Fire's baseball minigame. It's true. True, he can slow down time, canonically. He is the strongest of the Yakuza of us. Why RGG have not brought him back since 5? Too strong. All this silly business with bullets and stuff, he just hit them with a baseball bat.
They really be bringing in characters for one game and then disappearing them forever.
Yeah, they kind of do that a lot. With Tanamura, it's because of the way that the Agilo media treated his actor, which is a genuine shame. But yeah, you're not wrong. Very much not wrong. Well, it goes to show the strength of RGG's characters that they can make so many, like, really, really good characters.
That's true. That's very true.
Okay, so this set piece is going to play out a little differently because of the fact that I actually have a full set of combo cards. If I don't have a full set of combo cards, I will usually bring over the first card that you saw me use in the dungeon, which was to do the chain lightning attack, which works really well at a specific point in here. But because I have my other cards, I don't have access to that anymore. Instead, I'll be shooting a bunch and hopefully dodging a minigun. We'll see. But thankfully, we will be building up all of our trooper cards as we go through here. I'm very unlucky with my enemies not falling to the floor, unfortunately. So, more of my yellow orbs. Those are going to be very important because remember what I said earlier? I can actually, like, replace my, like, see-through orbs with those specific orbs. Thanks. You can actually do this, like, kind of auto-dodge if you're holding the direction towards them when they attack you. You still take damage, but you can, like, kind of move yourself. I'll use the first of my triple shots because that will last us long enough to get our other one. No Furious yet because we want that to last until the boss of this place. Very important to keep the boss of this place. Who's alive? Okay. Okay, that's weird. I couldn't shoot the door. Huh. Weird. Weird. Good video game. Anyway, carry on. There goes my buff. Thanks, game. Kind of wanted that. I'll use the other one because I should get Domyo Miki in here and then we can get back both triple shots, which will actually be very helpful in here. them. Go through this door, and we have a couple of enemies in here. Also, again, Toronosuke is unironically Toronosuke from Yakuza 2. We brought him back. There you go. See him there. With his tiger theme again from Yakuza 2. So we're going to deal with this room, then we have another big room of enemies, and then we have a couple of armored enemies that are going to turn up we've got to be a little careful of. Again, the idea here is to just keep chaining all of our damage to triple and just keep our Furious for bosses. I could potentially have used Furious and then Domioed, but I'm not 100% certain I would get it back in time for this. Move into the room a little bit so I can shoot that guy as well. Jumo's like very close to hitting me there, that's why I changed to hitting him. Take care of the spear guy. Grab this for safety for later because I will actually start dying in a little bit. There's the sword. There's the reason why we put on our better sword. As you can tell, face guard means armor. This guy sucks. I should probably... I think I want to actually... I know I did it for the bit after this bit. But what I'll actually do is I will go to my swordsman tree. And I'll start leveling up my swordsman. I want to get to greater finishing blow for now. Is quite a ways into the tree. There it is. And then with my gun style, I'm going to put a whole bunch into the rest of this. It's going to get us to hopefully mostly max rank. You'll also see that I am using my colored orbs before my see-through orbs, because that way I can use my see-through orbs on other stuff. I got way more than I usually have here, actually. This is interesting. I'm going to actually start replacing my orbs, like I said earlier. That way, as you can see, I can now go into my swordsman tree and have a whole bunch more orbs to be able to use on my swordsman tree. I've got 6 more orbs, and we can hopefully get all the way around to a couple more rank ups. With these ability trees, they have actually been changed a little bit with OG Ishin. Some of them you have access to stuff a little earlier, some of them you don't. The majority of the sword like rank increases, they are all at the bottom part of the actual tree. And now you can see I'm doing a heck of a lot more actual damage. Oh, one other card I did get that I didn't mention. I have a card on my left D-pad called Rend the Wicked. That card allows me to do a lot more damage with sword. I managed to luck out and get that one in the making of this practice file, which is really nice. And also really good setup. So this is the place where I would ideally like to have the lightning attack, because the lightning attack instantly hits Sengoku, and you just get through this bit. Otherwise, I have to do obviously the dodging action, get up close, and then he runs away. Which I'm now next to these guys, which I can use my sword for, so that will probably be the correct option. You can see sword is now starting to do an immense amount of damage already. So what we do now is we're going to start using the minigun. Basically, from this point onwards, we start using a mixture of both sword and gun. Ideally, we stop them running too far forward because there's certain like hiding spots on the side that they can get into. Chill so that you don't use up all of obviously the cooldown on the minigun, and then back out. When the game originally came out, we were never able to actually like walk back onto the actual minigun itself. This enemy. This enemy doesn't exist in OG Ishin and is probably one of the absolute worst enemies in this game by far. They are hyper aggressive and they even got nerfed in a patch. Like, RGG never nerf enemies and actually like tell you about it. They did for these guys. I am so happy to have Rend the Wicked because they are awful. I do have my combo card on this one, but I'm not going to be using that. I'm going to be using all of my attack boosts for swordsman. So I can get rid of their armor and take them out quickly. Those large enemies are awful. Those large enemies are absolutely terrible. You haven't even seen the worst of them yet. This room used to be a bit different where there were 3 enemies, but that large enemy was just a normal armored enemy. And the way it worked in OG Ishin is actually a little worse, because in OG Ishin, the 2 armored enemies that were really passive in that fight were hyper aggressive in OG Ishin. So they kind of reversed the roles and then added that larger enemy that didn't exist in OG Ishin. Those larger enemies, the reason why I went really aggressive against him is because if you stay far away from them, they have a ranged attack that can actually paralyze you, and it sucks. And they will spam that, and that got nerfed. Like, those enemies are awful, and I wish they didn't exist in this game. Anyway, Okuta lied about coming here to capture Sengoku. He just killed him instead. This is one of 3 new skippable cutscenes, which saves us like 2 minutes. Yep. So, you know the drill. That's actually really bad. I should not have hit him with one of my acid rounds. Kind of surprised. I actually used that there, but it's fine. I want to get him on the floor before I do my next trick. So be it heat action or strong shot. You're getting heat action, Dokta. And then I'll start using my combos. Because I want him to do nothing to me. Sometimes Soji will actually just like keep attacking us, so we do have to be a bit careful here. He's very aggressive, much like Majima is. Fortunately, we're going to lose it to this one. I probably should have waited till second half, but I thought I might be able to get to here a bit quicker. It'd be fine. So watch my HP, because at this point we start like taking a lot of damage. Just put triple back on. If he does this guard, that will kill you in 1 hit. That's awesome. Yeah, if he does that, he'll kill you in 1 hit. Lightning Spear and see if I can get the luck. Sometimes, very, very exceedingly rarely, bosses will actually go down to the ground from that, but it's exceedingly rare they ever do. That combo right there that I'm doing, lucky. That combo that I'm doing right here, the triple light into like double strong, that's the one that didn't fully connect in the OG Ishin. So they added a little bit more of a homing essence to the last hit of the strong. So you actually hit the enemy way more with it in this than you do OG Ishin. It's one of the actual like really nice changes. Essentially, what happened between us to fight, Okuta knows that we are not Saito Hajime. He knows that we are Sakamoto Ryoma. So he overheard our conversation with Kondo. And he now knows a lot more than obviously he was like letting on. He goaded us into a fight by saying he was the Tenin Rishin star user that killed our foster father, but from fighting him we know no he's not. He's just Majima. He's just doing whatever he wants to do. So I wanted to have a duel with us to see who was obviously stronger in, you know, true Majima fashion. Oreo turns up, gives us a letter from good old, I think it's Nakuoka. And we find out from this letter that Takuchi Hanpeita, a Kyodai, is dead. Supposedly. Supposedly, by the way. So with this, we are now going to go through a little bit of an arc where old Yoma's not doing too great. And we're going to go and drown our sorrows in alcohol. Again, don't do that in real life, folks, because alcohol addiction is a very real thing. So, this is going to lead to a couple of different events. Certain events that are not going to be good for the future for us, but definitely for the current. And like I've said a lot about how there's a lot of things I don't like that like LAD Ishin has done compared to OG Ishin. There is one giant change to LAD Ishin from OG Ishin that occurs in this chapter that I vehemently love. It has turned a fight that in OG Ishin was really awful to being a fight in this that is now a lot more fair and really, really cool. So you'll get to see that very, very soon. First of all, I'm going to take the Katetsu and I'm going to equip the Eternal Gold. Going to seem a bit weird because it has half the damage. You'll see what we're going to do with this in a bit. We're absolutely going to lose half that damage on our Sword Style for now, but we're not going to be using Sword Style in this chapter, nor are we going to be using our gun. So this is going to be our final forced hand-to-hand fight, which, as you heard me say earlier, your hand-to-hand style ain't super hot in this compared to, obviously, OG Ishin. However, the next fight is actually going to be really well balanced. In OG Ishin, it's not. Another new character here. I recognize her when she sits down. This is Okamatsu. Not Hannah, from Yakuza 4. She is working with a very specific person. somebody that we have already met. We're going to go to her bar over at Matanoi. This is one of those times, like I said earlier, where we weren't able to go this direction in OG Ishin because of the sub-story. But because in Lad Ishin, that sub-story doesn't unlock until like the second to last sub-story, we can now go here. Hello, fight spawn. We don't want to walk to the right because the junk kid's there. So we're doing the good old save load trick where we save, then load, and then that fight spawn's just not going to be there anymore. Now, see, our money is tight, but don't worry, we are going to get money just after this bit. So, going into Matanoi, we find good old Katsura Kogoro, aka not Akiyama. So, Ikamatsu is the lover and accomplice of Katsura. And essentially, Katsura wants to talk to us. We let him go during the big raid that happened earlier on at Ikadaya. And basically, old Katsura wants us to become the mole, his mole in the Shinsengumi, so that he can continue Tachi Hanpeiter's work now that Tachi Hanpeiter is dead. So, we're still, you know, kind of mourning the loss of our brother, our Kyodai. And we're going to get mad and storm off, at which point outside is going to be a certain Saigo. Remember what I said earlier about Katsura and Saigo being at war and enemies with one another? Well, they're about to have a common ground between the two of them. And it is, of course, us. So, here comes one of the coolest boss fight changes, and also, I don't know why they added this track, but they did, and it's great. So we're going to do something very specific. Going to run to the back of the arena over here. Then whoever gets here first is going to be the one that gets hit with this heat attack. So now we're going to go and grab the long lumber. If it does go on to Katsura first, we get this heat attack immediately, which is great. Then we want to make use of all of the actual stuff here. That was way less damage than it should have been. There we go. The long lumber here works. The ore on that side also works well. At this point, we want to use the heat attack on this and then use the long lumber if he's still alive. He is. Actually, the rest of this. You know what? You can take the long lumber. I'm using this because this is so much better. Paddle is great. Paddle is great. The paddle is wonderful. But you want to use the long lumber for the heat attack and then it leads into that. So we found Saigo outside. He rescued this dog from a bunch of drunk dudes. At this point, the sworn enemies, we walk up to them. We do, of course, say, let's go drinking. So, we are taking these two, who are extremely sworn enemies, out for a night on the town. As you do.
Yeah, that was what you do.
Yup. So, we're going to hit the north part of town, but before that, we're kind of lacking a little bit of money. If I don't get money, we're going to be in a bit of trouble. One change I don't like about Lad Ishin to OG Ishin is that the dog actually sticks closer to all three of us, and somebody back there keeps walking into the dog, and we're going to have words again if they keep doing it. You can see that the Katetsu sells for 13 Ryo. It's pretty good. I'm going to sell that right now. So, that gets our money up, gets a bit more virtue. I don't want to go this way. I do, because the sub-story is not actually active during this bit. There's a sub-story that blocks off this pathway here. That's why I've been very careful. Go to Mibu. You can go to two different taxis here. You can go to the new blacksmith taxi, or you can go to Mibu. If you go to Mibu, it's a tiny bit further away, but you are guaranteed to not get a fight spawn here. You do not want to go to the north part of town because, as I said earlier, if you go to the north part of town and go down past where the wind dance tutorial guy is on the Swordmaster is, you will actually end up getting into a fight spawn. So by doing it this way, we don't get into a fight spawn and we can just run straight to the next place to go and get even more drunk. And we're going to do it again after that. So, yeah. So, essentially, the more drunk we get over tonight, Saigo and Katsura actually figure out they have very similar political beliefs, which is why they start to patch up with one another and become actually allies, which is wild. And as we get more and more drunk, we're gonna kind of let it slip that we are the real Sakamoto Ryoma. Again, we need to go use a palanquin. Again, you can go and use the one at the blacksmith, but there is a chance of getting a fight spawn down there, so I'm going to take the safe route and make sure I just go back here and utilize the one over at the Shinsengumi. Over at Mibu. So, yeah. Essentially, we're going to reveal to them in the next place that we are Sakamoto Ryoma. I want to go to Gion. Gion? Rakanite? Yeah, Gion. Yeah. Gion? Gion. Yes, correct. Yes, correct. I was thinking of the other tactical list from the blacksmith. That's why I was confused there. Yeah, we're going to get very, very, very drunk here. Reveal that we are Sakamoto Ryoma. And then, obviously, Saigo's going to repeat what happened between that meeting, which is that the fake Sakamoto Ryoma wanted Saigo, not Ryuji, to go into an alliance with Tosa to go to war with the shogunate. And then they would also buy guns from the English. Remember what I said earlier about us British ruining everything? Hi, we're here to ruin the plot of this video game. As we do. But essentially, we're so drunk, we fall asleep. So we don't get to hear more of the conversation. And these two start an alliance. Whoops. Whoops. But essentially, they take us back to good old Terradire, and that's where the chapter ends. And as you'll see, we will wake up with Oreo next to us. And that is beginning the little bit of a love story between Oreo and Ryoma. Actually, it started a little bit earlier, but now it's like, you know, a bit more, you know, actual. Like, actual. Chapter 10. Oh boy. Chapter 10 begins with a cutscene of one of the members of one of the captains of the Shinsengumi being very dead. So we're going to head to the Shinsengumi HQ and we're going to go and get told who that is. So yet again, somebody has been taking out members of the Shinsengumi. Up to Mibu, as per usual. Oops, I accidentally scrolled down my actual notes too far. This is where... Because I did it in the last chapter, so I should be able to not do it here. Just do it in the next chapter instead. Yeah, I'll just wait until I get to the castle, I think. Probably the best option now. Okay, so we're going to head back to Old Shinsengumi HQ. Shinpaki warns us that bad things are going on. The rest of the captains are now panicking because, obviously, as you can see, Genzaburo, aka not Kashiwagi, is the captain who was found dead. It's just like real life, where the members of the Shinsengumi started to die. Oh boy. But it has been video gamed. This is where you get a little bit of Harada. Harada is played by not Aizawa, and as I mentioned earlier, Harada gets way more character development in this game than Aizawa ever got in Yakuza 5. It's the kind of character development he should have got in Yakuza 5, and I really actually like Harada as a character in this game, because he has his own set of, like, convictions and how mad he is about this, and, like, the fact that the Shinsengumi's name is being dragged in the mud by the Shishi, who they believe is the, like, factions, or the samurai, the ones that are killing off the Shinsengumi captains. So Harada's going to go off and basically fight anybody and everybody, which also means he's going to fight the other Shinsengumi members if we get in the way. I'm going to get in the way. Essentially, yeah. We're going to have to go out to town and deal with that before we can deal with the rest of this plot. Any glitches in this run? Unfortunately not. A very glitchless run. We will be doing some cool stuff later on, but unfortunately no glitches. No walking through walls. RGG games are very, very good at letting you not walk through walls unless their names are Yakuza 5. Thanks, Yakuza 5. So, essentially, everyone is in a panic. They're going to go find out the person who did this. Okita is going to have gone off to Mukurogai, which is where we're going to have to go. But again, first we're going to have to go and deal with old Harada and his squadron that's gone outside. We can't Palanquin just yet, unfortunately. Again, the game loves taking away your fast travel at, like, certain points. If there's an event in town that you have to go and see, then it's going to force you to go out into town and go and see that event. You can see it's there, but there's just an old man who's like, you know, the people who drive the palanquins are no longer here. This is an event that happens a lot earlier in OG Ishin. This is the veggie kid. Here's another friendship sub-story. Usually with kids, you know, they hate veggies. They don't want to eat veggies. This kid really wants to eat veggies, but his mother hates veggies. So it's a role reversal from the usual stuff. He wants veggies. Here's the boy who loves veggies. Obviously, if you've been doing a whole bunch of the Haruka and other life stuff at this point, you have a whole bunch of veggies that you can give to the kid as spare. But, you know, we don't want to deal with sub-stories in this run. That one is just going to constantly be in the way. This is the first time it activates an LED Ishin, so this is when we do it now. And this is Harada's group. Is it Harada's group or Okita's group, actually? Might be Okita's group. Either way, we're going to shoot. We're going to shoot. Surprise. How am I doing in terms of Furious? Not great, because I need it for the fight after this one, or I'd like to get it relatively close to the fight after this one, which shouldn't hopefully be too bad. Donyo Iki is getting kind of close. We might have it for the second half, which wouldn't be too bad. If I don't have it for that, I guess I will at least have it for the end of this. At this point, I now am going to go back into Mibu and use the Palanquin, because now the Palanquin is a bit... No, it's not. Blacksmith one. Blacksmith one, remember? Found this out the other day. Blacksmith one. I have to specifically use the Blacksmith one here, the new one they added. The one at Mibu is not actually activated yet, not until after the next bit. But for some reason, the one at the Blacksmith that they added is. That's a fight spawn, that's good. Because if there's a fight spawn around this corner, it will now not aggro onto me. And over to Kamo River. Wait, Shimi first? Shimi first. Oh, yeah. Confused in where I am in the story. Yeah, very confused where I am in the story. Gotta go back to the inn first, and then we go and use that taxi there. Because we go here and we get met by Yamazaki, who tells us to go to Mukuroga. There's a lot of elements and a lot of characters to Ishin's story. It's why it starts killing them off. So why it very much starts killing them off. Unfortunately, that's the last time you will see good old Jungi-han. Oh, that guy. He's great. Now we go over to Kamo River. Missing like 1 or 2 taxis is not going to affect the money route for the run anymore, which is good. However, that virtue's nice. So that will get us to the next level sprint. That'll be the last level sprint we get. More importantly, we've been using the cloudy skies since the start of the game, and it's obviously pretty weak at this point. So we're gonna want to upgrade it a little bit. And thankfully, the same gunsmith here in Mukurogai that sold us cloudy skies now has access to the tier above in terms of weapons. Like, it follows the usual RGG pattern of when you go through a couple of chapters during the game, you'll get access to like the next tier of weapons. So here we will be able to get the next version of the Cloudy Skies, which is the Sturm and Drang. We want to be very careful when moving in Mukurogai. There are 2 ways we can go to get to the next fight. Either dead ahead of us, which causes us to lose a bunch of time because of a side activity, or back behind us, which feels like it's going to be slower, but it really is not. So again, over to here, we're going to get the Sturm and Drang, which is 8VO, and also, something that I did forget, 10 flame rounds, which will help a little bit with the bosses that we still have to go. I have not used my enhanced rounds yet. I really should be using those. I really should be using those way more, to be honest. So head this way. There's going to be a couple of sub-stories that stop us, but they are much shorter than the activity that would begin if we went up to the top. If we went up to the top, we would have a fight, and then we would get into the Tengu stuff. Basically, the Tengu stuff is a bunch of side fights that you can do, a whole bunch of money. This guy is like the guy from Kenzan. He fires like balls at you, etc., etc. I want to equip you. I will keep the Sturm and Drang. Keep the enhanced rounds on, and I think that should be good for now. Round 2. 4. Actually, I should have done sword and upgrade. Episode round 2. A second remix of Majima's Fight Theme, by the way. Completely different. Also makes a very different sound. Great. Ouch. Axe, Soji. I can get up. Does this not count as a wall? It should count as a wall. It really does. This does, though. I just want to do the thing where I, do that. That's interesting. Hold on. Hold on a second here. I need to check something real quick. In my accessibility options. Hold on a second here. Really? That also did the QTE without me inputting for it. Interesting. Do I have it yet? I do. This is the heat move we want to use. This move is done by using dash into special. Very interesting. Okay, so I have Furious combos. You are being so aggressive today. This sucks. This really sucks. He is not playing nice at all. I'm waiting for the next phase of the fights before I use, obviously, my combo cards. Because I don't want to, obviously, lose all my damage. He just is being aggressive. Okay, that was supposed to hit him on the ground. This is a very bad Okuta fight. Over here. This should get him next phase. Wouldn't be worth using it at this point. It probably is, but there we go. Jeez. I'm actually not sure his AI is going to break from this, because every attempt to break his AI so far has not actually broken it. So that's worrying. At least I dodged out of the way of that. Would have been bad if that hit. Watch out, I'm now bleeding. Gonna stop him. Yeah, I'm not going to get much use out of my combos. He's just being aggressive. I'm just going to attack him with my sword, honestly, at this point. Like, he's just being very aggressive, so I'm just going to finish him off the safe way. Safe, but slow way, sadly. Unfortunate. This is a bad Okuta fight. He is never normally this aggressive, but today he is. Oh. Okay, I did activate slashing earlier, but it seems to have not activated. Come on, go down. Thank you. Drop your guard. I didn't use his ability again. I thought he was going to use it again. The downside to him being really aggressive as well, he gives us a good sword. That's a much better sword than the current one we got. That's why you don't really want to use sword for this fight, because we're still on the 400 damage sword now. But now we're going to get a much better sword. Ideally, that's why you use gun in this fight, because gun is way more stronger. But every attempt to break his AI with heat attacks just did not work. He decided to be extremely aggressive. It can happen, it's rare. Guess who finally decided to step outside? Kondo Itami, leader of the Shinsengumi. As you can see, this is where the big plot developments happen. Because whilst I've been referring to the characters as, not Kiryu, not Majima, etc., and referring to them as, their real names, Okuta Soji, the guy sat next to me is not actually Okuta Soji. This is where we get some big plot developments. Certain three members, Negakura Shinpachi, Inzaburo, and Okuta Soji, are not who they say they are. The real Okuta Soji, Negakura Shinpachi, and Genzaburo were actually killed by these guys. And they actually had their identities taken by them so that they could just blend back into the Shinsengumi. Obviously, Kondo knew about it, and Kondo is obviously working very directly with them and Hijikata. Not all the members of the Shinsengumi know this, but only the close ones that we just mentioned. There's the bit where they say about thingy. But essentially, Kondo also confirms to us that the person who murdered our foster father, the person we've been after the entire game, is already dead. It was not Kashiwagi, it was Genzaburo, which means that Ryoma, who joined the Shinsengumi to get his revenge, will never actually get his revenge. And obviously, Genzaburo was one of the members who was actually really kind to Ryoma when he joined, obviously, the Shinsengumi. So he's now, super conflicted. But Kondo is asking us to actually still join his cause. Kondo has one big plan for Japan's future, and that is to get an audience with the Emperor so that they can move the capital of Japan from Kyoto to Tokyo, which, I mean, or to Edo, I guess, in this period, which, if you ever know your, real history, I don't think they'll ever move the capital to Tokyo. That'll never happen. Absolutely not. Kind of spoilers, but if you look at a map, you can tell how it's going to go. But we also get told that the fake Sakamoto Ryoma is staying at the same inn that the real Sakamoto Ryoma is staying at. So we're going to head over there right now. I hate this taxi because you have to go from the side, and I keep forgetting that every single time. So we're going to head inside now and go and stop whoever this fake Sakamoto Ryoma is. But essentially, kind of like, the relationship between, Majima and Kiryu. At this point, the relationship between, obviously, not Okutosoji, and not Saito Hajime Ryoma Sakamoto. It's now kind of like Kiryu and Majima's. It gets confusing. This is why I usually refer to the characters as not Kiryu, not Majima, because it makes it a little more, oh, hey, that's who they are. Not Kuze, by the way, folks. There he is. There he is again. There he is. So essentially, the Shinsengumi is here ready to do the raid against Teradaya. So yes, even our own inn is about to become a set piece. I am very, very low on... I'm very, very low on my actual... HP at this point, which is a bit worrying. So it actually redid a number on me, which is actually terrifying. So, we say to Okuta that there are some people we care about in here. Obviously, Oreo, not to say. And we find that Oreo is in this side room here. And we're going to say to her, hey, listen, there's about to be a raid by the Shinsengumi. You should get out. And then she yells at the fake Sakamoto Ryoma to get out. So she's known this entire time as well. And that kicks off the set piece. So I'm going to use the rest of my damage up here. I should be moving a little bit forward here to a specific spot so I can attack all the enemies that spawn in from all the different parts. The best part you want to be at is this bit here. So I don't get shot by that guy from behind. Because all of the people that spawn in, you can actually hit them from this angle. See, I'm hitting people in the side rooms, then hit these guys here. Again, enemies that are a bit further away, you don't do as much damage to. I'm glad that guy walked forward. And once everyone is gone, you can just walk forward and then... Oh, you're supposed to be dead. Thank you. Once everyone is actually dead. Anyone in here? No. Oh, you can actually move forward. He's not dead. Thanks, Oakta. And we can run forward. Which, at this point, we're going to get blocked off by this guy. I failed this QTE with my HP value. I'm actually going to die. I'd rather not. And we're going to have to go back around the long way to catch up with Okuta. So I'm going to use triple shot when I can, when there's a bunch of enemies, because I can get that back. Don't Icky. That actually gave me all of my cards back really fast there. Going through this bit where Bob is standing is a deluxe all-purpose medicine, which I definitely need because my HP is a lot lower than I would like it to be. For this next bit, we are going to equip the new sword we've got, which is 885, because there's going to be an enemy in this bit that is a pain in the backside to deal with. I'm going to use my lightning to try and deal with the other ads. And then, obviously, deal with this guy. You don't want to use your Essence of Finishers on enemies that have any armor. It takes ages to actually deal with them. Glad I hit this guy with the Essence of Finisher, because he can be a pain in the backside to hit. And then gun for the rest of them. Go this way. We have a couple of rooms to go through that have a bunch of enemies. You can do the running attack there. You break the door and also are able to shoot the rest of the enemies. My angle there was a bit bad, to be honest. And then we have this guy who's a pain in the backside as well. One more step. There we go. The guy with the armor. I'm going to take care of these two ads first because they can be really annoying. They've been very annoying to me recently. Then I will go into sword and I will friend the Wicked to get rid of his armor a lot quicker and hopefully him, because I really do not want to deal with this guy. This guy sucks. He's hyper aggressive. I'm actually going to do the heat attack if I can, which for some reason it's not giving it to me. That's weird. I don't know why it's not. I'll just finish him off normally. Because we're next to the wall. It might be because we're next to the wall. And if I can get behind them like that and just use my sword, I can do way more damage, which is nice. Could be enough to finish. Good, I want to dodge him for his attack. Not bad. I usually have to use a healing item for that guy, so now I can just wait here. Ideally, I would have still had my lightning spear for the start of this fight, but I used it earlier, so it's fine. the fake Sakamoto Ryoma. Also Shinpachi's battle theme again. Which is weird, because that's not Shinpachi. I can guarantee you right now, that's not Shinpachi. So I'm going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Thank you for bringing the gun out. This guy kind of sucks, phase 2. I do want to get furious combos out, so I'm just going to attack these enemies so I don't attack them during the furious combos. Hopefully knock him to the ground. I should have my fire bullets on, or just do this. I think I'll do this into healing, because I do not trust myself to not die with this HP value, especially phase 2. Thankfully, there is no mid-fight QTE for this fight, so we can just come out of this and then immediately use Furious Triple, and then hopefully build this up. His AI is thankfully broken from that heat attack. You can see that we are doing a lot of damage. I was hoping to get the heat attack off, but I can get it off. Get the damage off? Yes, we did. Good. As long as I get that damage off whilst Furious Combo is activated, that's fine. And use the other triple shocks, we can just get them back with Dono Icky. Good fight. Good fight. I didn't need to heal, but I'm glad I did as a just in case. I was actually genuinely worried about that. We're about to, like, obviously take him in, and then unfortunately we get stopped by not Watase, aka Sasaki Dada Saburo, who is the commander of the Mimawari Gumi, who is another kind of police force that's made up of, like, higher ranking nobles than the Shinsengumi, so they're technically like a stack above. It's kind of like when the FBI come in and say we're now under FBI jurisdiction. It's like that. that's the best way to kind of sum it up, is it's just like that. It's a bad example, but it's the easiest one to understand. These three are hanging out. They're not happy with us. They're not happy that all the, you know, the captains of the Shinsengumi are also dying. Don't worry about them. I'm sure they're not up to anything bad whatsoever. Off. I'm going to head out this way. I'm going to head back to Teradaya. We're going to go and see Oreo and ask why, you know, he warned the fake Sakamoto Ryoma to obviously leave. Which Oreo confirms that she has been collaborating with the Shishi. She needs money to be able to take care of her sick mother, which was something she told us back on the bridge back in chapter 4. 5? 1 or 2. But at this point, thankfully, of all of the upgrade points I've got, I can get our last sprint upgrade. Which is not the last sprint upgrade, but it is the last sprint upgrade that we will be able to get in this run, because the next one is like 10,000. It's bloomin' expensive. Very bloomin' expensive, but this will allow us to just run for so much longer than usual, which is great. So great. And then for the next 2 chapters, we are going to get locked into some pretty heavy story content. There's going to be a couple of big set pieces that are going to happen that are going to lead into like the end of the game. But we want to go back to our room. There we go. That'll be the end of this chapter. And at this point, we are going to like say to Oreo and to Otase that we are the actual real Sakamoto Ryoma, because they didn't know. And that then is going to get them on our side, blah, 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 you know the drill. But essentially, we're going to go and see Kondo and get his big plan of what he wants for, obviously, the future and obviously the capital. A really cool pose when you hang out of the window. But this is like the really cool part of the game where there's like a whole bunch of like really big long set pieces with a bunch of like really cool stuff in it. It's just pretty much like, apart from like a bit in the finale, this is pretty much just mostly just pure action at this point. Bunch of set pieces, bunch of fights, lots of bosses. Some of which we haven't fought yet, some of which will have even newer music remixes. Damn Majima, why do you get free? How does this keep happening? And you will also get to see the Emperor of Japan in the next chapter. You try and have a guess as to who that's gonna be. Not hard if you think about it. We just have a lot of text to get through, and then we carry on. just the fate of RGG runs of like the older era is like the nice thing about the Dragon Engine. If this was the Dragon Engine, we'd be able to like skip all of these cutscenes like instantly. It would literally like remove like an hour and a half to 2 hours off the run. It's kind of ridiculous. Probably not that much, but it would like be like over an hour. Kind of wild. Like this is why like most Dragon Engine runs are a lot faster than the like the PS3, PS4 era, with obviously big exceptions to that. Like, obviously, the turn-based games are very long. Infinite Wealth at the minute, because I know some people are probably curious. Infinite Wealth is, It's funny, for literal years, Yakuza 5 was the longest Yakuza speedrun at, like, just shy of, like, 6 hours. It has finally been dethroned as the longest Yakuza speedrun. It is now Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, which the route is still being, like, very much finalized for that, but there is a very clear end goal of what that route is at the moment, and that run is currently sitting around about the 7-hour mark. It is very, very long. It's unfortunate because with LAD's run, we didn't actually need to do any grinding. Like, we're very lucky with LAD's run, but unfortunately with Infinite Wealth, we need to do grinding for about 45 minutes to an hour. There is no avoiding it, unfortunately. So there's a very, very clear end goal for Infinite Wealth's run, which is very good. We're getting very close to that, which is nice. I can't see it ever getting down to the 6-hour mark, but I could see it getting around like 6.5. Like it's getting there. It's getting a lot more solidified, but it's still, you know, very long, very, very long. Especially when you consider that LAD was only like 3 hours 45 minutes at the moment, like. It's so different. You can tell the big difference is because of the New Game Plus runs. Like, it's obviously going to be different between the two, but New Game Plus for LAD is like just over an hour, but New Game Plus for Infinite Wealth is 3 hours. There's just so much more content in Infinite Wealth. Like, it's absurd. But good fun still. Very good fun still. But it's long. Very long. Not as, like, this one's not as long, and it's kind of nice because you can kind of understand the reasons as to why I'm running this today, because this is literally like almost an hour shorter than OG Ishin, like, and especially if you have the right setup with your combo cards, which is good. Anyway, Harad is mad. Inspector Yamazaki, aka not Jungi Han, is dead, so he storms off, as he does. Sorry, Shinbachi. I'm not speaking to you, bud. But Kondo basically gave us, his whole plan about moving the capital. And basically, he says that him and Hijikata are going to draft a proposal to the Shogun, and he wants us and Ukitasoji, aka not Majima, to go and take that proposal to the good old Emperor, which they're not exactly going to be happy with two members of the Shinsengumi just waltzing up to their door, so you can probably tell what's going to happen next. We got given the notification that the last tier of people that you can get from the gacha is now available. I think they're like 10 Ryo to roll, which is a heck of a lot for what is a set of cards that won't really help us too much. They have obviously like the coolest effects. They're usually like, you know, references to previous like Yakuza games or characters. Again, as said earlier, like good old Shinada from Yakuza 5 has like the ability to slow down time. Which is really cool, but in terms of the speedrun, it doesn't really help us that much. So, plus, we'd rather use that money on other things, like buying the Sturm and Drang, which that's going to be our gun for the rest of the run, apart from one instance. We're going to get another gun later on that's actually bloomin' useful. Very bloomin' useful. Look at him here, just standing here menacingly. Yeah, he's going to confirm that we're off to, obviously, Edo Castle, and yeah, essentially he's kind of letting us know, you know, this is not going to be an easy journey. It's a bit like a suicide mission, really, because, you know, the Emperor's not going to be happy that we're just going to waltz in and try and demand an audience, so he tells us to, you know, the usual Yakuza stuff of, you know, prepare, the next set piece is going to be, you know, a rough one. You might want to get healing items. What the game's actually trying to hint you at is that it's going to be 2 set pieces back to back. And they're both relatively long. The first one's not too long. But they are going to be pretty nasty. So we're going to do this next one, and we'll take a break after this chapter. So once we go back to the inn, we get given the choice of whether or not we want to go and do the set piece, which obviously we do. Bottom option for this one, not the top option, remember? I made that mistake the other day.
明日夜明け前に宿を
So I might go out my way a little bit while I'm in here to grab 1 or 2 healing items, because I am a little lower than I would like thanks to the Okuta fight in the previous chapter. I am genuinely in a lot of danger from dying in the end game, even with the amount of healing items that I've currently got. The end game of this run actually gets really nasty. Like, really, really nasty. Introduction of bosses that contain guns, would you believe? They saw what I'm doing and they're using it against me. Yeah, we just hang on, getting close to Oreo, etc., etc. I'll leave for Edo. Won't be back for a while. Well, yeah, move the capital from Edo to Kyo, where Okuta is going to do very Majima-esque things. But essentially, the Shogun is at the moment facing down the prospect of both not Akiyama, not Ryuji teaming up with the Satcho alliance. We did that. we caused that by going out drinking with them. Whoops-a-daisy. That's our bad. Which is going to actually be very important for the story events that are coming up, actually. And that's definitely our bad. We did a big oops on that one. Imagine getting 2 warring factions together, going out drinking, and then having them become best of friends, who are then going to wage war on the actual shogunate. Oops.
Yeah,
couldn't be us.
Yeah.
That's kind of almost treason-like stuff, but oops, never mind. So, Okuta has the letter from Kondo that he wants delivered to the Emperor. So, whilst we're on the boat, obviously this letter isn't exactly, sealed away, because we're going to have seals back in this time. These 2 idiots, both Ryoma and Okuta, kind of realize something. Neither of them can read. Neither of them can read this really heavy kanji. So they ask this random dude on the boat to read the letter to them. Fantastic. Like, it's actually like a genuine thing in that, like, obviously, like, Kondo Sami has had, like, a more noble upbringing and actually, like, writes in, like, actual proper kanji, and, like, these 2 obviously haven't, so they don't really know the kanji. It's kind of like a very, like, funny but also tragic thing. Like, it's actually, like, amazing how they actually, like, contextualize that in the story in, like, a very humorous but, oh, this is actually serious way. Like, so we get to Edo Castle, they won't let us in, so Majima gets a cannon and blows up the front door. That's what's gonna happen. Of course. Of course.
Probably not right.
Yep. It is very not Majima-esque Majima for Okuta to do. Let's be honest. That begins our big Edo Castle set piece, which is heavily changed from OG Ishin in a lot of ways in regards to enemies and even a certain puzzle that's in here. So we're going to start with obviously the Sturm and Drang. I'm going to use Domio Iki because you're off cooldown. I can get my cards back relatively fast. We will have our combo cards for the boss, which is great. Mirai didn't actually activate his AI there, which is nice that obviously Soji went forward because then he did. I will be saving my triple shot on one of them for the next part. So, this bit. There are enemies that are going to be on the right-hand side here. These were there in OG Ishin. You can just ignore them and walk forward. You can do that in this as well. You'll notice that I'm actually not going to. much too early. There we go. You can see I got the aura from dodging there, so I don't have to worry about, obviously, these enemies. They're not actually shooting me there. They shot Okuta. Ideally, I would like to take care of all the enemies. There's a couple down there that will take a little bit longer because they're a bit further away. I can get a bit closer, but I don't want to get too close. Because this next enemy, oh baby, this next enemy is new to Lad Ishin. He wasn't here in OG. He is an armored enemy, and this is the reason why we want to take care of the actual, like, guards up there, because they're going to be shooting at us constantly while we're trying to deal with this guy. That's a bunch of armor. And obviously guards a whole bunch because he also has a sword. So we use any of our, like, actual active old, like, attack up cards that we can for our sword style, and then we just plow into him. I probably shouldn't have used Furious combos for this guy, but oops. So it's going to be interesting as well, because I don't have the Lightning Spear on either of these setups. It's going to be... Oh, no, I do on Sword Master, don't I? Actually, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Furious combos being used is not ideal, but I will get Domio Icky back, so it should be fine. Next room coming up after this one also was in OG-ish and exactly the same. It's a little scary. You got two guys on cannons at the back. These cannons are going to interrupt us if we're not careful. So what I'm going to do, I don't actually have it available, so that's unfortunate. So I'm going to run forward and hopefully not get shot by those guys, because that just loses you a whole bunch of damage. We get a whole bunch of, like, really good medicine, and now I want to get behind the cannons and ideally never get shot by them. Please shoot Okuta, that'd be great. Actually not focused on me right now, so if I can take out the cannons, that would be ideal. Because the cannons are nasty. They're the ones that will do all the damage here. The gunmen will also do damage, but the cannons are the ones that will, like, one-shot us. Again, at this point, remember, we don't have that much... we don't have any, like... Okay. We don't have any HP, like, or very little HP upgrades. So we are taking... We don't have any armor equipped. I should actually have my very basic armor equipped at this point. We are taking a lot of damage from, like, everything at this point. I can use... Wow, I can actually use my combos again. That's wild. Actually really wild how fast I'm getting it back now. I've never had this specific setup for a run before. That's why I'm, like, a little surprised at, like, you know, the actual, like, speed that some of my cards are coming back. I can just use these now because I have Domio Icky to fill them back up once we're done here. Now for this bit. This bit's been very heavily changed from OG Ishin as well. In OG Ishin, this was about 3 waves of enemies. In Lad Ishin, it's 1. But it also includes 2 of the larger enemies, which is unfortunate. Now, the nice thing is, we can actually take care of pretty much everybody with a couple of cannon hits. I ideally want to keep the 2 larger lads together. Unfortunately, I've, like, lost them a little bit. Ideally, we stop all of these guys from coming forward. If they do get forward, they should hopefully go for Okuta, and Okuta can keep them off me. As long as these 2 are together, you can just hit them both at the same time, as you can see. Your, like, actual, like, AoE on these cannons are relatively good. But we don't have to deal with these larger enemies if we just take them out here with the cannons. And Okuta did take care of the other guy, which is really nice. I'm going to try and hopefully get this guy to walk towards the other guy. But I'm trying to push him from this side. Unfortunately, it's pushing him backwards instead of forward. Get too late. We just take care of him. We do not want to fight these larger enemies if we can help it. So we are going to take them out of the cannon. We do not, under any circumstances, want to take care of those enemies normally. They suck. It's a shame because we're definitely not done with them. Again, those large enemies were not in OG Ishin. But the nice thing is this bit is a little bit faster because of that. I think you get to see me use for, like, the one-time Wild Dancer, because I want to use its multiple quick steps to be able to get past some of these spears. And in a little bit, there is going to be some worse things. This room, I'm going to be using Gunspell. Put on my damage. These enemies suck. Anytime they're in an RGG game, they're awful. They dodge a lot. They have, like, a hyper armor. They can stun you. Like, they suck. Like, they're the worst. I'm taking care of them. Thankfully, you can shoot them as they're coming out of the hiding spot. They are worse in OG Ishin. In OG Ishin, they are really bad. I'm actually going to hold on Domio Icky and then use Furious and Thingy in a second. But look at my damage now. Now I'm doing, like, over 100. Like, it's just actually absurd at, like, how much that gives you, like, extra damage. So, a little bit of a puzzle here. You just have to shoot the thing that fills in the pattern on the wall. I think there's, like, 2 options there, but the correct option is ahead of you. Pushing them left first. It alternates between the sides. Also, Okuta can hit these buttons as well. I do not trust my health here, so I'm going to actually heal up. use some of the worst healing items. Right, I'm turned around. Also, the side spears you can see on that side, ouch, they were not there in OG Ishin. So, yeah. For this guy, as you can see, we've got an armored enemy in it, so we're obviously going to be using our sword to take care of him first. I should probably do my last sword level up in this fight. So I'm going to go into my abilities. I'm going to go over to Gunman. I probably don't need to trade over these orbs because I've been getting a bit more than I usually do. And then I'm going to take all of that into Swordsman because I want to go all the way down this bottom pathway here. Because as you can see, this is Swordsman rank 3. If you look at the top right, every so often you will see that my Swordsman attack is going to go up. So Swordsman rank 4, now 180. Swordsman rank 5. Remember when I said they're all on the outside? Wasn't kidding. Up increase 4. Swordsman rank 6. Up increase 5. Swordsman rank 7. Could get us at 9, hopefully. It should be 8 and then 9, I believe. Oh, it's Alpha and then it's 8 and 9. Well, so still need a little bit more, but yeah, that will now increase our attack exponentially on Swordsman style. Please drop your guard. Friend the Wicked, because I want to make sure I take care of this guy really fast. Going to use Lightning Spear, because that will take care of hopefully some of these ads as well. So for the bright light effect, it's because we are really close to them. The lightning attack as well also gains the properties of the attack boost that we've used, so that's why I want to use the attack boost first and then the lightning attack. So, this puzzle. In the original OG Ishin, you had to hit the kanji that stood for fire, which in this one you just have to hit the 2 that correspond with the pattern on the wall, one of which is behind me, and then I couldn't get the actual targeting to work properly for me. The nice thing about the boss of this place, the nice thing about the boss of this place is that you don't actually have a phase 2 cutscene, so you can just go straight into your Furious combos if you have it. Which is what I'm going to build up with this next fight. So, we're going to go in here, and there is a elevator scene, which is going to summon a whole bunch of enemies, as you can probably guess. Whole room's moving upwards. We obviously have never seen an elevator in this time period before. So we take care of you, take care of you. I could use one of my triple shots. I probably shouldn't at this point, but fine. Oh, annoying. Yep, thanks. Appreciate it. Probably gonna have to heal one more time for this boss because they can one-shot me if I'm not careful. Which I think we should have Furious ready? Yes, we do. Good. Very good. Grab this heal. Definitely heal up before this fight. I'm going to use again my smaller heals. And it's time for us to meet Leader of the Shogunate. And it is, of course, would you believe it, Daigo Dojima. Or in this case, not Daigo Dojima. Yeah, it is Tokugawa Yoshinobu. So I'm going to start this very specifically with a heat attack to try and break his AI. Sometimes he does not let his AI be broken, which is apparent in the backside. And then, that's wild. No, wild. Thank you. Furious and triple. Can't get him on the floor. No, he's doing it early. That is a Kamehameha. Yes, Daigo knows how to do the Kamehameha. These are annoying because they actually stun you. You can see that I'm trying to get off my light into strong because I'm doing like 200 damage every time, even without like the Furious. At this point, no. He has hyper armor for every style except for gun for this, which is a bit silly, but you know, it is what it is. I don't know how I missed, if I'm being honest. I'm going to blame the Unreal Engine, despite the fact it was me. That's bad. Also, his sword being like put out to the front like that, it does actually hurt you. You should be guarding those. Could you not? A little bit close, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. No, I'm done. Maybe. Maybe. He gives us a spear called the Spear of Japan. Thanks. If you're wondering, considering we had the Adachi earlier and we now have this spear, to be able to use specific two-handed weapons, you have to learn them in the actual like level up trees, and they're just not that good, unfortunately. As we said with Kenzan earlier, Kenzan's two-handed weapons were really good because they break armor really quickly. In this game, to break armor quickly, you want either like a really strong weapon like we've got, or you want something that has a specific seal that breaks armor. I am mentioning this now because, funnily enough, that's going to become a thing in the next chapter. Although the amount of armored enemies in the game now is going to drop to about 3. Actually 4, yeah, 4, because we have one of those large lads left. So we don't have that many chances to use it, but we are going to use a certain something. So, we finally gave the letter over Tokugawa, warning him about the Satsuma Choshu alliance and that war is coming and that he should move, obviously, the capital. And because of that and the fact that these two idiots managed to walk in here without a care in the world, he's going to go, you know what, sure, I agree. With that, we're going to take our next break.
Awesome. So yeah, during these longer runs, we like to take breaks every about hour or so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything they need to do. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with more of the run. See you soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing 2 of the Samurai Yakuza games. I guess the only 2. And we're in the middle of an Ishin runs. Whenever you're ready, Froob.
Cool. All right. Let's carry on in 3, 2, 1, go. So this is the second of our big set pieces in a row. Whilst we were away over in Edo, the Shinsengumi members, or some of the Shinsengumi members, have kind of set fire to the place. And by the place, I mean the entire city. So, you know, got to deal with that. RGG really love using, like, their cities that they have to, like, do set pieces and stuff like that. So, we're going to get back here and we're going to find out, obviously, everything is on fire. And we're going to have to go and find out what's happened to the rest of Shinsengumi members. Obviously, the people we're close to, like Shinpachi and Isami. And also just what's going on in general, why everything's on fire. Let's say Norio have gotten out. There was a letter on the front desk saying that they've actually managed to get out. So we're going to head and find Kondo Isami. We're going to go down a very fixed set of roads. Very, very fixed set of roads. I just feel I haven't been doing, like, that great of a job, like, explaining what's going on plot-wise, which I like to do with these runs, because there is a lot of moving parts to this game's plot. I would highly, highly recommend you play it yourself if you're interested. Like, the reason why I chose this one instead of OG Ishin to do a run of was because, you know, a lot of y'all, I feel, would have been, like, more appreciative of, like, the one that's, you know, in English, and also the one that came out in English that you know if you played before. And you can see how busted you can get with very basic cards instead of, like, you know, the more overpowered cards that are really fun to use, like your Tendos and your Reigis, etc. So we're being attacked by good old Commander Sasaki for revenge for the Shinsengumi setting the place on fire. Which also gives us another brand new remix of good old Watse's theme from Yakuza 5. This game is fantastic at giving you a whole bunch of remixes that also just weren't in the original Ishin. I wanted to get away from Sasaki, so I'm glad he's focusing on focusing right now so I can deal with the ads. And obviously deal with him as well. Come on, Ray. Good lad. Now I can break his AI. I don't know what the situation with my Furious combos is at the minute. I at least have triple shot. His AI broke. That's good. Have Furious for the next fight. I wonder for the next fight I don't want to hold it. We do have Icky. I think we use it in the next fight. This fight in OG Ishin is probably one of the most scariest in the entire run. Yes, he has the exact same lightning sphere attack I do. But yeah, the original Sasaki fight in OG Ishin, he can, like, at our HP value that we are at in this run, in the OG Ishin, he can kill us in one combo. I wish I was joking, I'm not. Sasaki in OG Ishin, this fight is terrifying and I love it. But it doesn't have this amazing rendition of Watse's theme. The White Ishin wins for that. Also, yeah, as Gray is referring to in chat, when I first did this run, my PC wasn't good enough to run the PC version. This is the PC version. Funnily enough, I was running on the PS5 version, and the very first, like, patch that came out with this game, because of all the fire effects, and because RGG weren't used to using Unreal, there was a fantastic graphical glitch that happened in this bit where Ryoma's hair would be golden the entire time you were near fire. So you would just go Super Saiyan in these fights. Oh, good. Okay, so that fight spawn is also not in OG Ishin, but thankfully it's in a very good position here. So I can just run past it. There's 2 markers on the map. There's one to the left, but we can't get to it. Obviously, all these roads are blocked off by fire, so we're being led in a very specific direction. That direction is right into the path of Harada, aka not Aizawa. And this man is actually one of the more sensible members of the Shinsengumi, because whilst, yes, he's not using a sword like the others, he's using a spear, and more importantly, that's pretty smart because he also has... Wait for it. He'll pull it out eventually, I promise. There he goes. A gun. So yes, old Harada is also getting with the times, but it also shows that he is one of the people that have been working with the British. Like, the British are the ones who are supplying the guns, even though we obviously got ours from Tachi Hanpeter. Cough. So, unfortunately, one of the things that I'm upset about is that Harada doesn't get a cool, like, boss fight remix. He doesn't even get his, like, original theme. Like, it's just the normal, like, boss fight theme, which is genuinely upsetting. You're gonna break? You are gonna break. Yeah, that's why I'm doing this. Yeah. So some boss QTs you have to be a little bit careful with, because you will have a extra QTE at the start of the actual attack that you will have to do. It's like a longer QTE. It happens a lot with Sword Star. Give the phase 2 in a second. Good. I think I'm just gonna sword for this fight, and then gun for phase 2. And save Furious for the next fight, because it will do very well in this next fight. And Aizawa was exactly the same actor in OG Ishin. Like, it's just a really cool fight, and this is such a better set of characterization for Aizawa. You really get, like, the sense of, like, who he is as an actor with this game, way more than Yakuza 5. I really love him in this game. That's someone that thinks he can be a very good character in the main series if, you know, had a bit of development. Unfortunately, he gets really scary in this part, so I am going to try and murder quickly. Oh, I don't like you guarding those. That's what I was trying to avoid, because you can see how much damage that does. I'll finish off the sword, considering he has gone up close. We should be fine. I will have to definitely heal at some point in this chapter, considering what's coming up next. Nice little block on that, at least, or at least a nice little interruption. The Iron Grinder. So, the Iron Grinder is a very interesting gun. It is going to be the one other gun that we use in the rest of this speedrun. The seals on it. So, whenever you see a seal, if it's got the white fangs, like, around the corner, that means that those seals cannot be inherited to another weapon. The Iron Grinders can. And the 2 seals that the Iron Grinder have are armor breaking. So that means that the Iron Grinder is very good at breaking armor off of enemies. It's going to be very useful coming up later. So Hondo is hiding out at his old brothel place, so that obviously the traitorous members of the Shinsengumi won't get to him. But unfortunately, they did. So we are now going to have to run off, because a certain Okada Izo has turned up. Which is a genuine shame, because, like, the boss fight intro for Izo in OG Ishin is, like, 3.5 minutes long. It was an original bathroom break in the run, and it's a really cool intro. In this game, it is fully skippable. So we are obviously going to skip it. It's such a shame. It's such a cool intro. Like, it's a long conversation between the two, but it's such a cool intro. Such a cool intro. I should consider getting the last of my swordsman upgrades at this point, honestly. I should actually get them now before we go into this next fight. I'm going to put one over on Gunman, and then that should be enough. I had enough anyway, it's fine. So Swords on rank 9 to get the last fire attack, and Leaping Maelstrom, which is a move that we use a lot in OG Ishin, a little less so in Lad Ishin, because it's a pretty relatively long heat move. It can take out 3 enemies in one go. It's actually genuinely really cool. And we're off. Same soundtrack, by the way. This is absolutely wonderful. Phase 1. Oh, Riley, this fight has like 4 phases. Well, I didn't really want to use my like multi-hit on this fight because obviously like I'm gonna lose it between phases, but good damage. Especially if I can knock him to the floor like that. I do have to be careful if Izo decides to do his big attack in the second phase. But I'm using the rest of my enhanced bullets at this point. I still have my fire bullets left over, which is going to be interesting for the end game. But essentially, I'm using my enhanced bullets to just knock all the bosses to the like floor as fast as I can, just to be able to keep them down and not actually attacking me. Oh, one of my other cards came back. Oh. Right, this is it. Run, run, run. So this is a big tornado. It is very, very strong. It also causes poison. What did I just do movement-wise? I didn't do anything there. This apparently doesn't count as a wall. I was trying to do my heat attack, but it doesn't count as a wall. This is, like I said, the end game of this is actually really scary. You can die very, very quickly. Just get to hit with the cool music. You can die very, very quickly if you're not careful. Oh, nice dodge. If he gets too close, I like to go into sword style anyway and just try and demolish him that way. Getting him back on the ground with gun, hopefully. But despite the death, it's a nice, like, fast restart, thankfully. Okay, now he's not going to go down to the ground unless I do this. Lose my damage up again. This is genuinely, like, with all the context of, like, having played the game, right, it's such a cool fight. In, like, OG Ishin, he has, like, 5 or 6 HP bars. It's wild.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's a long fight. It's so cool. Not what I wanted to do, but hey, that actually works out. Sword for the rest of this fight. No. I'm gonna change the gun and just shoot you from all the way over here because I don't want to get hit by that. That's the one that has no hyper. That has hyper armor. That's right. Again, this won't stop him and send him to the floor, but it will do a lot of damage, which is nice. Come on. Want to save Ren for next chapter. That's bad. Teleported forward there? You're not supposed to be able to do that. That's cheating, that is.
That is not allowed.
No, it is not. That is absolutely cheating. I can't teleport forward. So we get a sword from Izo. It's not as strong as our current sword, but as you can see, much like the boss and like his obviously special ability, it has poison attached to it. So that can be kind of useful, but yeah, it's not as strong as like some of the others that we've got. So essentially, next day we are basically going to quit the Shinsengumi. We're basically just finished at this point. We can't really do much more here. Like we can't get our revenge. But obviously, as Oaks is saying, you know, the main quadruple here, the main quartet, like we're all allies, we're all buds. We should really be, you know, still teaming up together. So they don't accept our resignation. They want us to team up together. Just still finish the fight, even though, like, Kondo's gone at this point. But there is a couple of people that are still around from the Shinsengumi. Not just us. We're gonna have a Shinsengumi meeting.
土方
We still need to figure out who the Shinsengumi member who set fire to Kyoto was. So whilst we're chilling in here, in our seats, who waltzes in? But these three. Not Kuze, not Awano, and not Xiao, aka Ito, Todo, and Takeda. So, in this meeting, Hijikata, aka not Mine, is going to very cleverly make Ito reveal that he was actually the traitor. I mean, it's pretty obvious when they look at each other like that as well. And these three are actually going off to form another new special police force working for the Emperor, called the Goryo Eiji, I believe? Remember rightly? Yes, definitely not suspicious when they just look at each other like this. But we basically use Kondo's information, just get it out of Izo, and yeah, that's the end of that chapter. So now we go into the penultimate chapter, chapter 13. The assassination of Sakamoto Ryoma. That's one heck of a title card, considering we're Sakamoto Ryoma. That's not ideal. But there is still the issue of the fake Sakamoto Ryoma that's been waltzing around somewhere. So, considering, you know, we've had traitors and spies in our midst, we go to our brand new hideout, which is just our room at the inn. Great hiding place, sure. Also, you'll notice that Todo is here. Don't worry, Todo isn't betraying us. He's betraying the other two, who are also betraying us. Don't worry about it. It was really interesting, considering, you know, who obviously, like, Todo was originally played by Baba from Yakuza 5, so when this happened in, like, OG Ishin, it's like, Baba goes again, and then all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute. Actually, he's not. So, essentially, we're gonna get into a plan where we want to kind of trap the fake Sakamoto Ryoma and obviously kill them. So, it's gonna require us to, like, have a place to set that up and enter stage left in a second. Nakaoka's gonna come back into the story alongside Otsei and Oreo. And Otsei has been saving up for a brand new inn this entire time, and we're just gonna commit wanton murder in it. As you do. Thanks for letting us use it, I guess. Also, interestingly, I think the other inn is called the Omi Inn, which, you know, the Omi Alliance. Yeah. That's, yeah. They wanna be forgiven for helping, you know, the fake Sakamoto Ryoma, and they didn't know what was obviously going on. It's an interesting change from Oreo, who just hates the Shinsengumi, and that she's also, like, now actually helping us out as well. This is the Omi Inn. And Nakaoka, however, has a thing called a picture, a photograph, because they were starting to actually be a thing around this era, of the fake Sakamoto Ryoma. Doing a very, very, very famous pose, if you've ever actually, like, seen this pose in real life. Just with a certain person's face photoshopped on front of it. That would be Takeshi Hanpeita. Takeshi Hanpeita is not dead. Once again, RGG killing off an important character off screen, except, whoops, maybe never mind. This is only like the 10th time this has happened. So, essentially, we believe that Takeshi Hanpeita and a person called Yamayuchi Yodo have been manipulating everybody to try and push them towards a civil war. Hence why everything is kind of going on. And essentially they want Tosa to essentially emerge. Is the point where I go nighttime? As the, like, kind of like the actual, like, main force. What about Shinsengumi, right? I've forgotten where I am here. Oh no, it's Haruka, right, it's that bit. So there's one bit in the game where we have to go, and it's this bit, obviously. Some story is there on the left, so be careful of that. We have to go to Haruka's, like, another life thing, and just make sure everything is fine. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the boat guy, go to Haruka's place. Bye. That's all you have to do. You just go in and you just leave. Is the place on fire like the rest of Kyoto? No, it's fine. Just leave. The sub-story is now gone, so we just go back to the inn. It's such a weird thing. You just have to go there and make sure everything's all right and just, yep, nope, fine, I'm out. Bye. So, Nagoka's in our room. We're going to go and speak to Nagoka. Hello, buddy. So, basically, we have convinced, thanks to Nagoka, Saigo and Katsu to go along with our plan. And unfortunately, Ito and Flippin' Takeda figured out that old Todo was backstabbing them. So, there's a bit of claret on the floor, a bit of wine. Again, in OG Ishin, we couldn't go down this route here because there was a sub-story, but this is Lad Ishin, so I get to go down this route now. And unfortunately, there's a fight spawn, so I need to do the save load to get rid of that. And we're going to go to another boss fight. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, this boss fight. Mentioned during the final boss of the Kenzan run earlier, there were 3 bosses that have the Arase dodge in this game. Well, here's the first, and unfortunately has a little bit more than the Arase dodge. It is Takeda, aka not Owano. He is here with Ikumatsu. Obviously, he's going up against Katsura, who isn't here at the moment, so we're gonna obviously have to deal with this piece of crap. There you go. We're gonna step outside, but unfortunately for us, Takeda doesn't just have the Arase dodge. See, don't forget, also Shinpachi's fight theme again, I don't know why it's here. Remember, they've been working with the English, they have guns. Takeda doesn't just have the Arase dodge, he has Arase's entire moveset. Also his fight frames from Zero. Of course he does. Nope. Arase dodged immediately. Stop that. How dare you? This as well. His AI is broken and he's on the floor. Great. That's over. That's a good fight. That's a great fight. Excuse you. That is a great fight. That is a wonderful fight. Wow. So he can be really annoying. He has every move of Arase's. He obviously has the dodge. He has the bit where he stands there, fires the pistols off. Like, he can actually be one of the most annoying fights in this game. I'm stunned that went as well as it did. Getting Furious combos off cooldown there was perfect. But yeah, that's one of those fights where in the original game, he used to be Hayashi in OG Ishin, Hayashi from Yakuza 1 and 2. They just had like the normal boss theme in OG Ishin there. But when you get boss fights like this, they do actually go the extra mile in Lad Ishin and give them the fight themes from their respective games. Or sometimes, as you saw with Akiyama earlier, actually do like a Edo style, like this time period, Bakumetsu style, like remix of like all their themes. It's fantastic. Lad Ishin actually goes like the extra mile a couple of times. It's really appreciated. I believe the Arase dodged immediately. I'm mad about that. So the nice thing is there is no boss, so to say, of the next set piece. But there is something real annoying. Oh, there is something real annoying. This is probably the nastiest set piece in both LAT and OG Ishin for the final room of this place, as you will see. So, this is the actual intro cutscene to the game, and also it was the reveal trailer at the Sony State of Play when they revealed this game. Absolutely love that cutscene. So yeah, you know the drill. I'm gonna just use my gun. It's nice when they get angry like that, because they just stand there and taunt you as if, you know, I'm gonna, you know, not do anything about it. There is a whole bunch of enemies in this bit. This is also helping me obviously build back up to Furious, which I want for the next chapter. Because, oh dear, the next chapter is going to be, thing. What I would like to see, I don't have it. If I had the actual, lightning spear here, I would absolutely be using it. Because, obviously, there's a bunch of enemies and lightning spear makes short work of this entire room. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit here. Lightning spear really makes short work of this room. should have put Domyo Iki onto my attribute. You know what? I'm actually using this here, so I'm about to get Domyo Iki. So this will take care of these enemies, like, relatively fast. Again, with the combos, like, going up, you can see my attack damage is going up as well. Like, it's absurd how much damage you just get from this combination. It's just so good. For safety for the run, I'm going to grab this. Well, healing is always appreciated. And take care of the rest. You can see my damage now goes down to like a solid 30-40 at that point. Actually, probably should have left the actual combo until the last room of this place. It's not a very long set piece. We're actually in the penultimate room when we get dragged into here. I'm going to go sword specifically for this. I would ideally like to pick up the fire bullets that are in the corner. But we are going to very specifically change our bullets before we take care of the last enemy here to acid. The actual armor-piercing bullets. And I'm also going to change my gun to the Iron Grinder. I have 19 acid rounds. That's really good, actually. It's really, really good. Okay. I'm going to change my gun before we go in here. These three enemies are the three worst enemies in the game. They're all armored and they're all hyper-aggressive. Doesn't matter if you're playing Lad Ishin, OG Ishin. Yeah, just try and get rid of all of their armor as much as possible. If you do run out of acid rounds, it's not too bad because you can just use the Iron Grinder itself. But combined with the Iron Grinder, it gets rid of their armor almost instantly. Unless you do that, but I needed them to just calm down a little bit. You can see it doesn't like fire as fast. I was waiting for him to get up before I could do this. I'm missing one of my Roaring Fusillade upgrades. Perfect. And at this point, I can go back to my normal gun. That was my Summon Drang. I just have 11 enhanced rounds. That's wild. Now I'm going to rend because I want them to go down as fast as possible. You can see just they are so frustrating and annoying. I might do a heat attack on the one that has high HP so that I can just stop them for a second from attacking. And this should break their AI a little bit. I think I don't want to do heat attacks whilst rend is active because that's still counting down in the background. Whilst obviously I'm not doing any damage. I do have Lightning Spear back, which we might be able to play here. Take care of the two ads, I hope. Took care of one of the large ones as well. That's pretty nice, actually. That wasn't too bad at all. I'll take that. That was pretty good. And then we leave. Again, for safety, I'm taking this healing just in case. I've been playing pretty decently for like the last like hour or so that's nice. And yeah, we meet up with good old Tachian Peter. He is actually there. Would you believe? Now we go into the finale, the final chapter. Okay, so essentially, this is a couple of weeks later. These are now the remaining members of the Shinsengumi. Apart from, yeah, it's just us that are remaining now at this point. Just us, Okuta, Shinpachi, and Hijikata. Shinsengumi is pretty much just done at this point. But essentially, we are going to go back to Tosa, place at the very beginning of the game, and we are going to go and go and assault good old Yamauchi Yodai's place. Or his palace. Which is where him and old Tachihan Peter have been scheming this entire game. Unfortunately, before we gain access to being able to do that, we do have to do a little bit of stuff in the actual finale itself, which is a pain in the backside. Because you would like to hope you could just go straight there, but unfortunately, we've got a couple of things left to do. Doing a little bit of time wasting, not exactly filler, but it's just character development. And then also some Mega Man style boss refights. Of all things. So, all to say is, like, you know, you might never come back from this mission. You should probably go on a date with Oreo, blah, blah, blah. So, we're going to go on a date with Oreo. We're actually going to be given a couple of options for this in terms of where to drink and eat, and we're going to very specifically pick, like, specific spots. Oh, damn, I wish you didn't have the whole day off, because I could just go to the finale. Unfortunately, she has the whole day off, so we're off on a date. So, the first place that we are going to go to is somewhere to drink. You'll see on the mini-map that we have a spot at the top of the map But what you can't see at the minute is there is actually a place on the bottom of the map. Right there. So we're going to go to the bottom of the map, mostly because there is... Actually, it's food first, then drink. Because there is a specific spot we want to go to once we are done with the first two places we go to. The top part of the map would be way away from, like, any of those places. So we have food here. Then we go for a drink, which is, again, right here at this bar that we walked past earlier. Unfortunately, we can't do these things out of order. Like, the RGG games very much like you to stay on the actual, like, story path. And Oreo makes a suggestion. She's heard of this newfangled thing that people are enjoying doing called karaoke. People getting together and doing ballads and singing together. So yes, we are going to karaoke. Unfortunately, if you've ever seen a Yakuza speedrun before, you'll know the one rule is that there is one minigame that has always been consistently skippable across this entire series. And it's karaoke. Which is a giant shame. But you get Iji Sakura, which is a version of Iji Sakura that is also in K1. So if you've ever played K1, it's the same song from there. Unfortunately, karaoke is skippable. Unfortunately. And with this, we're also going to go and be introduced to, even this late in the game, you can go do it earlier if you're playing the game casually, but the game wants us to go and do another mini-game. This mini-game is Boyo Dancing, which I don't know if I've just gotten, like, if I was just more prepared after all the years, but, like, I swear this mini-game was a lot harder in OG Ishin. It works exactly the same. I swear it was a lot harder in OG Ishin. I can't explain why, but I feel like it was. So we're going to go to the top part of the map, which is where the Boyo Dancing is. It's another rhythm-based game where you have to pay attention to two circles on either side of the screen, one of which corresponds to like the stick on the left-hand side or the D-pad, and then the other one correlates to like the face buttons on the right-hand side of the controller. It's a good minigame. It's a good minigame. It's a great minigame. But once again, it's a minigame. We can skip it. Unfortunately so. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you aren't going to get to see it. But it's a very good, fun minigame. Again, I swear it was a lot harder in OG-ish. I can't explain why, but it was nasty to do for like full completion in OG-ish. And like it was actually genuinely kind of hard, which is nice. I like it when RGG like add, you know, hard like rhythm game content to their games. I like that a bunch. We do have a bunch of different difficulty settings for it. We need to go down that little pathway to the left. There is a fight spawn there. There's a little unfortunate. I might be able to get behind them, but I might not be. Yes, I can. Bye. I love being able to get past them like that. You can have a really bad one there where it's actually like walking towards you, and there's nothing you can do other than either do the save load or just like drag them backwards. But yeah, that place is always like a really nasty spot for fight spawns in both OG Ishin and Lad Ishin. But thankfully we got a good one. From sprint 4, we can just sprint all the way. And this is the final part of our date, and then we are going to go do our Mega Man style boss refights. I say Mega Man style boss refights, but actually there is one boss coming up that we have not fought yet. This is interesting. But again, the great thing is, they actually give us a couple of new Ishin-styled remixes for some of these boss fights, which is really cool. They were just the generic boss fight themes, apart from Okita's, which is also coming up. They were the generic boss fight themes in OG Ishin, but in this game, they actually, again, put like a bit more effort into like the music choices and the remixes, so we actually get some like really, really cool remixes, which is nice. This is essentially us saying goodbye to Oreo because we don't think we're coming back. So. I wonder if my Furious combos can come back for two of these bosses. Might be able to. I should have a bunch of fire bullets still left that I can use in these boss fights. I've been, like, actually not using as many bullets as I should be using, which is actually kind of nice. Actually, genuinely kind of nice. Yeah, at this point, we just go to Shinsengumi. This is basically your point of no return. Like, you'll get given it, like, once we've done these, like, refights. Like, it'll be very clear, hey, are you sure you're ready to do this? And then, yeah, the usual stuff. So, one final time over to Shinsengumi. The last time we'll be in the inn. No sub-stories are on the map. At least that one isn't, I should say. One final palanquin ride up to Mibu. So before we go, we do have to refight everybody that's here. Beginning with Pinpachi. And then we have a fight for the first time against Hijikata. And again, the fantastic thing is they are using remixes of all their themes. Hijikata we've not actually fought yet. He just uses the default Tenon Rishin style that the others use, so there's nothing like really new there, which is nice. But hey, you get to fight Hijikata. You get an absolutely great remix of Saijima's theme. I was really hoping that would stop you. If we're doing this, I'm doing this. He's not going down to my strong attacks. His AI is busted, and he's dead. Is he? He might not be. I shouldn't use that there, because like this fight was almost over. That was a waste. Unfortunately, not going to get to hear much of these remixes when we obviously demolish these bosses. Is one Hijikata fight for the game. You'd think you would fight him a lot earlier, but no, you just fight him here. And again, they didn't have to do this, but they sure did make a remix of his theme from free. It's so good. Actually, really good. And he's kicking my backside. Thanks, Hijikata. He's going on the floor. He is not going on the floor. This is a bit worrying. Let's do this. Why am I on wild? Why am I on wild? Stop that. On star completely. Stop that. Use my Furious here. No, that's bad. His AI is not breaking. Okay, that's going to be an issue. Go over here, bud. If I can do this. Okay, not ideal. It is not going well this fight. Fight usually goes a lot better for me. This fight's not going well. His AI is broken. Good. Yeah, so basically, when you use heat attacks against them in Ishin, for some reason their AI breaks and they don't know what to do. It's really weird. It's just really weird. We don't know why that happens, but it just happens like that. This is why you don't ever want to get low HP in this run, because you just start hobbling. Thankfully, I wanted to go into my inventory anyway, and I wanted to equip my, flame rounds. I've still got 31 of them? Jeez. Let's hopefully demolish some of these bosses. Why don't we have a rematch? Majima just wants to fight us constantly. Get the second Majima remix theme in this game. This is just building back up my stuff. On the ground. Alright, Majima. Sorry, Okutasuri. I'm gonna watch my sword, I think. Yep, just gonna demolish my sword at this point. Keep on the ground with a heat attack, and then that'll do. Yeah, like the AI only really seems to break when you're attacking them like with the really fast gun for some reason. Like, no idea why. Like, it's almost as if like you attacking them like stops them from like being able to do an attack or something like that. Either way, make sure you pick the right option here, because if you don't, you fight him again. You can keep fighting them as long as you want if you just keep re-talking to them, but gonna fight them, and we are going to head to Tosa, which has now been turned into an absolute battlefield. as you will see. Right, so I'm gonna rebuild up my Furious combos, which I should be able to get real soon, which is nice. Oh, I hate it when they actually manage to get up to me like that. I should dodge out of the way, honestly, but I thought I'd be able to knock him down. But what I should do as well is move forward, because there is a bunch of enemies that won't spawn in until I move forward. So I'm just going to move forward here. There we go. Take care of them. I'm holding my combo for obviously a little bit. We actually get these refilled really fast at this point, which is nice. I have 2 triples, so I'm just going to use the one of them. And then everyone else is going to help deal with enemies. Unfortunately, they're pushing them up the stairs, which is a pain because that means I'm going to, have to move over. Okay, and that is the first part of this. So, remember when I said good old Sasaki earlier was one of the nastiest fights in OG Ishin? Yeah, same with this one. He's back. So, we're going to have to deal with him again. I'm going to use my combo against him. I should hopefully be able to get it back quite quickly because we should have Domyoiki ready soon. Yeah, I still don't want to get like hit by him in like Lad Ishin. Like he still like packs a punch, just not as much as OG Ishin. Also, just realized I haven't actually equipped my armor at this point, which is probably good reason I've been taking a lot of damage. It's upsetting because yeah, the enemies like will take all of my hits and also stop my combo. We could like aim at the guy that I want to aim at. That'd be great. Guy with actually the HP bar. Zero damage. That's a shame. See how much damage I've taken from that, unfortunately. It also has a bunch of hyper armor, as you can see. I'm really actually happy the Shinpachi's helping me here, because like this literally, like this fight is actually one of the more dangerous ones here. Heal, honestly, I think. Yeah, I'm going to absolutely heal just in case, because this is a long finale anyway. No point in not healing. Yes, dealt with. You would like to give me a hand over here? Thanks, Majima. Thank you very much, Okita. So I wanted to attack him there to make sure that I just kept him like under wraps so he didn't use the lightning spear attack. If he used that, that would have actually hurt quite a bit. That, for some reason, we're going to head off. So we're going to do the RGG thing of separating the party up multiple times. Here comes the first. Interesting thing is, this is where Shinpachi's theme plays for like the first time in OG Ishin, and yet now it doesn't even play Shinpachi's theme here. Like, it's so weird. I don't know why they changed Shinpachi's theme into multiple places in this game, but they did. So, Shinpachi's gonna stay behind. We're gonna head forward. This is one of those funny times where RGG absolutely forgot to put the block at the end of this fight. So we can just run forward and just leave this place completely.
Whoopsie.
Yup. Just head straight forward, grab the healing items just in case, and off we go. Use one of my triples. Damage. Nice. Very nice. Again, I'm going to be keeping my Furious because there is obviously a boss fight coming up. So I'm keeping my Furious is because there is a nasty fight that's about to happen. And get a second set of like my triple shot. I'll definitely like actually use that. But yeah, definitely keeping the first and second. I want to make sure I don't use them straight away at the start of the next fight, because otherwise I'm going to lose them, because the mid-fight cutscene that happens in this next fight is very, very long. So we want to make sure that we don't actually use it too early. Don't forget this guy. Still around. Ito, aka not Kuze. And there's Shinpachi's theme again. But more importantly, even though it's not an Edo period version of this, you're getting Pleasure Demon. They had to. I'm glad they did. It wouldn't be right. I feel I don't want to take care of the ads. Actually, I do if I have. Hold on, do I have? Yeah, I do. If I can hit everybody with a lightning spear, I don't think they took the damage from that, you know? Not happy about that.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. Because that would have absolutely shredded a lot of them. So, this phase is supposed to make your attacks like... It took my sword off. What? What the heck? You can chalk that out to I've never seen that before. They were literally like stuck in that animation. Look at them. That's amazing.
I wonder if that's
Actually amazing.
I wonder if you can do that again. Like, if that's just tech.
I'm assuming it was the timing of me using that with the cutscene causing them to like stay in that animation.
Yeah, it just like both flags triggered, but it never turned off.
Yeah. Interesting. I think I would have preferred the damage, but
That's honestly fair. Honestly valid.
yeah. Okay, that's never happened before. There you go. Anyway, that's the end of that. So once again, we're going to do the RGG thing of splitting our troops up. Staying behind this time will be Hijikata. It was really nice that they like because those of us who had played obviously OG Ishin kind of knew, like, when they announced like the actor changes, we knew we would have a boss fight against Kuze in this game, and we were really hoping they would like do like either an Edo period version of his theme, or at least just have him in the game, like his theme in the game, and they did. This guy is the worst. This is the most annoying enemy in this entire game, and they are absolutely awful. Like, they are massively armored, they are throwing paralysis ranged attacks, and I'm being attacked by enemies with guns. This room is by far the worst. I'm actually going to go into my stuff and put on my armor that I should have put on like ages ago at this point. And more importantly, I was building up my sword to do this. I really wanted that to hit the guys with the guns. Because these guys have got to go down. Yeah.
Like, that dude is 10 feet tall.
These enemies did not exist in the OG Ishin. They are not good. I will not, like, apologize for saying these enemies are bad, because they are not good. They literally had to nerf them in a patch. Like, they are not ideal. One thing I can do, despite the fact that obviously... Oh, I should be breaking his arm first. One thing I can do, despite obviously the fact that he is, you know, large and using, like, a lot of, like, range attacks, is I can go into the corridor and have him just use range attacks. Sword actually works really well against him. You do have to obviously be a bit careful of your HP. This is the room that I wanted all the healing for, and this, like, I'm not gonna lie, this is the room I wanted all the healing for. Should Rend actually, yeah. I wanted to save Rend for the next boss in case we can't get the good strat, but no, I want Rend. I want this guy gone. This guy sucks. This guy's awful. Good. No, that enemy is bad. That enemy is terrible. That enemy should not exist in this game. Like, they do not exist in OG Ishin. That is a bad enemy. I absolutely hate those enemies. Like, to absolute bits. Anyway, I'm shooting more dudes. Even the ones that aren't technically active, you can just shoot from back here. It's kind of funny. I would like to build up to my Furious combos again if possible. It will help a lot with the next boss. The finale of this game is super cool, as you can see. Like, there's just a whole bunch of, like, really strong bosses, like, back to back. Either way, These ships have arrived. These ships in the background. These ships are the ones we were warned about throughout the entire game. The English are here. Which is going to be an issue in a second, as you will see. I'm glad I've got my Furious back for the next fight. I should take care of everyone here. Be careful with the next bit. There is a QTE coming. Make sure you do this. I don't know. I don't think this is an insta kill. I think it's like a lot of damage though. Either way. I'm gonna head forward and get into our next boss fight. I'm gonna try and do this the quick way to begin with. But if it doesn't work, thankfully I have obviously my actual combo ready. Say hello, the English. Hello, Glover. This is Thomas Glover. You might recognize him. That is indeed Ricardson from Yakuza 3. Which, with OG Ishin, was actually the same voice actor, I believe. Which is absolutely wild. Remember what I said earlier about how the first patch of this game wouldn't allow you to get on the miniguns? Now it does. So, yeah, he has Arase's moveset, because of course he does. Told you, we ruin everything. But what I'm going to do is he always, in OG Ishin, he doesn't actually fully aggro onto you. In this game, he does. So I'm literally going to drag him over to this. Do this to break his AI in front of it so that I can hopefully just shoot the guy. Find out. If you can do this properly, you can just demolish him and he just leaves this fight. Hey, buddy, could you not get close to me? How you doing? Okay, that's actually pretty good because I can just finish the rest of them off. Yeah, he gets fire bullets as well. Again, both him and Not Wano have the entire moveset of Arase. It sucks. I know my gun is pretty good, but please, I'm a samurai. Anyway, thankfully, I have this back, so I can just do this. It's most of them. Good fight, actually. Very good fight. I'm keeping my obviously combo for the next fight. Now, if you think most of the bosses so far have been very hilariously broken, wait till you see what we do with the final boss. Because, it's pretty funny. If it works properly, it's actually hilarious. I also do like the fact, the attention to detail in this fight. Obviously, everyone we've been fighting so far has had Japanese names, but the one fight in this game that is against the English, they actually give the enemies English names. That's really good attention to detail. I like that. The Thomas Glover's great plan is not only call more backup, but yes, that is a giant triple cannon on the back of his ship that he is aiming at his ship. Great plan.
That's gonna work great.
Yeah, it is. Surprise! We're doing the RGT thing. I'm splitting our party up. So Oaked is gonna deal with whatever is going on here. But Thomas Glover is the guy who's been supplying the arms to, obviously, to actually hand Peter, etc., etc. If you're wondering, he does fire the cannons. Yeah, 4 cannon shots, not 3. I don't know. Don't question it. One of them had 2 cannonballs in it. And outside the final boss, you get given a whole bunch of healing items. I'm going to pick up 2 of them just in case. I should have more than enough at this point, but you never want to risk it in a marathon setting. And our last new cutscene that we can skip is the intro to this fight. Thankfully, they didn't change the final boss theme. Very happy about. I thought they were going to change up this theme to be like a remix of Shibusawa's, which wouldn't have been the worst thing, but this final boss fight theme is phenomenal. So, I love the strap of this fight. The strap of this fight is stupid. It's so dumb. But this room has a couple of little neat fixtures in it. Specifically, these candles. These candles completely confuse the heck out of Hand Pater sometimes. So, I'm just going to hit him here because he's actually like not confused by them right now. That will stop his AI for now. And you'll see in the next phase of the fight, I didn't mean to hit both triples, that's unfortunate. You'll see what happens in this fight. Okay, we want to intentionally fail the QT here to go into the second phase. Not only because it will obviously get through this cutscene, like, obviously a lot quicker, but, you know, it gets to the next phase quicker. Such a good fight game. This is a very cool fight when you're not just shooting a gun. You can play Ishin yourself and not do the strats I'm doing. Or maybe do. There is something cathartic about just shooting gun and being super powerful. Yeah, we're going to intentionally fail this. As you'll see, we'll get straight back into the fight. I do need to heal, because, like, as you can see, that just literally demolishes you. And now taking a look at the strat for this phase, because this is absolutely hilarious. We'll stand by this candle. And I'm just going to shoot. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know what to do.
This is hilarious.
He just doesn't know what to do. That obviously does not work in OG Ishin. I don't know what they did for this port, but he just doesn't know what to do. He throws his gun. I'm not throwing my gun away. That's that. Hey, I'm keeping my gun. So this is the nasty part of the fight. His AI very rarely gets broken by doing the heat action here, but I'm still going to try it. Because obviously I have my combos ready, and time will be at the end of this fight, by the way. Oh, he's broken. Good. And time.
GG.
That's such a stupid fight. It's such a cool fight if you do that, like, actually normally, but, like, when you just shoot him and stand next to a candle, it's so funny. But that's our strat. It's just his AI for some reason just breaks if you stand next to a candle. We don't know why. Like, it doesn't even utilize the whole, like, AI breaking from a heat attack action. He just doesn't know what to do. Like, it's like the candle has, like, a little bit of, like, you know, it's, like, got a little, like, physical form to it, and because his AI is, like, not able to walk past it, he just doesn't do anything. It's great. Well, that's Lad Ishin. That is the remake of Ishin. This is the one that came out February last year. I enjoy the run, but it's just unfortunate that, like, you know, hour and 20 minutes in, you have to roll the gacha and you have to actually get lucky and get the cards, otherwise you don't have a run. And it's real unfortunate. Like, I like the run. I like the run a lot. It's a fun run. It's a very fun run. It's also very cathartic just to shoot like that. So.
Yeah, it is really unfortunate. I know Bioshock Infinite had that for a while, and then they started allowing a mod that forced the RNG to always work.
Yeah.
That way you didn't have to do that. So hopefully that's possible for this game. And then you can like actually run it.
Yeah, we actually have, like, we had a request on the board a while ago, and, like, this one is actually an interesting for cardless. So, essentially not using the troop cards at all, and, like, there is a leaderboard for that, but no one's actually done one on a cardless. I've been curious to do it because it would be, like, very similar to OG. The enemy bosses would still have their overpowered attacks, but you would definitely, like, take the run in, like, a little bit of a different way. There are a group of runners that have co-opted Sword Route. Sword Route is not as fast as Gun Route, but Sword Route very much doesn't require you to get the specific Furious combo cards that are really hard to get from the gacha as well. So there are, like, methods to do it. And also, if you're doing New Game Plus, it is very funny because you have a gun that fires as faster, if not faster than the current gun that we have, that also has armor piercing, that also has a bunch of damage and just kills people even faster.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah. But yeah, no, even with the gun route, as you can see, like, we still go back to using our sword towards the end of the game because the actual weapons you get given during the actual game are just really strong. So, you know, for sure. they become, like, an actual, like, good option, like, about halfway through. appreciate that pun about boss not holding a candle to me. I appreciate that a bunch. I haven't heard that one before. I think I would have, but I actually haven't heard that one before. I like that. That's a good one. Anyway, once again, thank you to GDQ for having us for this weekend. Kenzan and Ishin, they're never getting into marathons, so it's been very nice to be able to obviously show them off. I highly recommend Lad Ishin is the Ishin that never came out for 10 years. It finally came out in the West last year. Highly recommend it, even with my qualms about it. I wouldn't have any issues with the stuff that I've complained about during this run if I hadn't played OG Ishin first. It is a fantastic version of Ishin that is available to the West, and the actual trooper cards, when you start to use the rarer ones, are actually pretty good fun. They have some really cool effects on them, you remember that Kamehameha that Daigo fired at me? What if you want to do it? You can do that. You just can have a whole bunch of fun with this. I don't recommend the 100% grind. That's one of the nastiest that RGG's ever done. But the rest of the game itself is fantastic. It's great fun. So once again, thank you to GDQ for allowing us to show off these runs, because they're never getting into a mainline GDQ, that's for sure.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
there's a lot better options than this one, that's for sure. Gaiden 0, 3, 4, OG1, OG2.
That's fair. There are a lot of good Yakuza games. There's a lot of good Yakuza runs, so yeah, this does have its work cut out for it.
Yeah, just a little bit. You also have to find someone willing to do this at a marathon.
Yeah. That's why it's not ever getting in, it's because nobody's submitting it.
The issue is, if you look at the leaderboard, because of the gambling stuff, and this game is really good, but for everyone that wanted the game, even people talking about the game, it just dropped off after the first month. It dropped off a lot faster than most RPG games. People are still talking about Infinite Wealth now, and it's been over 2 months at this point. Whereas the Ishin just kind of disappeared, which is a shame, because even with the issues that I have with this as a remake / remaster, I actually really like this game. I personally think this is one of the strongest RGG stories. It's really good. It's got a lot of moving parts, and it's not as obvious as what most RGG plots are. It's good. I like this game. I like this game a lot. Just a shame the speedrun is a bit speedrunner unfriendly.
Yeah, for sure. Well, yeah, be sure to... do you have anything else you want to say, I guess? Sorry.
No, I'm good. I'll get out of your hair.
Thank you so much for showing this game off. If y'all like Yakuza speedruns, Yakuza gameplay, you should definitely check out Froob. Give him a follow. Froob does every Yakuza game, I think.
Yeah, the only two that I haven't done are the PSP ones, which I own them, I played them, they're right here. I just like doing everything on proper hardware, so it will literally cost me 500 quid to be able to capture these off of a PSP.
Yeah.
So I do everyone but those two for now. They will happen.
Eventually.
Yeah. PSTV is not an option for 1. It is for 2 because that's available digitally, but 1, it was released so early that some RGG games don't have digital versions, like Yakuza 3, Kenzan, which you saw earlier, and BP1. So, yeah. Eventually. And I got Yakuza 4 world record yesterday. So, don't expect to see that again for a long time, because I'm done with that game.
That one's in the bin for now.
Yes. Yes.
But yeah, definitely check out Froob. Amazing speedrunner, lots of great Yakuza gameplay. That is all we've got for you tonight, unfortunately. We'll be back Wednesday with more hotfix for you. Until then, just a reminder that all of our content does go up on YouTube eventually, so you can watch any of the stuff you've missed up on YouTube. And yeah, see you Wednesday, everybody. Have a great one.